Tonight, my friends, we're following the golden trail of Mansa Musa, the richest man in history, ruler of the Mali Empire, and a figure whose wealth stunned the world. But after his legendary pilgrimage to Mecca, and a legacy that reshaped trade across Africa, he vanished from the records without a trace. He left no farewell speech behind. He left no grand tomb behind. Just silence and centuries of speculation. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, please let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, grab your blanket, and let's get straight into it. Picture this. You're sitting in your favourite armchair, maybe with a cup of tea getting cold on the side table, and someone asks you to name the richest person who ever lived. You might consider Bezos or Musk, particularly on a positive day, when Tesla's stock isn't experiencing significant fluctuations. But you'd be wrong. The richest human being in recorded history was a man most people have never heard of, and here's the kicker. He disappeared so completely that for centuries, individuals wondered if he'd ever existed at all. His name was Mansa Musa, and calling him wealthy is like calling the ocean damp. This guy had so much gold that when he went on vacation, or pilgrimage, to Mecca in 1324, he accidentally crashed the Egyptian economy for a decade. This was not an intentional action. He was just being generous, tossing around gold like you might toss breadcrumbs to ducks at the park. The only difference was that his breadcrumbs were actual gold bars and the ducks were entire cities. But here's where our story gets intriguing, in that deliciously mysterious way that makes you want to pull the blankets up a little higher. Mansa Musa ruled the Mali Empire in West Africa, exerting control over an abundance of gold mines. Mansa Musa's empire spanned an area larger than Western Europe, requiring every gold dust that emerged from those mines to submit to him first. Imagine having a monopoly on the thing everyone wanted most in the medieval world. It's like owning all the coffee shops and Wi-Fi passwords simultaneously. The thing about Musa that made him different from your average billionaire wasn't just the mind-boggling wealth, it was what he did with it. While other rulers hoarded their riches like dragons sleeping on treasure piles, Musa built universities, libraries, and mosques. He turned Timbuktu into the intellectual hub of the world, a place where scholars from across Africa, Europe, and the Middle East came to study and debate. Picture Oxford or Harvard, but with better weather and more gold leaf on everything. Now you might be wondering why you've never heard of this guy in school. Well, that's partly because medieval Europe was still figuring out that the world extended beyond their backyards, and partly because what happened next was so strange that chroniclers didn't quite know how to write it down. See, Mansa Musa didn't just fade away like most historical figures. He didn't die in battle or succumb to some medieval plague. He didn't even retire to a luxurious palace somewhere to count his gold coins. He vanished. Completely. It seemed as though the earth had opened up, engulfing him, his family, his court, and nearly half of his empire's gold reserves. One day he was there, running the most prosperous kingdom in the world, and the next day, nothing. Not a trace. There was not even a whisper. There was not even a strongly worded letter of resignation. The last reliable sighting of Mansa Musa was in 1337, when he was supposedly preparing for another grand expedition. Some claim that Mansa Musa was planning to sail across the Atlantic, a move that occurred more than 150 years before Columbus lost his way in search of India. Others claim he was organising a massive trade mission to China. A few whispered that he'd discovered something in the deepest mines of his empire, something that made even his legendary wealth seem insignificant. But then, silence. The silence was so profound that it prompted you to double-check the functionality of your phone. His advisors claimed he'd gone into seclusion for religious contemplation. His enemies assumed he'd died and were preparing their armies accordingly. His people waited for announcements that never came. It was as if the richest man in history had simply decided that being unimaginably wealthy was overrated and had gone off to try something else entirely. What makes this disappearance even more puzzling is that Musa wasn't just any ruler. He was obsessively organised. This was a man who planned his famous pilgrimage down to the last camel load of provisions. He didn't do anything on a whim, yet somehow he managed to vanish without leaving behind a single clue about where he'd gone or why. You know that feeling when you're looking for your keys and you've checked everywhere twice, but they've somehow vanished into that mysterious dimension where lost socks go to party? Well, imagine that feeling. But instead of keys, it's the world's richest man, and instead of your house, it's an empire the size of Western Europe. That's precisely what happened to the Mali Empire in 1337. The Mali Empire wasn't just wealthy, it was stupid wealthy. The kind of wealthy that makes lottery winners look like they're counting pocket change. The empire sat on top of the largest gold deposits in the known world, and Mansa Musa controlled every ounce of it. But gold wasn't even his only trick. He also controlled the salt mines, and if you think salt isn't exciting, you've never lived in a world without refrigeration. Salt was literally worth its weight in gold, which was convenient since Musa had plenty of both. Picture the empire as a massive spiderweb, with Musa sitting at the centre, and every strand representing a trade route. Caravans loaded with gold, salt, ivory and slaves moved along these routes like blood through arteries. The empire's capital cities, Niani, Timbuktu and Jenne, were medieval Las Vegas, but instead of losing money, everyone was making it hand over fist. Merchants from as far away as Venice and Cairo would make the dangerous journey across the Sahara just to get a piece of the action. But here's where things get as twisty as a pretzel factory. The Mali Empire had a peculiar system of succession that would make even the most complicated family reunion look straightforward. The crown didn't automatically pass from father to son. Instead, it went to the previous ruler's brother, then to his son, then to the next brother, and so on, like a royal game of musical chairs that could last for generations. This system had worked beautifully for centuries, mainly because there was so much wealth to go around, that even the distant cousins lived better than most European kings. When Mansa Musa disappeared, this orderly system suddenly looked like a house of cards in a windstorm. Nobody knew if he was dead, alive, or just taking a really long bathroom break. His designated heir, a nephew named Magan, stepped up to fill the void, but ruling an empire isn't like house-sitting for a friend. You can't just water the plants and collect the mail. Magan found himself trying to hold together a massive political and economic machine without the instruction manual. The first sign that something was seriously wrong came from the gold mines. The miners, who had worked for generations under the watchful eye of Musa's appointed governors, suddenly found themselves with no clear chain of command. Some mines shut down entirely when local chiefs couldn't agree on who had the authority to keep them running. Others kept operating, but with no one to report to about production levels or security. It was like having an ATM that kept spitting out money but with no bank behind it. The confusion spread like spilled coffee on a white tablecloth. Trade routes that had operated smoothly for decades suddenly became hazardous, as local rulers, sensing opportunity, started demanding their own tribute from passing caravans. Some caravans simply stopped coming, which was catastrophic for cities that depended on trade like fish depend on water. Timbuktu, which had been the intellectual capital of the world, found its universities struggling to pay scholars as funding dried up. What made the situation even more bizarre was the complete absence of any explanation. In medieval times, when a ruler died, there were ceremonies, announcements, and usually quite a bit of dramatic wailing. When they went missing, search parties were organised, rewards were offered, and generally speaking, someone made a fuss. But in Musa's case, there was nothing. No official statement, no search efforts, no leaked gossip from palace servants. It was as if the entire imperial court had collectively decided to pretend nothing had happened. The neighbouring kingdoms, meanwhile, were watching this unfold like spectators at a tennis match. The kingdom of Songhai to the east and the Moroccan sultans to the north had spent decades being politely envious of Mali's wealth, while maintaining careful diplomatic relations. Now they found themselves wondering if they should send condolence gifts, congratulation cards, or invasion armies. The uncertainty was driving everyone a little crazy. Some historians believe that Musa's disappearance was actually part of an elaborate plan, possibly connected to information he'd received about Portuguese explorers who were beginning to probe the West African coast. Others suggest that he'd discovered something in his empire's archives or mines that required immediate and secret action. A few romantic souls like to imagine that he'd simply grown tired of being the richest man alive and had decided to try being anonymous for a while. Let's take a step back and talk about the last time anyone was absolutely, positively sure they knew where Mansa Musa was, and boy did they know where he was. It was 1324, and Musa had decided it was time to fulfill his religious duty of making the Hajj to Mecca. Now, when most people go on pilgrimage, they pack light, maybe bring a few snacks for the road, and try not to spend too much money. Musa approached his pilgrimage the way some people approach Black Friday shopping, with overwhelming force and a complete disregard for economic consequences. Imagine a caravan so vast that it resembled a bustling small city. We're referring to a caravan of 60,000 individuals, comprising soldiers, servants, merchants, scholars, and likely a few individuals who merely wished to observe the excitement. The most significant aspect is that Musa brought 80 camels, each of which carried 300 pounds of gold. This amounts to approximately 24,000 pounds of gold, which Musa casually carried across the desert as if it were a routine task. To put the situation in perspective, that's more gold than most countries had in their entire national treasuries. The caravan moved across North Africa like a slow-motion parade of abundance. Every city they passed through became, temporarily, the richest place on earth. Musa didn't just travel, he celebrated. He threw parties that would make modern billionaires' birthday bashes look like modest potluck dinners. He employed local musicians, occupied entire marketplaces, and lavishly distributed gold as if it were a fashion statement. But the real fireworks happened in Cairo. The city was already one of the great trading hubs of the medieval world, a place where merchants from Europe, Asia, and Africa came to make deals and exchange not just goods, but gossip. When Musa rolled into town with his golden caravan, it was like a celebrity walking into a small-town diner. Every conversation stopped, every eye turned, every hand extended in greeting. Musa stayed in Cairo for 3 months, and during that time he single-handedly redefined the concept of generous spending. He bought everything that caught his eye, tipped servants with chunks of gold, and made donations to local mosques that left the religious leaders speechless. One chronicler wrote that Musa gave away so much gold that its value didn't recover for 10 years. 10 years! This behaviour is not generosity. It resembles economic warfare disguised as kindness. The Egyptian merchants and government officials found themselves in a complex and challenging situation. On one hand, they were making more money than they'd ever dreamed of. On the other hand, they were watching their entire monetary system collapse in real time. When gold becomes as common as sand, suddenly your life savings don't seem quite as substantial. Some clever merchants started trading their gold for silver and other goods, essentially playing the medieval equivalent of currency speculation. However, this is where the story becomes particularly intriguing, as it prompts one to consider whether medieval people were inherently more skilled at drama than we are today. Musa's display of wealth wasn't just about showing off. It was a carefully calculated diplomatic move. He was announcing to the world that Mali wasn't just some distant kingdom that happened to have gold mines. It was a major power that could afford to destabilise entire economies casually, just by being generous. The news of Musa's pilgrimage swiftly disseminated throughout the medieval world, akin to a lively conversation at a family gathering. European mapmakers, who had previously labelled most of Africa as "here be dragons" or just left it blank, suddenly started drawing detailed pictures of a king holding a massive gold nugget. The famous Catalan Atlas of 1375 shows Musa sitting on his throne, crown on his head, gold orb in his hand, with the caption describing him as the richest king in the world. But perhaps the most telling detail about Musa's pilgrimage was what happened on the way back. By the time he reached Cairo again, the gold market still hadn't recovered from his previous visit. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The man who had crashed the gold market now found himself in the unusual position of having to borrow money. Yes, the richest man in the world took out a loan. He needed Egyptian gold to fund the remainder of his journey home, promising to pay it back with interest once he reached his own gold mines. This little detail tells us something important about Musa's character. He wasn't just wealthy, he was practical. He understood that wealth was a tool, not a trophy. He was willing to go into debt temporarily to maintain his expedition's momentum, confident that he could easily repay the loan once he returned to his empire. It's the kind of financial flexibility that comes from owning most of the world's gold supply. The pilgrimage also revealed something else about Musa. He was genuinely curious about the world beyond his empire. He spent time in Cairo's libraries, met with scholars and religious leaders, and generally acted like a man who understood that knowledge was as valuable as gold. Some historians believe that it was during this pilgrimage that he first heard rumours about lands across the Western Ocean, rumours that would later play a crucial role in his mysterious disappearance. You know how some people have a lucky penny or maybe a special coffee mug that just makes their day better? Well, Mansa Musa had entire mountains that did that for him. except instead of luck or caffeine, they provided literally tons of gold. The Bamberg and Bure goldfields weren't just mines, they were the economic foundation of the medieval world, and Musa controlled them like a medieval oil sheikh with a really shiny product. The nature of gold mining in medieval Africa differed significantly from the typical guy with a pickaxe and a dream operation. These were sophisticated enterprises that had been running for centuries, with techniques passed down through generations like family recipes. The miners used a combination of surface panning and deep shaft mining that would have impressed Roman engineers. They diverted rivers, built elaborate water systems, and created mining communities that were basically underground cities. But here's where it gets intriguing in that makes you want to dig deeper sort of way. The exact locations of these mines were state secrets of the highest order. Musa didn't just control the gold, he controlled the knowledge of where it came from. Foreign merchants could buy all the gold they wanted in the markets of Timbuktu or Jenne, but they were never allowed near the actual mines. It was like having the world's most exclusive club, except instead of a velvet rope, there were armed guards and a policy of permanent membership denial for outsiders. The secrecy wasn't just about protecting the gold, it was about protecting the entire economic system. If word got out about the exact location and scale of the mines, every ambitious king from Morocco to Egypt would have started planning invasion routes. So Musa created layers of security that would make modern intelligence agencies jealous. The gold was mined in one location, processed in another, and transported through a network of routes that changed regularly. The miners themselves were bound by oaths that were more serious than modern non-disclosure agreements. They weren't just employees, they were part of a secret society that understood their work was the foundation of an entire civilization. Many of them lived their entire lives within the mining communities, rarely venturing into the outside world. They developed their own customs, their dialects, and their ways of talking about their work that outsiders couldn't understand. What made the situation even more remarkable was the scale of production. Conservative estimates suggest that during Musa's reign, the Mali Empire produced more gold than the rest of the world combined. We're talking about thousands of pounds of gold per year, flowing out of the earth like water from a spring. This wasn't just mining, it was geological magic on an industrial scale. But gold wasn't the only secret hiding in Mali's mines. The same geological formations that produced gold also contained other valuable minerals: silver, copper, and most importantly, salt. The salt mines of Tahaza were almost as valuable as the gold mines, and they were even more carefully guarded. In a world without refrigeration, salt was a crucial commodity, and managing its supply was akin to managing the entire food chain. The relationship between Musa and his miners was complex, almost like a marriage between practical necessity and mutual respect. He provided protection, infrastructure, and fair compensation, while they provided the foundation of his empire's wealth. It was not exactly feudalism, nor was it modern capitalism. It was something uniquely African, a system that balanced individual skill with collective responsibility. Some historians believe that Musa's disappearance was directly connected to something discovered in the mines. Maybe it was a new deposit so vast that it required complete secrecy to exploit safely. Maybe it was the discovery of other materials, precious stones, rare metals, or even written records from previous civilizations. The mines had been worked for centuries before Musa's time, and it's entirely possible that they contained archaeological treasures along with geological ones. There's also the intriguing possibility that Musa discovered the mines were running out. Medieval mining techniques, while sophisticated, were limited by the technology of the time. If geological surveys had suggested that the gold deposits were finite, Musa might have realised that his empire's foundation was less permanent than everyone assumed. That kind of information would have required immediate and secret action to protect Mali's future. The transportation of gold from the mines to the markets was itself a masterpiece of logistics. Caravans moved in carefully planned sequences, with decoy routes, false destinations, and security measures that would have impressed modern armoured car companies. The gold was disguised, divided among multiple caravans, and transported along routes that changed with the seasons and the political climate. But perhaps the most important secret about the mines was something that Musa took with him when he vanished: the knowledge of how to find new deposits. Medieval African prospectors had techniques for reading the landscape, understanding geological formations and predicting where gold might be found that were far more advanced than anything Europeans possessed. When Musa disappeared, he took not just his knowledge, but the entire institutional memory of the empire's geological expertise. Here's where our story takes a turn that's stranger than anything Hollywood could dream up. Sitting in his palace in Niani, surrounded by more gold than most people can imagine, Mansa Musa became obsessed with something that should have been completely irrelevant to the world's richest man, the Western Ocean. Not the Mediterranean, which was basically medieval civilization's highway, but the Atlantic, which most people considered the edge of the world where dragons lived and ships went to die. Now, you might be thinking, why would someone who controlled half of Africa's wealth care about a bunch of water? Well, it turns out that Musa wasn't just wealthy, he was curious, and in medieval times, curiosity about the unknown was often the first step toward doing something completely insane. According to several Arab historians, Musa had become convinced that there were lands beyond the Western Ocean, lands that might contain riches that would make even his legendary wealth seem modest. The story goes that Musa's predecessor, a ruler named Abu Bakr II, had become so obsessed with exploring the Atlantic that he'd abdicated his throne to lead a naval expedition himself. Indeed, a medieval African king relinquished his crown to embark on a voyage into the unknown. Abu Bakr had assembled a fleet of 2,000 ships, loaded them with supplies, and sailed west in 1311. Only one ship returned, and its captain reported that the others had been swallowed by the ocean. Most reasonable people would have taken the incident as a sign that maybe the Atlantic wasn't worth the trouble. But Musa wasn't most people. Musa was a man who saw a business opportunity in a collapsed gold market. The disappearance of Abu Bakr's fleet didn't discourage him. It challenged him. He began planning an expedition that would make his predecessor's attempt look like a pleasure cruise. Multiple sources provide evidence of Musa's ambitions in the Atlantic, revealing a man who was thinking beyond the conventional boundaries of his time. He commissioned the construction of ships that were larger and more advanced than anything Africa had ever seen. These were not merely trading vessels, but exploration vessels, built to transport months' worth of supplies and outfitted with navigational equipment that would have been fitting for a European ship a century later. But here's where it gets even more interesting, in that makes you want to check your history book sort of way. Historians hold the belief that Musa's ships successfully traversed the Atlantic long before Columbus lost his way in search of India. There are tantalizing hints, linguistic similarities between West African languages and certain Native American dialects, archaeological evidence of African presence in pre-Columbian America, and most intriguingly, references in Mayan and Aztec texts to dark-skinned visitors from across the Eastern Sea. The preparation for Musa's Atlantic expedition was typically thorough. Musa didn't simply assemble a fleet of boats and rely on luck. He spent years studying ocean currents, wind patterns and navigation techniques. He consulted Arab sailors who had experience with long-distance ocean travel, and he even brought in experts from as far away as China and India. His voyage was going to be a scientific expedition, not a medieval equivalent of a road trip. The ships themselves were marvels of medieval engineering. Based on descriptions from Arab chroniclers, they were massive vessels, some over 200 feet long, with multiple decks, sophisticated steering systems, and storage capacity for months of supplies. They were built using techniques that combined traditional African shipbuilding with innovations borrowed from Arab and possibly even Chinese maritime technology. But perhaps the most telling detail about Musa's Atlantic preparations was the secrecy surrounding them. Musa kept the Atlantic expedition quiet, unlike his famous pilgrimage that aimed to impress the world with Mali's wealth. Ships were built in remote locations, supplies were gathered discreetly, and crew members were sworn to secrecy. This mission wasn't about showing off. This was about achieving something that would change the world. Many historians conclude that Musa didn't vanish at all. He sailed, especially given the timing of his disappearance, just as these preparations were reaching completion. The theory goes that Musa, perhaps inspired by his predecessor's failure and armed with better ships and more knowledge, decided to lead the expedition himself. It would explain why he disappeared so completely, why there were no remains or obvious successors, and why the preparations for the Atlantic voyage stopped so abruptly. If Musa did sail west, it raises fascinating questions about what he might have found. The Atlantic currents that flow from West Africa toward the Americas would have carried his ships directly to the Caribbean or the coast of South America. Given the sophistication of his preparation and the resources at his disposal, it's entirely possible that he not only survived the journey, but also established contact with Native American civilizations. The idea of Mansa Musa, the richest man in medieval history, encountering the Inca or Maya empires decades before European contact, is the kind of historical what-if that makes you wonder how different the world might have been. The meeting of two incredibly wealthy and sophisticated civilizations occurred not through conquest, but through exploration and trade. It's a tantalizing possibility that history has largely forgotten. You know that eerie feeling you get when you're in a house and the air conditioning suddenly shuts off, and you realise there was this constant background hum that you'd completely gotten used to. That's exactly what happened to the medieval world after Mansa Musa vanished. The constant buzz of news, trade updates and diplomatic messages from the Mali Empire just stopped, and the silence was deafening. The immediate aftermath of Musa's disappearance was like watching dominoes fall in slow motion. His nephew Magan, who had been left in charge, tried to maintain the illusion that everything was normal. Royal proclamations continued to be issued, trade agreements were honoured, and the machinery of government kept running. But anyone paying attention could see that something fundamental had changed. It was like watching an orchestra continue playing after the conductor had left the stage. The first people to notice were the merchants. These merchants, akin to international businessmen from the medieval era, possessed a keen awareness of political instability. Caravan routes, which had been stable for decades, suddenly lost their reliability. Traders who had made regular trips to Mali's market started reporting delays, confusion, and a general sense that nobody was quite sure who was in charge of what. It was like trying to do business with a company where all the phones kept going to voicemail. Within a year, rumours began to circulate. Traders whispered in the Cairo markets that jealous relatives had assassinated Musa. Sailors in the ports of Morocco asserted that Christian crusaders had captured him. European courts, many of which had never heard of Mali until Musa's famous pilgrimage, suddenly found themselves fascinated by reports of succession crises and civil wars in the mysterious Golden Empire. But perhaps the most intriguing theories came from within Mali itself. Palace servants spoke in hushed tones about Musa's final days, claiming he'd been spending long hours in the royal library, studying ancient texts and consulting scholars about subjects that nobody else understood. Some said he'd become obsessed with prophecies about the end of the world. Others claimed he'd discovered something in the deepest minds that had convinced him to abandon his throne. The Atlantic expedition theory gained traction slowly, mainly because it sounded so completely insane that it took a while for people to consider it seriously. But as the months passed, and no trace of Musa appeared anywhere in Africa or the Middle East, the idea that he'd sailed into the Western Ocean started to seem less crazy, and more like the kind of thing that someone with unlimited resources and a serious case of wanderlust might actually do. What made the Atlantic theory particularly compelling was the discovery of Musa's personal effects. It's more accurate to say that there was no discovery made. When medieval rulers died, they left behind distinctive personal items: crowns, sceptres, religious artifacts, and personal jewellery. These items were usually displayed, buried with the ruler, or passed down to successors. But none of Musa's personal effects were ever found. His crown, his famous golden staff, and his personal copies of the Quran, all gone. It was as if he'd packed for a very long trip. The economic impact of Musa's disappearance rippled outward like waves from a stone dropped in still water. The gold market, which had been stable for decades under his careful management, began to fluctuate wildly. Some mines shut down entirely when local managers couldn't get clear direction from the central government. Others kept operating, but with reduced security, leading to the first recorded gold thefts in Mali's history. Meanwhile, neighbouring kingdoms watched these developments with the mixture of concern and opportunity that medieval rulers were famous for. The Moroccan sultans, who had spent years being politely envious of Mali's wealth, began making subtle diplomatic overtures to Mali's border provinces. The Kingdom of Songhai, which had been Mali's respectful eastern neighbour, started expanding its influence into territories that had previously been under Mali's control. But perhaps the most poignant aspect of Musa's disappearance was its effect on the people of Mali itself. At stake wasn't just the loss of a ruler, it was the loss of a symbol. Musa had represented not just wealth and power, but the idea that African civilizations could compete with anyone in the world. His pilgrimage had firmly established Mali on the medieval map, both literally and figuratively. His disappearance left a psychological void that was as significant as the political one. The scholars of Timbuktu, who had enjoyed generous royal patronage under Musa's rule, found themselves in a particularly difficult position. The libraries and universities that had made the city the intellectual centre of the medieval world suddenly faced funding cuts and uncertain futures. Some scholars packed up their books and headed for Cairo or Baghdad, where patronage was more reliable. Others stayed, hoping that Musa would return or that his successors would continue his educational investments. As months turned into years, the theories about Musa's disappearance became more elaborate and, frankly, more entertaining. Some claimed he'd been transformed into a spirit and was wandering the desert, protecting travellers and merchants. Others insisted he'd discovered a secret valley where gold grew on trees and was living there in paradise. A few romantic souls maintained that he'd fallen in love with a mysterious princess from a distant land and had abandoned his throne for love. But perhaps the most persistent theory was also the most practical. Both medieval and modern historians hold the belief that Musa meticulously planned and carried out his disappearance as a political strategy. The idea is that he'd identified threats to his empire, perhaps Portuguese exploration of the African coast or internal political challenges, and had decided that the best way to protect Mali was to make himself unavailable for capture or assassination, while secretly managing the empire's transition to new leadership. You may be wondering what happened to the gold, the theories, and how this relates to your life in the 21st century. Well, pour yourself another cup of tea, because the ending of this story is both more and less satisfying than you might expect, in that wonderfully human way that real history defies our need for neat conclusions. The truth is, nobody knows what happened to Mansa Musa. Despite centuries of investigation, speculation, and the occasional treasure hunter with more enthusiasm than sense, his fate remains one of history's most compelling mysteries. No convenient diary detailing his plans was left behind, no loyal servant penned a detailed memoir, and no archaeological discovery has yielded definitive answers. He simply vanished, as completely as if he'd never existed at all. But here's the thing about mysteries. Sometimes the not knowing is more important than the knowing. Musa's disappearance created a legend that has lasted longer than most medieval kingdoms, which had clear and documented endings. While other rulers are remembered for their deaths, their defeats, or their boring administrative achievements, Musa is remembered for his ultimate mystery. He became, in effect, immortal through absence. The Mali Empire itself limped along for another century or so after Musa's disappearance, but it was never the same. Observing the Mali Empire after the departure of its lead singer is akin to witnessing a band attempt to carry on, despite the absence of the unique element that contributed to its magic. The gold mines continued to produce wealth, the trade routes remained profitable, and the cities maintained their importance, but the empire gradually fragmented into smaller kingdoms that were easier to manage but less impressive to contemplate. What's fascinating is how Musa's story was forgotten and then rediscovered. For centuries after Mali's decline, European historians dismissed stories about the Golden African King as myths, presumably because they couldn't imagine that medieval Africa had produced someone wealthier than any European ruler. It wasn't until the 20th century that serious historical research confirmed that, yes, there really had been a man who controlled most of the world's gold supply and who had casually crashed the Egyptian economy just by being generous. Today, Mansa Musa is finally getting his due recognition. He regularly appears on lists of the wealthiest people in history, adjusted for inflation and purchasing power. Modern estimates put his wealth at somewhere between $400 billion and $600 billion in today's money, making him roughly 4 times wealthier than the current richest person alive. This is impressive considering he has been deceased for 7 centuries. But Musa's real legacy isn't just about money, it's about imagination. He embodies the innovative mindset of the medieval world, advocating for the use of wealth and power for exploration, education, and genuine curiosity about the world. His pilgrimage was not solely motivated by religious duty, but also by the desire to map his kingdom and establish diplomatic relations with the global community. His possible Atlantic expedition wasn't just about conquest, it was about discovery. In our modern world, where we're constantly told that the age of exploration is over and that everything has been discovered, Musa's story serves as a reminder that human curiosity and ambition can take us to places we never imagined. He looked at an ocean that everyone else considered impassable and saw an opportunity. He looked at wealth that everyone else would have hoarded and saw a tool for building something greater. The mystery of his disappearance also speaks to something deeply human about our relationship with success and achievement. Here was a man who had everything, literally everything, and he chose to walk away from it. Whether he sailed into the Atlantic, retreated to a secret location, or simply decided that being the richest man in the world was overrated, he made a choice that prioritized mystery over certainty and adventure over security. Maybe that's why Musa's story resonates so strongly today. In a world where we're constantly tracking, monitoring and documenting everything, there's something appealing about someone who managed to disappear so completely. He reminds us that even in our hyper-connected age, there are still mysteries, unknowns, and places where the human spirit can go that surveillance cameras and GPS tracking can't. So the next time you're feeling overwhelmed by the demands of modern life, remember Mansa Musa. Remember that the richest man in history chose mystery over certainty, adventure over security, and the unknown over the comfortable. He reminds us that sometimes the most important journeys are the ones that take us beyond the map, beyond the known, beyond the places where we think we're supposed to be. And if you ever find yourself wondering what happened to all that gold, well, maybe it's still out there somewhere, waiting for someone curious enough to go looking for it. After all, the world is still full of mysteries, and some of the best stories are the ones that never really end. Remember, sometimes the most valuable treasures are the ones that remain hidden, waiting for the right person to discover them. Just like Mansa Musa himself, some things are worth more when they remain wonderfully, mysteriously unknown. Just like that, our main story has reached its conclusion. If your mind is still racing, you're familiar with the routine. If this story didn't resonate with you, we have plenty more content for you to choose from, but we're letting you choose tonight. Sleep well, my friends, and as always, good night. Nicolaus Copernicus did not awake each morning expecting to redefine how humanity understood the cosmos. In his youth, he was a quiet observer of everyday trade, civic gossip, and the slow turn of seasons along the Vistula River. Born in 1473 in Torun, he lived in a land humming with activity, bustling markets, occasional outbreaks of illness, and whispers of new maps from distant seas. He absorbed all of it without making grand claims or seeking quick fame. His father, a merchant of modest means, died when Copernicus was still a child. This loss shifted the boy's path, placing him under the care of his uncle, Lucas Watson Rhodes, a bishop with strong ambitions for his nephew. But it was not a cosy arrangement free from pressure. In 15th century Europe, family alliances mingled with church roles. Watson Rhodes made sure Nicolaus gained a broad education, perhaps believing that a well-schooled clergyman could serve both faith and practical politics. By his late teens, Copernicus studied at the University of Krakow, a lively centre of scholarship. The city's streets teemed with visiting merchants who told of copper mines and foreign trade routes. Professors taught geometry side by side with astrology, half-lost Greek texts and careful reflections on the cosmos. Nicolaus listened eagerly. He devoured ideas about celestial spheres and puzzling planetary orbits, tucking them away while also training in law and medicine. As a student, he displayed no wild rebellion. Instead, he showed a quiet thirst for evidence. If a notion seemed inconsistent, such as the accepted idea that the sun spun around Earth, he filed it under needs more thought. Beyond the lecture halls, Copernicus encountered a swirl of travelling scholars. Some boasted credentials from Italy or distant corners of the Holy Roman Empire. They debated the relative positions of stars, whether Mercury followed a perplexing path, and if ancient astronomers might have overlooked simpler interpretations. Many dismissed alternatives outright, clinging to the comfort of tradition. But Copernicus felt a tug toward re-examination. Observing the sky with primitive instruments, he noted patterns that didn't align perfectly with existing models. He completed his basic studies in Krakow, then ventured beyond Poland's borders. Italy beckoned, with universities in Bologna and Padua promising more specialised knowledge. There, he immersed himself in the revival of Greek and Roman thought. He pored over manuscripts in dimly lit libraries, fascinated by calculations from centuries past. He also studied canon law, fulfilling family expectations that he build a solid ecclesiastical career. But when evenings came, he would slip outside and look heavenward, measuring angles between stars or charting planetary positions. Each observation hinted that Earth might be in motion, though he dared not announce such a claim prematurely. Although Copernicus was devout and respectful of the Church's authority, he had a careful mind. He saw how theological and political forces shaped knowledge. If a new idea threatened established beliefs, it might be scorned before it was tested. He acquired the skill of patience. Gradually, he compiled observations. He refined calculations taken from Greek sources, then combined them with modern star charts. Quietly, the shape of a new model emerged: Earth, in motion around a sun that commanded the centre of the system. Yet even these thoughts were incomplete. He lacked perfect instruments and recognised that the mathematics required further refinement. By the time he returned to his homeland to serve as a canon at Frombork Cathedral, Copernicus had developed an approach that blended caution with an innovation. In Frombork, he managed administrative tasks, financial matters, and community disputes, skills that gave him a grounding in practical life. Still, late at night, he observed the skies through tiny windows in the tower. Using rudimentary tools, he tested angles, compared them with references, and revised his growing manuscript. Few neighbours knew the depth of his curiosity. He did not proclaim that the earth moved, or that centuries of teaching were flawed. Instead, he continued to gather data, revise charts, and refine his emerging theory. He weighed the risk. To challenge the geocentric worldview was to question scriptural interpretations, academic tradition, and the power structures that shape them. But the puzzle of planetary movement drew him forward, urging him toward a more convincing explanation. By the dawn of a new century, Copernicus's notebooks were rich with diagrams that contradicted accepted dogma. The seeds of a revolution were sown, even if they still rested in unspoken form, in the mind of a humble canon quietly scribbling in a remote corner of Europe. In secret letters to close colleagues, he hinted at his suspicions but held back his conclusions. By the early 16th century, Frombork was more than a spot on the Baltic coast. Its cathedral, perched above windswept waters, housed Copernicus in his role as canon. Here, he balanced church governance with private questions about planetary motion. Though smaller than Krakow or Bologna, Frombork offered something precious: quiet, steady hours for research. Europe was tense with talk of religious reform. Rumours of upheaval swept through ports, reaching Frombork in whispered fragments. Copernicus saw the risks of challenging official doctrine. If he declared Earth's movement, he might face condemnation. So, he worked cautiously, measuring the sky with simple instruments each night. His notes revealed that the sun, not Earth, likely held the centre. During the day, he managed church finances and mediated local problems. Officials admired his precision and calm. When currency troubles arose, he designed measures to stabilise coinage, bolstering his reputation as a logical thinker. Such behaviour helped mask his rhetorical astronomy. The more respect he garnered for practical solutions, the safer he felt exploring unorthodox ideas in private. Still, he remained torn. In an age where the church shaped much of scientific understanding, proposing a heliocentric system was risky. Scripture seemed to confirm Earth's central place. Copernicus grasped that mathematical evidence alone might not sway those who believed questioning geocentrism was akin to heresy. He exchanged guarded letters with scholars, sharing parts of his data but rarely revealing the full extent of his model. Frombork's quiet aided his patience. He tracked planetary paths across months and years. Errors in existing models grew too large to ignore. The orbits, once force-fit to Ptolemy's system, made sense when the sun sat in the middle. Copernicus refined these insights in drafts he showed only to trusted friends. He feared the backlash if word spread prematurely. Meanwhile, the Reformation simmered in Europe. People questioned church authority on many fronts. The old structures were weakening. Copernicus observed that the pervasive uncertainty could potentially foster new ideas, but it also heightened the likelihood of severe retaliation if these ideas contradicted deeply held beliefs. He watched how daring thinkers risked exile or worse. Yet some found pockets of support, suggesting that a revolution in astronomy might eventually find acceptance. By the mid-1510s, his notebooks held a skeleton of the heliocentric model. Earth spun and circled the Sun, joined by the other planets, yet he refused to publish a major treatise. He insisted on checking every calculation. Observational evidence had to be beyond reproach. Church superiors recognised his diligence and seldom pried into his nighttime research. They assumed he was honing church-related expertise, not drafting a cosmic shift. His life looked ordinary. He ate modest meals, cared for ill colleagues, and attended to canonical duties with unwavering focus. But once darkness fell, he scaled the cathedral tower to observe the planets. He aligned homemade instruments to gauge Jupiter's position, or noted how Venus vanished behind the sun's glare at times inconsistent with geocentrism. In the hush of the tower, he felt the weight of discovery, tempered by the knowledge that revealing it too soon could endanger him. This period also tested his resolve. Persistent calculations sometimes contradicted his earlier assumptions, forcing him to correct or refine his diagrams. Yet each setback nudged him toward a more robust framework. He realized that Ptolemy's centuries-old design no longer held up under meticulous scrutiny. If Earth truly revolved, it explained the irregular motion so many had labored to reconcile. The data whispered the ancient edifice of belief was cracking. In 1514, he drafted a concise outline called the Commentariolus. It circulated among a small circle, generating muted intrigue. Copernicus valued their feedback, which helped him hone his equations. He kept his tone measured, presenting heliocentrism as a hypothesis rather than a challenge to authority. He saw that acceptance depended on evidence, not strident proclamations, and so he persisted, day after day. He would read economic reports in the morning and engage in stargazing at night, constantly refining his observations. The locals viewed him as a prudent canon, never suspecting that his observations could unsettle the very foundation of cosmic order. Yet, in that remote corner of the Baltic, he gathered the pieces for a grand puzzle that would, in time, upend humanity's view of itself. By the end of this phase, his confidence had grown. The numbers spoke clearly to him, even if he kept them hidden from public debate. While Europe's religious tensions escalated, Copernicus quietly solidified his theory. He saw potential allies in a future shaped by fresh perspectives. By the 1520s, Europe's religious landscape was in upheaval. Martin Luther's Reformation challenged long-standing church authority, fueling tension across nations. Against this backdrop, Copernicus quietly refined his heliocentric theory. At Frombork, he juggled ecclesiastical duties with clandestine astronomical pursuits. Aware that a misstep could brand him a heretic, he shared star charts and observations through letters to scholars in Italy and Germany. Although some recognized that Ptolemaic geocentrism seemed forced, open endorsement of Earth's motion was risky. Copernicus tested each new data point, measuring planetary positions with homemade instruments. With each alignment, the sun-centered approach gained credibility, but proclaiming it publicly might trigger condemnation. The diocese entrusted him with greater responsibilities. He resolved financial disputes, attended synods, and occasionally travelled. Everywhere he went, he saw how Luther's ideas shook old pillars of authority. Quietly, he noted parallels to the cosmic debate. If Europe's spiritual core could be questioned, perhaps its astronomical beliefs might also be challenged. Still, caution prevailed. He wrote in Latin, making his drafts less accessible to the uninitiated. He tested retrograde motion under the new model, confirmed that Earth's rotation explained day and night, and that seasonal changes fit a planet circling the sun. He was building a rigorous, cohesive argument. Yet rumours spread that Copernicus harboured unorthodox views. Aware that unrefined manuscripts circulated without his permission, he worried about critics who might seize on incomplete data. Despite these fears, he found encouragement in quiet corners. Trusted colleagues marvelled at how neatly the theory explained planetary wanderings. Others, fearful themselves, advised him to hold back until Europe's religious confusion abated. He heeded that counsel, but he kept gathering observations. Night after night, he charted angles and times, refining calculations. He felt certain that Earth's motion was not just plausible, it was likely true. One of his challenges lay in reconciling scripture with a moving Earth. Many clerics took biblical phrases as literal proof of geocentrism. Copernicus believed the Bible employed everyday language, not strict cosmic geometry. He chose his words carefully, asserting that a sun-centered system needn't undermine faith. Privately, he wished for a church open to nature's revelations, but he recognised the risk of alienation if he pushed too hard. By the mid-1520s, Europe's political shifts touched him personally. He helped local officials with coin reforms, an effort that drew upon his mathematical precision. This success bolstered his standing as a practical problem solver, indirectly shielding him from suspicion. Yet church officials sometimes hinted that he should remain within traditional boundaries. They valued his service but seemed uneasy about whispers of cosmic novelties. His progress on the manuscript advanced. The geometry no longer relied on clunky epicycles. Heliocentrism explained phenomena more directly, with fewer forced corrections. He tested Mercury's orbit, verifying that its swift revolutions made sense in the new scheme. He noted how Venus's phases and brightness variations supported a sun-centered perspective. These observations, though rudimentary by modern standards, were groundbreaking. As Europe's religious conflicts intensified, Copernicus reflected on timing. Should he reveal his findings before the Church fully stabilized? He feared that any radical claim might be conflated with Lutheran heresies. He remained loyal to Catholicism, seeing no reason why a more accurate cosmic map should threaten spiritual truths. Yet he knew that misunderstandings abounded, and dogmatic zeal could swiftly erupt into persecution. By the late 1520s, he had assembled a near-complete draft. He called it De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres. He circulated sections to close confidants, soliciting feedback on calculations or clarity. A few suggested releasing it soon, hoping Europe's thirst for new knowledge might outweigh theological resistance. Others counselled patience, warning that the times were too volatile. Copernicus weighed both sides. He recognised that the Reformation had shattered old certainties. Perhaps the moment was ripe for new truths. However, the consequences of open defiance were significant. He decided to continue polishing the manuscript, ensuring that no detail was left unverified. In the event of condemnation, the evidence would undoubtedly bear witness. Meanwhile, life at Frombock proceeded with routine. He oversaw funds, settled disputes, and tended to the occasional patient. By night, he ascended the tower to observe the stars. They remained serenely predictable, orbiting the sun in patterns his mathematics could describe. This harmony sustained him, even as Europe's politics churned unpredictably. He remained resolute. Soon, he would finalize his cosmic blueprint. Copernicus was on the verge of a significant discovery. Years of painstaking work had reinforced an idea once unthinkable. Earth was neither the cosmic pivot nor immovable. In the hush of his study, he refined equations that could uproot centuries of belief. Yet for now, he kept them close, awaiting an opening in history's storm that might allow the light of his discovery to shine without calamity. Copernicus continued his delicate balance as the 1530s approached. Europe's religious turbulence showed no sign of easing, and he sensed that caution remained critical. Yet, with each passing year, his manuscript neared completion, the pages revealing a coherent system in which Earth, once deemed the universe's anchor, now shared the heavens with planets spinning around the sun. Quietly, he refined details that nagged at him. Because Mars seemed to be moving backwards, it needed extra care because its path showed there was a better way to solve the problem than the geocentric mess of spheres and epicycles. By focusing on Mars and Venus, planets whose orbits came closest to Earth, he strengthened the numerical backbone of his claim. His devotion to precision occasionally bordered on obsession, but this meticulousness, he believed, was the only shield against accusations of error. Frombock's daily routines persisted. In the cathedral's records, his signature appears on financial ledgers and property documents. He participated in church synods, debated currency standards, and offered medical consultations to fellow clerics. Despite his responsibilities, he was always fascinated by geometry and star charts. At times, he found it ironic that a man so deeply entrenched in the church's official structure was assembling a radical concept that could unseat centuries-old dogma. Yet Copernicus did not see himself as a rebel. He was not out to undermine faith, merely to rectify what he viewed as a flawed cosmology. The impetus behind his work was neither vanity nor rebellion, but a quest for a truer understanding of creation. If God had set the sun at the centre, then acknowledging that truth honoured, rather than defied, divine order. In these years, a handful of younger scholars began seeking him out. They heard whispers that an unassuming canon in a Baltic outpost was building a staggering new celestial framework. One such visitor was a bright mathematician who journeyed north, risking poor roads and uncertain lodgings, just to glimpse Copernicus's calculations. Though the older man was reserved, he recognised genuine curiosity in these guests, and sometimes shared glimpses of his evolving model. He stressed that it was still in flux, cautioning them not to spread half-formed theories that critics could easily dismantle. Occasionally, word of Copernicus's ideas made its way to academics in larger cities. Some expressed scepticism. They pointed to centuries of authority backing Earth's fixed position, or they raised theological concerns about dislodging humanity from the cosmic centre. Others quietly cheered him on, intrigued by reports that his geometry matched observations more neatly than Ptolemy's. This division in response only heightened his sense that timing would be everything. One challenge he faced was how to present his findings. The written text was dense, filled with geometry and astronomical tables. It would not be a casual read for the untrained. That was intentional. Copernicus believed that if his argument stood against theological scrutiny, it must first appear airtight to mathematicians. Once the mathematical skeleton was unassailable, he hoped reason would triumph, persuading even skeptics who feared contradiction with scripture. Still, he had lingering doubts about reception. Europe was in disarray, local skirmishes erupted over doctrines that now seemed fluid, and the threat of political entanglement loomed. When he read news of harsh punishments for dissenters, he wondered whether his cosmic theory might be lumped in with dangerous heresies. Yet he pressed on, guided by an inner conviction that the simpler explanation of planetary motion must eventually prevail. Between editing sessions, he still took time to observe the heavens. Nightly vigils were a source of comfort for him even in his 50s. The glimmer of Saturn or the brightness of Jupiter reassured him that the sky did not bend to human quarrels. It followed laws that beckoned to be understood. Inside Frombork's walls, Copernicus's outward life appeared unchanged. He was a dutiful canon, a measured official, and an occasionally stern caretaker of church affairs. Only a trusted few knew how deeply he wrestled with the final touches of his magnum opus. Some nights, by lamplight, he rearranged entire paragraphs, seeking a more precise way to describe planetary paths. Small errors had no place in a claim this bold. As the decade progressed, letters trickled in from scholars who'd glimpsed parts of his manuscript. Many urged him to publish. His seclusion, they argued, only delayed a necessary debate. Yet the swirling uncertainty in Europe gave him pause. He suspected that once his book was out, there would be no turning back. For now, he clung to a cautious optimism. Perhaps a new era would dawn, one open to re-evaluating ancient truths. In that hope, he saw the faint glow of a future shaped by calculation and observation. The dawn of the 1540s brought Copernicus an unexpected visitor. Georg Joachim Rheticus, a young mathematician from Wittenberg. Rheticus had heard the rumours. An ageing canon in distant Warmia was challenging the cosmos itself. Curious and bold, Rheticus travelled north to see if the stories were true. Upon arrival, he found Copernicus at his desk, surrounded by geometric diagrams, half-finished manuscripts, and star charts pinned to walls. Their initial conversation was guarded. Copernicus, ever wary, questioned Rheticus's motives. Was this gentleman a genuine scholar or a spy, sent by critics seeking ammunition against him? But Rheticus displayed both admiration and a profound knowledge of mathematics. Before long, trust replaced suspicion. The younger man pored over Copernicus's notes, impressed by the clarity with which heliocentrism solved planetary riddles. Retrograde motion, awkward epicycles, and the wandering paths of Venus and Mars became far more comprehensible in a sun-centered layout. Encouraged by Rheticus's enthusiasm, Copernicus cautiously shared more details. He explained how decades of observations pointed to the same conclusion. Earth was a planet orbiting the Sun, spinning on its axis to create day and night. Rheticus, astonished, urged him to publish. If even a fraction of these calculations were accurate, the world needed to know. Copernicus hesitated. Europe's religious situation remained volatile. One misinterpretation of his work could see him branded a heretic. Still, Rheticus persisted. He offered to write a preliminary treatise showcasing the core arguments, a trial balloon to gauge reaction. Copernicus consented, handing over relevant tables and diagrams. Creticus composed the Narratio Prima, describing heliocentrism in readable form. Circulated in scholarly circles, it sparked a mix of curiosity, praise and alarm. Some lauded the elegant math, others bristled at dethroning Earth. The Church kept silent for the moment, perhaps not fully grasping the implications or too busy handling other controversies. Buoyed by the reaction, Rheticus urged Copernicus to finalise De Revolutionibus. He argued that reason and observation were on their side. If the book laid out each calculation thoroughly, it could withstand even hostile scrutiny. In private, Copernicus felt he was facing a pivotal moment. He had dedicated most of his adult life to this theory. If he died with the manuscript unpublished, all that effort might fade into obscurity, yet to publish was to risk condemnation. Even as he wrestled with these choices, life in Frombork marched forward. He oversaw church revenues, patched up administrative loopholes, and sometimes practiced medicine for local residents. Rheticus stayed for months, assisting with computations and clarifying textual passages. Their collaboration proved fruitful. Where Copernicus's Latin explanations felt dense, Rheticus suggested simpler wording. Where Rheticus hurried, Copernicus insisted on double-checking each figure. In time, the manuscript became more coherent and approachable. Rumours of this partnership spread, and some scholars travelled north to witness the synergy. They debated planetary speeds and elliptical hints. Though neither man realised it fully at the time, their exchange of ideas foreshadowed future scientific endeavours where collaboration would push boundaries of knowledge. Yet clouds of doubt hovered. Not everyone was ready for a world lacking Earth's cosmic privilege. Meanwhile, Copernicus received letters from distant colleagues warning him of potential backlash. A few devout theologians insisted that Scripture unequivocally placed Earth at the centre. Another faction, less tied to literal interpretations, expressed intrigue at the possibility of reconciling a moving Earth with God's grand design. In these missives, Copernicus saw both risk and hope. Divisions among intellectuals mirrored the broader rift fracturing Christendom. Increasingly, he leaned on Rheticus for counsel. The younger man advocated transparency, convinced that a well-argued treatise would find defenders among Europe's scholars. This optimism heartened Copernicus, though he remained wary. To reassure his friend, and perhaps himself, he invoked the principle that truth, grounded in measurable phenomena, should endure. If the sun truly lay at the centre, no condemnation could erase the geometry proving it. Yet, as they rechecked tables and refined the text, Copernicus's health began to wane. Long hours at his desk, combined with the stress of potential controversy, weighed on him. Still, he pressed forward. In quiet corners of the cathedral complex, he paced, mentally rehearsing how to defend his findings if challenged. With each revision, De Revolutionibus solidified into a structured argument. Geometry and observation intertwined, forming a fortress of logic. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Rheticus suggested printing the manuscript. Copernicus reluctantly agreed, provided he could oversee the final stages to ensure accuracy. He wanted no sensationalism, no grandstanding. The data would provide sufficient evidence. A moving Earth wasn't just an opinion, it was a conclusion drawn from decades of meticulous inquiry. By the early 1540s, Copernicus was on the verge of publication. The quiet scholar who once hid his notes now inched toward revealing them. Europe might recoil or rejoice. He could not predict. But with Rheticus at his side, he felt less alone. The momentum was unstoppable. A swirl of ink-stained pages, fresh calculations, and cautious excitement gathered force. Soon, the world would learn of a cosmic shift that carried as much poetic wonder as it did sober mathematics. By 1542, Copernicus's manuscript was nearly ready for the printer, yet he fretted over every line. Even after Rheticus departed from Frombork to handle affairs elsewhere, they continued exchanging letters. The younger scholar reported progress in securing a printing arrangement in Nuremberg, a city known for scholarly works. Although pleased, Copernicus also felt a pang of anxiety. Handing his life's labour to a printer meant relinquishing control over its reception. He braced himself for potential fallout. Whispers among clerics suggested that a harsh reaction could come from those who read the Bible's celestial references as literal scientific statements. And yet, the same hush also contained flickers of curiosity. Many churchmen with an interest in astronomy have privately acknowledged that the intricacies of Ptolemaic astronomy challenged their credibility. Perhaps, in time, a new system, if persuasively presented, might find acceptance. Before sending the final draft to Nuremberg, Copernicus added finishing touches, refined planetary tables, a preface in measured tones, and clear proofs of each claim. He took solace in Rheticus's vow to oversee aspects of the publication, but as he sealed the last packet of manuscripts, he could not quell a tremor of apprehension. There was no telling how Europe, embroiled in Protestant Catholic tensions, would react to an idea that seemed to rewrite creation's script. In the printing shop, trouble stirred. Andreas Osiander, a Lutheran theologian and mathematician, was enlisted to help with the publication process. Osiander, without Copernicus's direct approval, affixed a preface suggesting that we should treat the new model as a mere hypothesis, not a literal truth. Intent on shielding Copernicus from persecution, or so he claimed, Osiander's note implied that the heliocentric arrangement was just a convenient way to calculate planetary positions. This ambivalence grated on those who knew Copernicus's genuine conviction. Rheticus, furious at the alteration, sought to rectify matters, but the printing presses were already in motion. Copies of De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium rolled out, some with Osiander's unauthorized preface front and centre. When word of this reached Copernicus in Frombork, he was too ill to mount a vigorous protest. Age and sickness had caught up with him. Friends noted that his once methodical pace of life now faltered as he confronted persistent fatigue and bouts of confusion. Still, his resolve did not break. He had done what he set out to do, placed the Earth in motion and the Sun in the centre, with rigorous math to back it. In spirit, he rejected Osiander's suggestion that it was mere theory. For Copernicus, careful observation and calculation had laid bare the architecture of the cosmos. His only regret was losing a measure of control over how the public first encountered his opus. As the printed volumes began their slow dissemination across Europe, the initial response was muted. Many readers found the text too dense to pass quickly. Some scholars examined the tables and geometry, intrigued but unsure if they dared endorse such a radical viewpoint. Others dismissed it out term wire, citing scriptural or philosophical objections. Church officials, preoccupied with stamping out Protestant heresies, did not immediately focus on the treatise. A swirl of local controversies overshadowed Copernicus's cosmic claim. Meanwhile, in the hushed rooms of monastic libraries, a few inquisitive minds turned the pages with dawning realization. The logic was compelling. No matter how one tried to preserve geocentrism, the math kept pointing back to a sun-centered system. That a canon of the Church had authored such a text baffled some and inspired others. Indeed, whispers circulated that if a Catholic cleric could advocate a moving Earth, perhaps the lines dividing faith and inquiry weren't as absolute as many believed. Back in Frombork, Copernicus's condition deteriorated. Accounts suggest he suffered a stroke. By May of 1543, he was largely bedridden, drifting in and out of clarity. Legend holds it that he received a bound copy of De Revolutionibus on his deathbed, though whether he recognised it is uncertain. Some say he opened it, saw the printed diagrams, and smiled faintly. Others claim he was barely conscious. The truth is lost in the haze of final hours. What remains certain is that he passed away soon after the book appeared. His life's work, once guarded in secret manuscripts, now circulated beyond his small domain. The seeds of revolution were in place, poised to challenge intellectual assumptions for generations to come, like a spark igniting a distant fuse. De Revolutionibus would not detonate instantly, but it carried a flame that would burn steadily through halls of learning. In those last days, Copernicus's name was not yet legendary. Few grasped the enormity of the events that had unfolded, but in that small cathedral town, an exhausted scholar had released into the world an idea both stark and beautiful, that Earth itself was but one traveller in a grand cosmic dance. And though his eyes closed before the storm broke, the echo of his insight would ripple onward, bridging ages of darkness and light. After Copernicus's passing, his book lingered in relative obscurity. In the year 1543, religious controversies in Europe overshadowed a treatise on planetary motions. Many copies of De Revolutionibus ended up in university libraries. occasionally browsed by curious readers but not instantly hailed as a landmark. The pace of change in astronomy proved slower than myth might suggest, yet word of a new cosmic theory spread across scholarly circles. Mathematicians and astronomers who tested Copernicus's geometry found it persuasive. Some disliked Osiander's preface, recognizing that Copernicus himself viewed the subject as more than a mere computational tool. Others felt uneasy endorsing a concept that could provoke church censure. Even so, the heliocentric proposition, once unthinkable, steadily gained attention. People wondered, if centuries of geocentrism had been mistaken, what else might we be wrong about? In the decades that followed, defenders of the Copernican system refined his work. Errors or approximations in planetary tables were corrected, often with better instruments than Copernicus had possessed. Young astronomers who never met him still found guidance in his pages. Building on the foundation he left behind, a handful of them wrote treatises supporting the heliocentric view, adding incremental proof with each fresh observation. Opposition, however, was not trivial. Traditionalists saw Copernicus's ideas as an affront to human dignity. If Earth spun through space, how did that align with the divinely ordained centre? Dogmatic interpretations of scripture hardened, and some influential theologians declared the new system unscriptural. In certain academic halls, supporters of Copernicus sparred with conservative voices who refused to surrender the old model. Quietly, the battle of paradigms began. One figure who championed Copernicus's heliocentrism was Galileo Galilei, born more than 20 years before Copernicus died. Galileo's telescopic observations, decades later, provided striking evidence: the phases of Venus, the moons of Jupiter, and the sunspots that shifted daily. Though Galileo's story would unfold in its own tumultuous way, he traced a lineage back to Copernicus. Galileo might never have defied convention by pointing his lens skyward in the absence of that earlier text. Despite Galileo's eventual condemnation, Copernicus's seeds continued to sprout. Johannes Kepler, another giant of astronomy, built on Copernican principles to demonstrate elliptical orbits. Those elliptical refinements improved predictions beyond Copernicus's original data. Each subsequent advance validated the notion that the Earth travelled around the Sun. Newton's physics would later bind it all together, showing how gravity governed these celestial dances, weaving Copernicus's revolution into the broader tapestry of scientific law. As these luminaries pushed the limits of astronomy, Copernicus's name gradually gained a venerable glow. Scholars looked back on his cautious approach and saw wisdom. He had predicted resistance, recognized the perils of an epoch riven by religious strife, and still managed to publish an audacious claim. Over time, the memory of him as a timid canon in a remote cathedral town transformed into an image of the brave father of modern astronomy. In the centuries to come, the Church itself would revise its stance. Though official condemnations of heliocentrism emerged decades after Copernicus's death, they were eventually lifted, and his works found a place in Catholic scholarship. That shift was neither swift nor simple, but it underscored how even massive institutions could adapt to new evidence, given enough time and debate. Legends about Copernicus blossomed. Some painted him as an unacknowledged rebel, others as a devout servant of the Church who happened upon a startling truth. The reality was more nuanced. He was part of a lineage. Ancient Greek astronomers, Islamic mathematicians, and European scholars all contributed pieces of the puzzle he finally assembled. Yet he was the one who broke from the gravitational pull of tradition, suggesting that Earth soared through space rather than resting at creation's centre. Today, in Turin, visitors see statues and plaques celebrating the hometown astronomer. His name adorns craters on the moon, testifying to his lasting imprint on our knowledge of the heavens. Schoolchildren learn of his achievements, often without grasping the centuries of struggle it took for his ideas to triumph. In the broader sweep of history, his story warns us that even widely held beliefs can crumble under the weight of rigorous observation and honest inquiry. And so, Nicolaus Copernicus's life underscores the power of quiet determination. He served as a canon, healed the sick, balanced church finances, and, through it all, reinterpreted the universe. Though he never saw the full upheaval his book would create, he lit the fuse. In the end, his legacy transcended his age, forging pathways for thinkers bold enough to look upward and question the obvious. By repositioning Earth among the stars, he gave humankind a gift both humbling and liberating. The realization that our vantage point is but one corner of a vast cosmic stage. Picture this, you're complaining about your house being 68 degrees instead of 72, maybe grumbling as you reach for that extra blanket. Now imagine it's 1942, you're somewhere in Eastern Europe, and the thermometer has given up trying to measure temperatures that would make a penguin reconsider its life choices. Welcome to the world where winter wasn't just uncomfortable, it was actively trying to kill you. You see, when World War II rolled around, nobody really thought much about the weather. Sure, Napoleon had a minor mishap with the Russian winter in 1812, but that was long ago, right? Modern armies had modern equipment. They had plans, they had confidence. They had no idea how creative you had to be when Jack Frost joined the other team. The thing about military planning is that it's a lot like packing for a vacation. You think you know what you'll need. You make your lists, you feel prepared, and then you arrive to discover you've brought sandals to a blizzard. Except in this case, the consequences of poor packing weren't just uncomfortable, they were potentially fatal. When the first brutal winter hit the European theatre, soldiers discovered something that would make even the most seasoned outdoorsman nervous. The cold wasn't just cold, it was the kind of cold that turns your breath into icicles mid-sentence, that makes metal so brittle it snaps like a pretzel, and that transforms simple tasks like loading a rifle into a finger-numbing exercise in futility. But here's where the story gets intriguing and where you start to see the remarkable ingenuity of people who refuse to let Mother Nature have the last word. When confronted with temperatures so low as to freeze antifreeze, individuals not only endure, but also innovate. You master improvisation, acquire a PhD in adaptability, and become a professor of whatever works. The first lesson these soldiers learned was that the enemy wasn't always wearing a uniform. Occasionally the enemy was invisible, creeping through tent flaps and uniform seams, turning their breath against them, and making every night a battle for survival. The cold became a third party in the conflict, impartial in its cruelty, affecting everyone equally, regardless of which side they were fighting for. Think about your worst camping experience. Maybe that time the air mattress deflated, or when you forgot to pack enough warm clothes. Imagine multiplying that discomfort by approximately 1,000, adding the constant threat of enemy action, and adding the responsibility of ensuring the functionality of your equipment and the survival of your fellow soldiers. And you'll begin to understand the situation. What's remarkable isn't just that these soldiers survived, it's how they turned survival into an art form. They became meteorologists without weather apps, engineers without blueprints, and inventors without patents. Every night became a laboratory for testing new theories about heat retention. Every morning brought lessons in what worked and what left you counting your toes to make sure they were all still there. The standard issue gear quickly proved about as useful as a screen door on a submarine, designed by people who probably tested it in climates as harsh as a suburban backyard in October. Wool uniforms that seemed adequate became insufficient. Boots designed for marching became ice buckets for feet. Tents meant to provide shelter became elaborate ways to concentrate cold air. So what do you do when your equipment fails, your supply lines are stretched thinner than your patience, and the thermometer looks like it's trying to dig to China? You get creative. You start looking at everything around you, not for what it is, but for what it could become. That mess kit isn't just for eating, it's a potential hand warmer. That extra sock isn't just spare clothing, it's insulation for your rifle. That piece of canvas isn't just material, it's the difference between sleeping and freezing. And this is where our story really begins, not with the grand strategies or the famous battles, but with the quiet moments when ordinary people figured out extraordinary ways to stay alive in conditions that seemed designed to make that impossible. Now, you might think that socks are just socks, those things you lose in the dryer, argue about with your spouse, and occasionally use to dust furniture when nobody's looking. But in the frozen theatres of World War II, socks became currency, lifelines, and the foundation of an entire underground economy that would make Wall Street traders jealous. The first thing you need to understand about feet in sub-zero temperatures is that they're basically traitors. Your body, being the pragmatic organism it is, decides that keeping your core warm is more important than maintaining diplahebus, or in this case under the frostbite. Therefore your feet, along with your fingers, suffer the consequences of frostbite. Trench foot became a condition so common that it practically needed its own postal code. Imagine your feet deciding to stage a revolt, swelling up, turning fascinating colours that would make a sunset jealous, and generally make every step feel like walking on broken glass. Now imagine trying to march, run or fight in that condition. It's like trying to dance ballet in ski boots filled with marbles. This is where the Great Sock Conspiracy began. Soldiers quickly realised that the military's approach to foot care was about as sophisticated as using a hammer to fix a watch. The standard issue socks were fine for parade grounds, but about as useful as chocolate teapots when dealing with months of wet, cold conditions. So they improvised, and their solutions would make modern outdoor gear companies weep with admiration. They learned to layer socks like lasagna, thin silk or cotton against the skin, wool for insulation, and sometimes even paper or cloth strips for extra padding. They discovered that changing socks wasn't just hygiene, it was survival. Dry socks became more valuable than cigarettes, and cigarettes were practically currency. But here's where it gets really creative. When fresh socks were in short supply, which was most of the time, soldiers became textile engineers. They learned to dry wet socks using body heat, tucking them inside their uniforms close to their chest while they slept. Imagine spooning with your laundry, but hey, when it's life or death, dignity takes a back-to-memory seat. They also figured out the ancient art of sock rotation. They would maintain a meticulous record of the socks they had worn, those that were drying and those that were clean, much like a sophisticated filing system. Some soldiers developed elaborate schedules that would make a corporate calendar look simple. Tuesday, wear the grey wool, dry the cotton blend, air out the emergency pair. The really clever ones discovered that newspapers, when available, made excellent sock insulation. They'd wrap their feet in newspaper before putting on socks, creating a makeshift vapour barrier that would make modern hiking gear designers nod with approval. Of course, this led to the amusing situation of soldiers literally having yesterday's news in their boots, but when you're avoiding frostbite, you don't complain about the reading material. Some soldiers took the sock science even further, learning to waterproof their footwear using whatever was available. Candle wax, animal fat, even soap. Anything that could create a barrier between their feet and the elements. They became chemists, testing different combinations and sharing successful formulas like state secrets. The sock trade became so sophisticated that units developed their own internal economies. A pair of dry wool socks could be worth a day's rations. Clean socks served as birthday presents, Christmas gifts, and tokens of friendship. Soldiers would literally give you the socks off their feet, though probably not the ones they were currently wearing. And then there were the ingenious innovations in socks. Some soldiers learned to knit, creating custom toile, socks from unravelled sweaters or salvaged yarn. Others figured out how to repair holes using thread pulled from other garments, essentially performing sock surgery by candlelight. But perhaps the most touching aspect of the Great Sock Conspiracy was how it brought people together. Soldiers would share their foot care knowledge like family recipes, passing down the wisdom of keeping extremities warm from veteran to rookie. They'd help each other check for signs of frostbite, assist with the delicate operation of sock changing in cramped quarters, and share the precious resource of dry footwear. The discussion wasn't just about comfort, though comfort was certainly part of it. The debate was about maintaining the ability to fight, march, and survive. Feet were mission-critical equipment, and socks were the maintenance manual. Every dry sock was a small victory against the cold. Every successful foot care routine was a triumph of human ingenuity over hostile conditions. You know how they say 2 heads are better than 1? Well, in temperatures that could freeze your thoughts mid-think, 2 bodies were definitely better than 1. In freezing conditions, the buddy system evolved from simple military protocol to a delicate survival dance that demanded more coordination than a Broadway musical and more trust than a marriage. Imagine trying to explain to your spouse why you need to share a sleeping bag with your co-worker. Now imagine that sharing a bed isn't just a suggestion, it's the difference between waking up tomorrow and becoming a human popsicle. Welcome to the realm of tactical cuddling, where maintaining personal space has become an expensive luxury. The science behind shared body heat is actually pretty straightforward, though the execution could be hilariously awkward. Your body generates heat, about as much as a 100-watt light bulb when you're just sitting around. In normal conditions, most of that heat just wanders off into the atmosphere like an ungrateful teenager. But when you're trying to survive in conditions that would make an Arctic fox shop for a warmer coat, every BTU becomes precious. Soldiers quickly learned that sharing body heat wasn't just about snuggling up. It was about creating a microclimate, a tiny pocket of livable temperature in the middle of nature's deep freeze. They developed techniques that would make efficiency experts proud. 2 soldiers would zip their sleeping bags together, creating what they called a thermal envelope. Sounds fancy, but it was basically an adult sleeping bag built for 2 chilly people. But here's where it gets tricky, and sometimes hilarious. Sharing body heat requires coordination that would challenge a synchronized swimming team. Who sleeps on which side? How do you arrange arms and legs so that nobody's circulation gets cut off? What happens when one person needs to get up in the middle of the night? These became crucial tactical decisions that could mean the difference between a decent night's sleep and waking up more tired than when you went to bed. The rotation system they developed was pure genius. Since the person on the outside of the arrangement naturally got colder, they'd switch positions every few hours. It was like a freezing critical version of musical chairs. Some units developed elaborate schedules, with soldiers taking turns being the outside man and the inside man. Others just switched when whoever was getting colder couldn't stand it anymore. They also figured out the art of the heat exchange. Before settling in for the night, soldiers would do what they called warming exercises, essentially vigorous calisthenics designed to get their blood pumping and their core temperature up. Then they'd quickly get into their shared sleeping arrangements while their bodies still had heat to share. It was like preheating an oven, except the oven was your buddy, and the oven was trying to keep you both alive. The buddy system extended beyond sleeping arrangements. During the day, soldiers would work in pairs to check each other for signs of hypothermia or frostbite. They transformed into amateur medical diagnosticians, adept at identifying the subtle indications that a person was losing their fight against the cold. Slurred speech, confusion, uncontrollable shivering, these weren't just symptoms. They were emergency signals that required immediate intervention. They developed communication systems that worked even when talking became difficult. They developed hand signals, predetermined phrases, and systems for checking in with each other at regular intervals. How are your fingers became as important a question as, what's our position? The answers could determine whether someone was still fully functional or needed immediate help. Some of the buddy system innovations were surprisingly sophisticated. Soldiers learned to share not just body heat, but also the heat generated by their equipment. A small camp stove or heating device could warm 2 people if they positioned themselves correctly and shared the heat efficiently. They'd create windbreaks for each other, taking turns blocking the wind while the other person warmed up. But perhaps most importantly, the buddy system provided psychological warmth. Being cold and miserable alone is one thing. Being cold and miserable with someone else somehow makes it bearable. They'd tell jokes, share stories, and complain together about the conditions. Misery loves company. And in this case, companionship could literally save your life. The trust required was enormous. You had to trust your buddy to wake you up if you showed signs of hypothermia during the night. You had to trust them to share resources fairly, tell you if you were developing frostbite, and help you make the countless small decisions that could mean survival or disaster. In return, you had to be trustworthy yourself, putting your buddy's survival on the same level as your own. If you've ever watched MacGyver and thought nobody could really make a heater out of a paperclip and a stick of gum, then you've never met a World War II soldier facing down a winter that could freeze the enthusiasm right out of an optimist. These guys became the original masters of making something from nothing, turning the phrase "work with what you've got" into a survival philosophy that would make modern survivalists take notes. The first lesson in battlefield heating was that everything, and I mean everything, was a potential heat source. Did you ever have an empty tin can for your lunch? Congratulations, you just found yourself a hand warmer. Those candles you've been saving for special occasions? Every night trying not to become a human ice cube counts as special. The alcohol you've been hoarding for when the war ends? Well, it turns out alcohol burns, and burning things make heat. Who knew? Soldiers became amateur chemists, learning which materials burned cleanest and longest. They discovered that strips of cardboard, when rolled tightly and lit, could burn for surprisingly long periods. Paper soaked in melted candle wax became a slow-burning fuel source. They learned to make buddy burners, tin cans filled with rolled cardboard and wax that could provide heat for hours. But the real innovation came in heat distribution and conservation. While creating fire was the initial step, the real challenge was directing that heat to its most beneficial location. Soldiers learned to create heat reflectors using polished metal, mirrors, or even pieces of glass. They'd position these reflectors to bounce heat from small fires back toward themselves, essentially doubling the effectiveness of their heat sources. They also mastered the art of the heat bank. A fire could heat large stones, metal objects, or even their mess kits, which they then used as portable heaters. A hot stone wrapped in cloth could keep hands warm for hours. A heated mess kit could be tucked into a sleeping bag to pre-warm it before bedtime. The group was essentially creating medieval hot water bottles, but without using actual water bottles. Some of the most creative solutions involved repurposing military equipment in ways that would probably violate several military regulations. Empty ammunition boxes became miniature stoves. Discarded helmets became heat reflectors, or even cooking surfaces. They could create structures for holding heat sources, or build makeshift heaters using rifle cleaning rods. The really clever ones figured out group heating systems that would make modern heating engineers jealous. They'd dig small pits in the ground, line them with stones, build fires in them until the stones were thoroughly heated, then cover the coals and use the heated stones as radiant heaters. The thermal mass of the stones would continue to give off heat long after the fire had died down. Body heat amplification became another specialty. They learned to create heat traps using whatever materials were available. They could arrange extra clothing to create air pockets that trapped body heat. Blankets could be rigged to create tent-like structures that concentrated warmth from multiple heat sources. They figured out how to use their breath as a heating system, creating small enclosed spaces where exhaled air could warm incoming cold air. Some soldiers became experts in what they called heat scavenging, finding ways to capture and use heat that was already being generated. If someone was cooking, they'd position themselves to catch the heat from the cooking fire. If equipment was running and generating heat, they'd find ways to benefit from that warmth. No BTU was allowed to escape without being put to good use. The innovation extended to personal heating devices that bordered on genius. Soldiers learned to make hand warmers using metal containers, chemical reactions, or even simple friction devices. They'd create heated insoles for their boots using materials that retained heat. Some figured out how to modify their clothing to create better heat retention, adding layers, creating air pockets, or even rigging up primitive heating systems within their uniforms. But perhaps the most impressive innovations were the ones that solved multiple problems at once. One could use a heat-generating device for cooking, drying damp clothes, melting snow for drinking water, or even for signalling purposes. They weren't just making heaters, they were creating multi-purpose survival tools that addressed several needs simultaneously. The knowledge sharing that happened around these innovations was remarkable. Successful heat-making techniques rapidly disseminated throughout the units. Soldiers would demonstrate their inventions to others, teach their techniques, and continuously improve on each other's designs. It was like an open-source hardware project, except the hardware was keeping people alive. What's truly amazing is how these field innovations often worked better than the official equipment. Standard-issue heating devices, when they existed at all, were often too heavy, too fuel-intensive, or too fragile for field conditions. The soldier-invented alternatives were lighter, more efficient, and built to withstand the kind of abuse that comes with being carried into combat zones. Now, if you think building a blanket fort in your living room makes you an architect, wait until you hear about the subterranean cities that soldiers created when the surface world became too hostile for human habitation. These weren't just holes in the ground, they were sophisticated underground living spaces that would make tiny modern house enthusiasts weep with envy. The inspiration for going underground was pretty straightforward. If the surface temperature was trying to kill you, maybe it was time to accept the Earth's invitation to come inside. Soldiers quickly learned that just a few feet below ground, temperatures were significantly warmer and much more stable. Discovering a natural thermostat that Mother Nature had been concealing was a profound revelation. But digging a hole and calling it home was just the beginning. These underground spaces evolved into complex engineering projects that required skills nobody taught in basic training. Soldiers became excavation experts, structural engineers, and interior designers all at once. They had to figure out ventilation systems that would provide fresh air without letting in deadly cold. They needed drainage systems to prevent their homes from becoming underground swimming pools, and they had to create heating systems that wouldn't asphyxiate them in their sleep. The basic foxhole quickly evolved into something that resembled a studio apartment designed by someone who really understood the importance of thermal efficiency. They'd start with a basic excavation, then line the walls with whatever materials were available. Logs, boards, corrugated metal, even a packed snow that would freeze into protective walls. The key was creating insulation between the living space and the surrounding earth. Ventilation was the tricky part. You needed fresh air to breathe, but every opening was a potential heat leak. Soldiers became experts in creating air circulation systems that brought in oxygen while maintaining temperature. They'd create baffled entrances that prevented cold air from flowing directly into the living space. Some developed sophisticated chimney systems that drew smoke out, while pulling fresh air in through carefully designed vents. The heating systems they created for these underground spaces were marvels of efficiency. Small stoves made from tin cans or salvaged metal could heat an entire underground room. They learned to position heat sources for maximum efficiency and to create systems that distributed heat evenly throughout the space. Some even figured out radiant heating systems using heated stones or metal objects that would slowly release heat over time. But the real innovation was in space utilization. These weren't just survival shelters, they were livable spaces designed for multiple people to coexist in comfort. They created sleeping areas, common areas, storage spaces, and even workshops where they could maintain equipment or create new survival tools. Some underground spaces included multiple rooms connected by tunnels, essentially creating underground apartment complexes. The construction techniques they developed were surprisingly sophisticated. They learned to create structural supports that could handle the weight of Earth above while providing maximum living space below. They figured out how to waterproof their constructions using available materials. Some even created elevated floors to prevent ground moisture from making their living spaces damp and cold. Furniture in these underground hotels was a triumph of creative repurposing. Empty ammunition boxes became chairs, tables, and storage units. Logs or boards became benches and bed frames. Salvaged materials were transformed into shelving, lighting fixtures, and organisational systems. They were essentially furnished apartments created entirely from military surplus and found materials. The social dynamics of underground living required their own innovations. Multiple people living in small underground spaces needed systems for privacy, organisation, and conflict resolution. They developed schedules for sharing common areas, systems for maintaining cleanliness, and protocols for managing the inevitable personality conflicts that arise when you're essentially living in a cave with your co-workers. Some units created underground spaces that were genuinely impressive engineering projects. They'd excavate large common areas that could accommodate entire squads, with separate sleeping alcoves, storage areas, and workshop spaces. These underground complexes included sophisticated drainage systems, multiple heating zones, and even recreational areas where soldiers could relax when they weren't on duty. The decoration of these spaces reveals something touching about the human need for comfort and beauty, even in the most challenging circumstances. Soldiers would bring whatever personal items they could into these underground homes. Soldiers brought photographs, letters, and small mementos that served as reminders of their home. Some created artwork on the walls, carved decorations into wooden supports, or arranged their few possessions in ways that made the space feel more like home and less like a survival bunker. Perhaps most remarkably, these underground spaces became centres of community life. They were where soldiers shared meals, told stories, played games, and maintained the social connections that were crucial for morale. They weren't just surviving in these spaces, they were living, creating small communities that provided warmth, not just for bodies, but for spirits. You might think that eating in sub-zero temperatures is just a matter of opening a can and hoping for the best. But soldiers in World War II's coldest theatres discovered that food wasn't just fuel, it was medicine, a hand warmer, a morale booster, and occasionally the difference between making it through the night and not making it at all. The science of eating to stay warm became as crucial as any military strategy. The first thing these soldiers learned was that their bodies became calorie-burning furnaces in cold weather. Your body exerts significant effort to sustain its core temperature, consuming fuel at a pace that rivals that of a high-performance sports car. A soldier in freezing conditions might burn 4,000 to 6,000 calories a day, about twice what you'd burn sitting at a desk job. But here's the catch. Military rations weren't designed for Arctic conditions, and supply lines in wartime were about as reliable as weather forecasts. So soldiers became nutritional strategists, learning to maximise the warming potential of every morsel of food. They discovered that different types of food generated different amounts of internal heat. Fats and proteins were like throwing logs on your internal fire. They burned slowly and steadily, providing long-lasting warmth. Carbohydrates were more like kindling quick energy that could help when you needed an immediate heat boost. Hot food became medicine. A warm meal didn't just fill your stomach. It raised your core body temperature, improved circulation, and provided psychological comfort that was almost as important as the physical warmth. Soldiers would go to extraordinary lengths to heat their food, creating elaborate cooking systems that could function in the worst conditions. They became masters of what modern campers call one-pot meals, but their versions were far more sophisticated. They learned to create stews and soups that could be cooked efficiently while providing maximum nutritional and thermal benefit. These weren't just random ingredients thrown together, they were carefully planned combinations designed to provide sustained energy and warmth. Some of the food heating innovations were pure genius. Soldiers learned to use heated stones to warm their food, essentially creating prehistoric slow cookers. They'd heat metal objects in fires and use them to warm pre-cooked food. Some figured out how to use the heat from their bodies to slowly warm food over time, essentially wearing their dinner until it was ready to eat. The timing of eating became crucial. A hot meal right before sleep could provide the calories needed to maintain body temperature through the night. Small snacks throughout the day could keep the internal fires burning steadily. They learned to eat strategically, timing their food intake to provide maximum warming benefit when they needed it most. But here's where it gets really interesting. Soldiers discovered that some foods were natural hand warmers. Soldiers could hold hard candies, chocolate, nuts, and other high-energy foods in their mouths or hands to provide both nutrition and localized warmth. A piece of chocolate wasn't just a treat, it was a portable heating element that happened to taste delicious. They also became experts in food preservation in extreme cold. While freezing temperatures created storage challenges, they also provided natural refrigeration that could keep food fresh longer than normal. Soldiers learned to use the cold as a tool, freezing water for later use, preserving food that might otherwise spoil, and even creating makeshift ice boxes for storing supplies. The social aspect of eating in extreme cold conditions was equally important. Sharing hot food became a bonding experience that strengthened unit cohesion. Soldiers would alternate in cooking, exchange recipes and techniques, and ensure equitable distribution of the available hot food. A warm meal shared with comrades provided psychological warmth that was almost as important as the physical calories. Some units developed sophisticated cooking schedules that ensured someone always had access to hot food. They'd stagger their mealtime so that cooking fires were kept going. Throughout the day, this process essentially created a continuous source of heat and warm food. This process wasn't just about nutrition, it was about maintaining a constant source of warmth and comfort. The creativity in food preparation was remarkable. Soldiers learned to make hot drinks from almost anything. Melted snow mixed with whatever flavourings they could find, hot water with dissolved hard candies, even warm broths made from reconstituted rations. These weren't gourmet beverages, but they provided internal warmth and psychological comfort. They also discovered the warming power of spicy foods. They valued anything that could provide them with internal warmth. They treasured anything that could generate an internal heat sensation, including hot peppers, spicy sauces, and even strong alcohol. Some soldiers would save their spiciest rations for the coldest nights, using them as both food and internal heating systems. The most touching aspect of food in these extreme conditions was how it connected soldiers to home. Letters from family often included recipes, suggestions for staying warm, or descriptions of warm meals being prepared back home. Food served as a conduit between the frigid battlefield and the cosy kitchens they recalled, offering a level of comfort that extended beyond mere sustenance. After months of treating every degree above freezing like a personal gift from the weather gods, you might think that the arrival of spring would have been pure celebration. But for soldiers who had spent months becoming master craftsmen of survival, spring brought its own unique challenges, and revealed just how profoundly the experience of extreme cold had changed them. The first warm day was like meeting an old friend you hadn't seen in years. Soldiers would actually stand outside, faces turned toward the sun, trying to remember what warmth felt like on their skin. Some described it as almost overwhelming. After months of associating heat with precious, carefully rationed resources, having unlimited warmth from the sky felt like winning the lottery. But spring also meant saying goodbye to the elaborate survival systems they'd created. Was it time to abandon the carefully engineered underground shelters that had served as homes for months? Time to abandon them. Other sophisticated heating systems, which were crafted from scraps and ingenuity, no longer necessary. They are no longer necessary. We can now pack away the carefully planned clothing systems that had kept the survivors alive through the darkest nights. It was time to pack them away. There was something almost melancholy about dismantling these survival innovations. These weren't just tools, they were the products of creativity, desperation and collaboration that had literally saved lives. Some soldiers kept their homemade heating devices or modified clothing as souvenirs, tangible reminders of what they'd accomplished when everything seemed impossible. The transition to spring weather required its adjustments. Bodies that had adapted to burning massive amounts of calories to stay warm suddenly didn't need that fuel. Circulation systems that had been working overtime to keep extremities functional needed time to readjust. Some soldiers actually felt cold in temperatures that would have seemed tropical during the worst of winter. More importantly, spring revealed the psychological impact of surviving extreme conditions. These soldiers had developed a different relationship with comfort, with warmth, with the simple pleasure of not being cold. Many described never again taking for granted things like warm buildings, hot meals, or simply being able to feel their fingers and toes. The knowledge they'd gained didn't disappear with the snow. Veterans of extreme cold conditions became valuable resources for training new soldiers, passing on the hard-won wisdom of survival in impossible conditions. They taught the sock rotation systems, the buddy heating techniques, the underground construction methods, and the crucial psychology of staying warm when your equipment fails. Some of the innovations that soldiers developed in desperation actually influenced post-war military equipment design. The military started focusing more on cold weather gear, leveraging the hands-on experience of soldiers who had discovered effective solutions when lives were at stake. The gap between what looked good on paper and what functioned in life or death situations had been dramatically revealed. But perhaps most importantly, these experiences created bonds between soldiers that lasted long after the war ended. Men who had shared body heat to survive, who had worked together to build underground shelters, who had created heating systems from scraps. These shared experiences created relationships that transcended normal military camaraderie. Years later, at unit reunions, veterans would still discuss the innovations they'd created, the close calls they'd survived, and the remarkable things they'd accomplished when circumstances forced them to become inventors, engineers, and survival experts. They'd demonstrate their old sock-changing techniques, laugh about the complex methods for sharing body heat, and marvel at their ingenuity. The story of how World War II soldiers survived the coldest nights isn't just about individual survival. It's about what humans can accomplish when they combine necessity with creativity, when they work together toward a common goal, and when they refuse to let impossible conditions defeat them. Every warm sock, every shared sleeping bag, every makeshift heater was a small victory against circumstances that seemed designed to be unbeatable. These soldiers proved that survival isn't just about enduring. It's about adapting, innovating, and maintaining humanity even in the most inhumane conditions. They showed that comfort isn't just about having the right equipment, but about the creativity to make something from nothing, and the wisdom to understand that sometimes the best heating system is another human being who is facing the same challenges you are. So the next time you're adjusting your thermostat, pulling up an extra blanket, or complaining about being a little chilly, remember the soldiers who turned survival into an art form, who made warmth from scraps and ingenuity, and who proved that the human capacity for adaptation and innovation knows no limits, even when the thermometer suggests otherwise. Ultimately, they not only endured the coldest nights, but also conquered them through inventive solutions, and in doing so they left us a legacy not just of military history, but of human resilience, creativity, and the remarkable things that become possible when ordinary people refuse to accept that extraordinary circumstances must defeat them. Of Buckingham Palace, her bakers are engrossed in an industrial-scale game of flour roulette. You might assume, quite reasonably, that the most dangerous Victorian profession involved coal mines, where men descended into Stygian depths to wrestle black diamonds from the earth's reluctant grip. Or perhaps you'd wager on chimney sweeps, those sooty sprites who squeeze through flues narrower than a respectable woman's waist. Perhaps factory workers performed their risky routines amidst unprotected machinery, considering human limbs as mere extras. But no, the seemingly innocent art of baking bread was the Victorian occupation most likely to send you on your way. This revelation would undoubtedly surprise modern individuals who consider their greatest kitchen peril to be burning toast or discovering they've run out of sourdough starter. The Victorian bakehouse was not the cosy, flour-dusted sanctuary of contemporary imagination, populated by rosy-cheeked artisans humming while they knead. It was, quite literally, a deadly trap masquerading as a place of sustenance. The statistics, compiled by diligent Victorian bureaucrats who loved nothing more than categorising catastrophe, revealed that bakers died at rates that would make even the most hardened coal miner blanch beneath his perpetual coating of dust. Consider the irony. The very profession dedicated to sustaining life was remarkably efficient at ending it. Bakers, those stalwart providers of civilization's most fundamental foodstuff, faced mortality rates that transformed their daily routine into a macabre lottery where winning meant merely surviving until tea time. The reasons for this alarming state of affairs were as varied as they were absurd. Explosions featured prominently, naturally. When you combine highly combustible flour dust with open flames and Victorian-era safety standards, which could charitably be described as suggestions, you create conditions ripe for spectacular disaster. Imagine walking into work each morning knowing that your workplace contained all the essential ingredients for a bomb, and your job required you to provide the spark. But explosions were merely the most dramatic of the baker's occupational hazards. The profession provided a diverse range of opportunities to escape death. Heatstroke claimed victims with ruthless efficiency during summer months, when bakehouse temperatures soared to levels that would make Hades himself reach for a cooling compress. Respiratory ailments flourished in environments thick with flour dust, creating breathing conditions comparable to working inside a particularly malevolent snow globe. Then there were more pedestrian dangers that accumulated, like interest on debt. Ovens radiated heat with the intensity of miniature suns, causing burns. The machinery, which operated on the principle that safety guards were for the weak-willed, caused injuries. Poorly ventilated ovens, silently releasing their deadly breath into confined spaces, caused carbon monoxide poisoning. The Victorian baker began each day not with a cheerful whistle, but with what amounted to a death wish and a prayer to whichever deity supervised bread making. They entered their domain of dough and danger, knowing that their chosen profession viewed longevity as a character flaw to be corrected with extreme prejudice. Yet they persevered, these brave souls who transformed grain into sustenance while risking life and limb. They rose before dawn, literally and figuratively, to feed a nation that consumed bread with the enthusiasm of locusts, blissfully unaware that each loaf represented a small victory over the forces of occupational obliteration. The tale of Victorian baking mortality is not merely one of industrial hazard, but of human determination in the face of absurd adversity. It speaks to our species' remarkable ability to pursue even the most lethal vocations when driven by necessity, pride, or simple stubbornness. Now then, let us get into the particular genius of Victorian flour, a substance that possessed the dual personality of being both a life-sustaining staple and an enthusiastic explosive. Modern bakers, coddled by health and safety regulations, can scarcely imagine working with a primary ingredient that harboured such violent tendencies. Flour dust, you see, is not merely the innocent byproduct of milling grain. In the proper concentrations and conditions, it becomes what pyrotechnicians would recognise as an exceptional accelerant. The Victorian bakehouse, with its primitive ventilation and cavalier attitude toward dust control, created ideal conditions for what we might politely term spontaneous architectural rearrangement. The science behind flour explosions is elegantly simple and terrifyingly effective. Suspend fine particles of any combustible material in air at the correct concentration, typically between 40 and 4,000 grams per cubic metre for flour, add an ignition source and observe as your workplace transforms into a temporary volcano. The explosion occurs when the suspended particles burn simultaneously, creating a rapid expansion of gases that expresses itself through the inconvenient destruction of whatever structure happened to be containing it. Victorian bakers worked in environments where flour dust hung in the air like a perpetual London fog, coating every surface and creating what amounted to a three-dimensional bomb waiting for someone to strike a match. Victorian health and safety experts apparently overlooked the irony that their profession required bakers to work with open flames while surrounded by explosive material, assuming such individuals existed, which remains a matter of historical debate. The Gateshead Mill explosion of 1857 serves as a particularly illuminating example of flour's volatile nature. What began as a routine day of milling grain concluded with an explosion that could be heard 15 miles away and left a crater where a substantial building had stood mere moments before. 25 souls perished in that particular demonstration of flour's explosive enthusiasm, including several bakers who had simply been collecting their daily supplies. But mill explosions, spectacular though they were, represented only one aspect of the flour-related mortality that plagued Victorian bakers. The daily build-up of dust in bakehouses created consistently dangerous conditions. A baker lighting his oven in the morning faced odds comparable to a munitions worker conducting fuse tests. The difference was that the munitions worker at least expected his materials to explode. Victorian ventilation systems, designed by individuals who apparently believed that fresh air was overrated, ensured that flour dust remained suspended in bakehouse atmospheres for extended periods. Opening windows was often impractical due to weather conditions or the need to maintain specific temperatures for the bread production. Such systems created enclosed environments where flour particles danced through the air like microscopic time bombs, awaiting their moment of glory. The concentration of flour dust varied throughout the baking process, reaching particularly dangerous levels during mixing and kneading operations. Bakers working with large quantities of flour essentially performed their duties while swimming through a sea of potential explosives. That more bakehouses didn't explode on a daily basis speaks either to remarkable luck or to the intervention of divine providence, with a particular fondness for bread. Consider the typical Victorian baker's morning routine. Arrive before dawn, light the ovens while surrounded by combustible dust, begin mixing flour in quantities sufficient to supply a small army, all while maintaining the kind of casual attitude toward personal safety that would give modern occupational health specialists apoplexy. The tools of the trade contributed to the hazard. Wooden paddles striking mixing bowls could generate static electricity sufficient to ignite suspended flour particles. Metal implements scraping against stone surfaces produced sparks with the reliability of Victorian clockwork. Even the humble act of sifting flour through wire mesh created opportunities for electrostatic discharge that could transform a routine task into an explosive finale. Yet bakers adapted to these conditions with the pragmatic acceptance that characterized Victorian attitudes toward occupational hazards. They developed techniques for minimizing dust clouds, learned to recognize dangerous accumulations of flour particles, and acquired an almost supernatural awareness of ignition sources. Their workplace might have been a powder keg, but they were determined to extract bread from it regardless of the personal cost. The explosive nature of flour dust wasn't limited to dramatic mill disasters. Smaller explosions occurred with distressing regularity in individual bakehouses, often resulting in severe burns, structural damage, and the occasional baker launched through a wall like a flour-dusted cannonball. These incidents rarely made headlines, being considered occupational hazards rather than newsworthy events. Having established that Victorian bakers worked with explosives disguised as baking ingredients, let us now examine their working environment, a realm where temperatures soared to levels that would challenge the constitution of a salamander, and make even the most dedicated sun worshipper reconsider their devotion to warmth. The Victorian bakehouse oven stood as a testament to humanity's ongoing dedication to transforming raw ingredients into edible form, regardless of personal comfort or survival prospects. These massive brick and stone constructions operated on the principle that if some heat was good for baking, then temperatures capable of smelting copper were obviously superior. Imagine, if you will, stepping into a room where the ambient temperature regularly exceeded 120 degrees Fahrenheit, where metal surfaces glowed with heat, and where the air itself seemed to shimmer with malevolent energy. This space was the baker's daily office. This workspace would have impressed Dante as a particularly creative interpretation of infernal punishment. The ovens themselves reached internal temperatures of 500 to 800 degrees Fahrenheit, radiating heat that transformed the surrounding area into what could generously be described as a preview of the afterlife. Bakers laboured just a few feet away from these colossal ovens, meticulously loading and unloading bread, clad in clothing that provided the same level of protection as a gentleman's evening attire from a dragon's snarl. During summer months, conditions became genuinely murderous. The combination of external heat waves and internal oven temperatures created environments that challenged human physiology's ability to maintain basic functions. Heat stroke claimed victims with the efficiency of a well-organised plague, dropping bakers mid-task like wheat before the scythe. Victorian medical understanding of heat-related illness was, shall we say, primitive. The prevailing wisdom suggested that heat stroke resulted from moral weakness rather than physiological limits. These assumptions meant that bakers suffering from heat exhaustion were often encouraged to demonstrate greater fortitude rather than seek medical attention or, heaven forbid, take a break from their duties. The irony of dying from heat while producing food for a nation that complained constantly about cold weather was not lost on contemporary observers, though it provided little comfort to the families of bakers who had literally cooked themselves to death in service of their craft. Water was often scarce in bakehouses, as the combination of flour dust and moisture created paste that interfered with operations. Such conditions meant that bakers worked through scorching shifts with minimal hydration, their bodies fighting a losing battle against dehydration, while their profession demanded continued exposure to temperatures that would fell a camel. The clothing of the era compounded the problem. Heavy wool garments designed for Britain's typically cool climate became instruments of torture in bakehouse conditions. Changing clothes was considered improper, and lighter fabrics were expensive and impractical for manual labour. Bakers essentially worked while wearing portable saunas that trapped heat and moisture with ruthless efficiency. Ventilation systems, where they existed at all, were designed by individuals who apparently believed that air circulation was a luxury rather than a necessity for human survival. To maintain oven temperatures and prevent flour contamination, bakers often kept windows closed, creating sealed environments that would have impressed ancient Egyptian tomb builders. The psychological effects of working in such conditions were profound. Many bakers developed a peculiar gaze, akin to someone who has stared too long at industrial-strength heat, only to find it staring back with interest. They moved with the deliberate pace of people conserving energy for mere survival rather than efficient productivity. Yet they adapted with remarkable ingenuity. Experienced bakers learned to work in brief bursts, timing their activities to coincide with marginally cooler periods. They developed techniques for manipulating oven doors and loading bread that minimized exposure to direct heat. Some pioneered early versions of cooling strategies, though these rarely involved anything more sophisticated than strategic positioning near the rare draft or the occasional splash of precious water. The relationship between baker and oven resembled a dangerous courtship, where familiarity bred not contempt, but a healthy respect for an entity capable of ending the relationship permanently. Bakers learned to read their oven's moods, to anticipate temperature fluctuations, and to recognize the subtle signs that indicated when their workplace had achieved particularly lethal levels of thermal enthusiasm. Burns were so common they were considered part of the baker's uniform rather than injuries requiring attention. Arms bore scars like military decorations, each mark telling the story of a close encounter with surfaces hot enough to brand cattle. The successful baker was not one who avoided burns, but one who had learned to function despite them. While explosions provided the dramatic spectacle and heatstroke offered the theatrical flourish, the humble flour dust pursued its victims with the patient persistence of a particularly dedicated assassin. Unlike its more flamboyant cousins in the pantheon of occupational hazards, flour dust preferred the slow approach, accumulating in lungs with the methodical thoroughness of compound interest. The Victorian bakehouse atmosphere contained flour particles in concentrations that would make modern air quality inspectors reach for their emergency inhalers. Every movement stirred clouds of dust that transformed breathing from an automatic bodily function into a conscious decision requiring careful consideration of risk versus necessity. Picture the typical morning scene. A baker enters his domain of dough and danger, and immediately encounters air thick enough to chew. Measuring flour sends particles dancing through the atmosphere, akin to tiny ballet dancers performing a deadly spiral. Kneading operations create dust clouds that would rival the Sahara during a particularly enthusiastic sandstorm. By mid-morning, the air in a busy bakehouse resembled a London fog composed entirely of potential bread ingredients. The Victorians had a rudimentary understanding of respiratory health. The prevailing medical wisdom held that strong lungs could process any substance with sufficient determination. These beliefs meant that bakers experiencing breathing difficulties were often advised to demonstrate greater respiratory fortitude rather than consider the possibility that their workplace atmosphere might be attempting to kill them. The cumulative effect of inhaling flour dust day after day created what we might now recognise as occupational lung disease, though Victorian terminology preferred more creative descriptions. Baker's lung became a recognised condition, characterised by persistent coughing, shortness of breath, and the gradual transformation of healthy lung tissue into something resembling poorly mixed pastry. But flour dust was merely the headline act in the respiratory horror show that was the Victorian bakehouse. Coal dust from heating systems mingled with flour particles to create a toxic cocktail that challenged even the most robust constitution. Yeast spores added their contribution to the atmospheric soup, while smoke from ovens provided a finishing touch that would have impressed the most dedicated tobacco enthusiast. The lack of ventilation meant that these airborne hazards accumulated throughout the working day. reaching concentrations that transformed simple breathing into an extreme sport. Bakers developed the peculiar ability to work while taking shallow, measured breaths, unconsciously rationing their air intake to minimize the ingestion of particulate matter. Some bakers attempted to protect themselves by wrapping cloth around their faces, creating primitive masks that filtered the worst of the atmospheric assault. However, these impromptu breathing protection devices often interfered with their ability to taste and smell their products, which was considered essential to producing quality bread. Professional standards resolved the choice between breathing safely and baking competently, with predictable consequences for longevity. The seasonal nature of breathing problems added another layer of complexity to the baker's survival strategy. Summer brought additional dust from grain harvests, while winter sealed bakehouses against fresh air circulation. Spring cleaning operations, when accumulated dust was disturbed and redistributed, created temporary atmospheric conditions that resembled working inside a flour shaker during an earthquake. Children apprenticed to bakers faced particular challenges, as their developing breathing systems were less equipped to handle the constant assault of airborne particles. Many young apprentices developed chronic coughs that marked them as surely as any guild membership, a wheezing signature that announced their profession from considerable distances. Contemporary observers did not entirely miss the irony that bread, a symbol of life and sustenance, was produced in environments that systematically destroyed the health of its creators. However, Victorian society exhibited a remarkable ability to overlook uncomfortable realities. The contradiction was classified as an occupational necessity, rather than a systemic problem requiring attention. Experienced bakers developed an almost supernatural awareness of air quality, learning to detect dangerous concentrations of dust by subtle changes in light refraction and atmospheric density. They could navigate their workplaces during peak dust conditions with the skill of blind navigation, guided by instinct and hard-won experience rather than clear vision. The clean-up operations that concluded each working day created their own breathing challenges. Sweeping accumulated flour dust merely redistributed it into the air, creating temporary dust storms that transformed routine maintenance into a hazardous activity requiring careful timing and strategic breath-holding. Some bakers discovered that alcohol consumption seemed to provide temporary relief from breathing irritations, leading to the development of professional drinking customs that were justified as medical necessity rather than recreational activity. Whether these practices actually improved breathing function or merely made the symptoms more tolerable remains a matter of historical speculation. Having examined the environmental hazards that transformed Victorian bakehouses into inadvertent death traps, we must now turn our attention to the machinery employed in bread production, devices that appear to have been designed by individuals harbouring a personal grudge against anyone foolish enough to pursue a career in baking. The Victorian era's approach to industrial safety could be generously described as optimistic, or more accurately characterised as non-existent. The prevailing philosophy seemed to suggest that safety equipment was only for individuals who lacked sufficient moral character to prevent injury through sheer willpower. This attitude was particularly evident in bakehouse machinery, where moving parts operated with the exposed enthusiasm of mechanical predators eager to sample human anatomy. Consider the dough mixing apparatus, a marvel of engineering that combined effectiveness with lethality, in proportions that would have impressed medieval torture device designers. These machines featured rotating paddles and gears that operated without the inconvenience of safety guards, creating opportunities for bakers to become inadvertently incorporated into their products. The machinery's moving parts were positioned at precisely the right height to catch sleeves, aprons, and the occasional arm of anyone foolish enough to approach too closely during operation. The mixing machines operated on the principle that human reflexes were sufficiently quick to avoid entanglement with rotating metal components. This assumption proved overly optimistic with distressing regularity, leading to injuries that ranged from minor flesh wounds to complete limb removal. The machinery's indifference to human anatomy was matched only by its efficiency at processing dough, creating a workplace environment where productivity and personal safety existed in inverse proportion. Dough rollers presented their own unique challenges to baker survival. These devices consisted of heavy metal cylinders that rotated with sufficient force to flatten bread dough, and the occasional baker who failed to maintain appropriate distance. The lack of emergency stop mechanisms meant that once the rollers claimed a victim, the extraction process involved manual labour and creative problem-solving rather than simple machinery shutdown. The positioning of these rollers often required bakers to lean over or reach across moving parts during normal operation. creating scenarios that would challenge the agility of professional acrobats. Loading dough required careful timing and spatial awareness, as miscalculation could result in fingers, hands, or entire arms joining the bread ingredients in their journey between metal cylinders. Slicing machinery contributed to the list of occupational hazards. Large, unguarded blades operated with the reliability of Victorian clockwork and the safety consciousness of a medieval executioner. The positioning of bread for slicing required bakers to work near moving blades that could separate fingers from hands with surgical precision and considerably less medical supervision. The maintenance of this machinery fell to the bakers themselves, who were expected to clean, oil and repair equipment without the benefit of proper tools or safety procedures. Cleaning operations often required reaching into spaces occupied by gears, belts, and other moving components that viewed human fingers as foreign objects requiring immediate removal. Conveyor systems, where they existed, operated at heights and speeds that transformed routine bread loading into exercises in precision timing. Bakers worked beneath moving mechanical systems that occasionally shed components or entire assemblies onto the workspace below. The Victorian engineering philosophy that if it's working, don't fix it, meant that machinery operated until catastrophic failure rather than being maintained preventively. The steam systems used for oven operation created additional hazards through their combination of high pressure and primitive safety valves. Steam leaks occurred with predictable regularity, creating jets of superheated vapour that could cook human flesh with the efficiency of the ovens they were meant to serve. Pressure gauge failures transformed routine oven operation into exercises in mechanical roulette. Power transmission systems featured exposed belts and pulleys that operated at eye level and within easy reach of anyone working nearby. These systems were designed on the assumption that bakers possessed supernatural spatial awareness and would never accidentally contact moving machinery during their duties. The reality proved somewhat different, leading to entanglement injuries that provided harsh lessons in mechanical physics. The noise levels generated by this machinery created additional safety hazards by masking warnings, sounds, and preventing communication between workers. Bakers developed a form of sign language to communicate over the mechanical din, though this system proved inadequate for conveying urgent safety warnings or cries for assistance during machinery-related emergencies. Emergency procedures consisted primarily of shouting for help and hoping that someone would hear over the mechanical noise and respond before the situation progressed from dangerous to fatal. The concept of emergency stops, safety switches, or other protective measures had apparently not occurred to the designers of Victorian bakehouse equipment. Now that we have catalogued the impressive array of hazards that made Victorian baking such an enthusiastically lethal profession, we must examine how it compared to other occupations in the grand competition for workplace mortality. The results may surprise those who assume that coal mining or factory work held undisputed claims to occupational danger. Coal mining, that traditional champion of workplace fatality, certainly offered impressive mortality statistics. Miners faced cave-ins, explosions, flooding, and the slow death of black lung disease. The depths of British coal mines claimed lives with mechanical regularity, creating widows and orphans at rates that impressed even Victorian observers accustomed to industrial carnage. Yet despite these formidable credentials, coal mining ranked second to baking in occupational mortality rates, a distinction that would have surprised both miners and bakers had they been informed of this particular competition. The key difference lay in volume and exposure. While mining disasters were spectacular and well documented, they were also relatively infrequent events affecting limited numbers of workers. Baking hazards, by contrast, operated continuously and affected virtually every individual in the profession. Every baker faced daily exposure to explosive flour dust, lethal heat, respiratory hazards, and dangerous machinery, creating cumulative risks that exceeded even the considerable dangers of underground mining. Factory work, another traditional contender for most dangerous occupation, offered its own impressive array of hazards. Textile mills featured unguarded machinery that viewed human limbs as expendable components, while chemical works produced atmospheric conditions that challenged basic human physiology. Steel production combined extreme heat with molten metal and toxic gases, creating working environments that resembled elaborate methods of execution more than places of employment. Yet factory workers, despite their impressive mortality rates, benefited from certain advantages unavailable to bakers. Factory shifts were often limited to 12 or 14 hours, while bakers regularly worked 18-hour days to meet demand for fresh bread. Factory workers typically specialised in single operations, while bakers faced multiple simultaneous hazards throughout their working day. Most significantly, factory accidents were often discrete events, while bakehouse hazards operated continuously. Railway work earned recognition for spectacular fatality rates, particularly among those responsible for coupling cars or operating signals. The combination of massive moving machinery, primitive safety equipment, and time pressure created conditions ripe for dramatic accidents. Railway workers faced the constant possibility of being crushed, severed, or simply disappearing beneath the wheels of progress. However, while railway mortality was impressive, it primarily occurred during specific high-risk operations instead of throughout the entire working day. Construction work offered its catalogue of creative fatality methods, from falls to crushing injuries to electrocution as power systems developed. The construction of Victorian Britain's architectural achievements required workers to perform dangerous operations at considerable heights with primitive safety equipment. Scaffolding collapse, structural failure, and tool-related injuries created steady streams of construction casualties. However, construction workers enjoyed certain advantages in their competition with bakers for occupational mortality. Construction projects were temporary, offering workers periods of relative safety between dangerous assignments. Weather conditions often suspended operations, providing involuntary safety breaks. Most importantly, construction hazards were generally visible and immediate, allowing workers to develop specific strategies for avoiding particular dangers. Chimney sweeps, those sooty sprites of Victorian industrial society, faced their own unique collection of hazards. Working in confined spaces filled with toxic gases, navigating flues barely wide enough for human passage, and dealing with structural collapse created mortality rates that impressed even hardened Victorian observers. The combination of suffocation, toxic exposure, and the occasional dramatic plunge from significant heights made chimney sweeping a profession with limited retirement prospects. Yet chimney sweeps worked intermittently rather than continuously, moving between locations and spending significant periods in relatively safe environments. Their exposure to lethal. The hazards in this context were intense but brief, unlike those faced by bakers, who encountered constant danger during their extended working days. The maritime trades offered spectacular opportunities for sudden death through drowning, shipwreck, and weather-related disasters. Sailors faced storms, pirates, disease, and the general hostility of oceanic environments toward human survival. Fishing crews dealt with dangerous equipment, unstable vessels, and seas that viewed humans as unwelcome intruders requiring immediate removal. Maritime mortality statistics were impressive, but they reflected episodic rather than continuous danger. Sailors spent significant time in port or during calm weather when risks were minimal. Even the most dangerous voyages included periods of relative safety, unlike the continuous hazard exposure that characterized Victorian baking. The superiority of baking as a lethal occupation resulted from the combination of multiple simultaneous hazards operating continuously throughout extended working periods. While other professions might excel in particular categories of danger, none matched baking's comprehensive approach to occupational mortality. Bakers faced explosion, heat stroke, respiratory disease, machinery injuries, and toxic exposure simultaneously, creating cumulative risks that exceeded the sum of individual hazards. As our journey through the charnel house of Victorian baking draws to its conclusion, we must address the most perplexing question of all. Given that producing bread was more dangerous than mining coal or sailing storm-tossed seas, how did humanity manage to maintain its bread supply without completely exhausting the supply of individuals willing to risk their lives for the sake of a decent loaf? The answer lies in the peculiar combination of human strength, economic necessity, and the remarkable capacity of our species to adapt to even the most unreasonable circumstances. Victorian society managed to maintain its bread production through a combination of factors that would have impressed survival experts and appalled modern safety regulators in equal measure. Economic desperation played a significant role in maintaining bakehouse staffing levels. The Victorian economy offered limited opportunities for individuals lacking substantial educational capital, making dangerous occupations attractive by default rather than design. Baking, despite its impressive mortality statistics, provided steady employment and relatively good wages for those brave or desperate enough to pursue it. The profession's high turnover rate, due to factors both voluntary and involuntary, created continuous opportunities for advancement that attracted workers despite the obvious risks. Geographic concentration contributed to the profession's sustainability. Urban and rural communities distributed baking, ensuring that local disasters rarely affected the entire industry simultaneously. Although a mill explosion might eliminate several experienced bakers, the overall baking profession continued to operate due to the survival of practitioners in other locations. This distributed risk model ensured continuity of bread production, even as individual bakehouses demonstrated flour's explosive potential with distressing regularity. The apprenticeship system provided a continuous supply of young workers who possessed the combination of energy and inexperience necessary to enter such a dangerous profession. Young apprentices, blessed with the optimism of youth and lacking detailed knowledge of occupational mortality statistics, entered baking with enthusiasm undimmed by realistic risk assessment. By the time they gained sufficient experience to understand the true dangers of their chosen profession, they had also developed the skills necessary to survive, if they had survived to develop them. Technological improvements, while slow to arrive and slower to be implemented, gradually reduced some of the more spectacular hazards associated with baking. Better oven designs improved heat management, while primitive ventilation systems began to address the worst accumulations of flour dust. Safety equipment, when it existed at all, provided marginal improvements in survival prospects. These advances occurred at a pace that would have impressed geological formations, but they did eventually contribute to reducing the profession's astronomical mortality rates. The development of professional knowledge and survival techniques allowed experienced bakers to accumulate wisdom about navigating their hazardous environment. Veterans of the flour wars developed almost supernatural awareness of dangerous conditions, learning to recognize the subtle signs that indicated imminent explosion, heat stroke, or machinery malfunction. This accumulated expertise was passed to apprentices through a combination of formal instruction and dramatic object lessons provided by those who had failed to master survival techniques. Social adaptation played a crucial role in maintaining the baking profession's viability. Communities developed support systems for the families of bakers killed in the line of duty, creating social safety nets that made the profession's risks more bearable for those considering entry. Professional organisations, where they existed, provided mutual aid and shared knowledge about survival techniques. The development of professional pride and identity helped maintain morale despite the obvious hazards. The gradual recognition of occupational hazards led to incremental improvements in working conditions, despite the slow pace of Victorian industrial safety progress. Some acknowledgement of workplace dangers eventually led to marginal improvements. Better building ventilation, improved machinery guards, and basic first aid knowledge gradually decreased the number of preventable fatalities, although the overall mortality rate remained impressively high. Perhaps most importantly, human adaptation to extreme conditions demonstrated our species' remarkable ability to normalize even the most abnormal circumstances. Bakers developed mental frameworks that allowed them to function despite daily exposure to potentially lethal hazards. They created professional cultures that celebrated survival rather than dwelling on mortality, developing humour and traditions that made their dangerous occupation psychologically sustainable. The Victorian baking profession ultimately survived due to the same combination of factors that has enabled humanity to endure countless other challenges: necessity, adaptation, and the remarkable human capacity to keep functioning even in circumstances that might seem impossible to outside observers. Bakers continued to rise before dawn, light their dangerous ovens, and transform explosive flour into life-sustaining bread because civilization required them to do so. The legacy of Victorian baking mortality serves as a reminder of how far we have progressed in workplace safety, while simultaneously illustrating humanity's capacity to persevere under even the most challenging circumstances. Modern bakers, protected by safety regulations, ventilation systems, and manned machinery guards, owe a debt to their Victorian predecessors, who quite literally died to perfect the art of bread production. In the end, the story of Victorian baking mortality is not merely a tale of industrial hazard, but a testament to human determination and adaptability. It reminds us that even the most fundamental aspects of civilization, including something as basic as daily bread, often come at costs that are hidden from those who benefit from them. The Victorian bakers who risk their lives to feed their communities deserve recognition not only for their courage, but also for their contribution to the gradual development of safer working conditions that we now take for granted. Their sacrifice, measured in explosions survived, heat strokes endured, and respiratory systems gradually destroyed, helped create the foundation upon which modern food production stands. We owe them, quite literally, our daily bread, and the acknowledgement that civilization's most basic necessities often require the greatest personal courage from those who provide them. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nikola snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9, determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home. Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognized that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Juka's improvisational skills showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, These formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale, was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak, contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest, while working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how 2 or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at Graz. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticized, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognized Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, the Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly skeptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he figured out that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signalled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable DC regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899, perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests. The remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, JP Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumors about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, thus, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Warden Cliff on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Wardenclyffe Tower Project. With financing from JP Morgan initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling? Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognise the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public scepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure, yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight, but Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 3327, he left behind boxes boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore over the decades. Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did your movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned, between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress, remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination. Jeanne-Antoinette Poisson, destined to become the immortal Madame de Pompadour, arrived in a Paris that was both glittering and precarious. Born on December the 29th, 1721, she occupied a curious social limbo. Her father, François Poisson, drifted in and out of business success, while her mother, Louise Madeleine de la Motte, cultivated ties among bankers and courtiers. Rumours insinuated that Jeanne's true father might be a wealthy financier, le Normand de Tournehem. Whispers aside, from infancy, she received an education far above what most middle-class girls could dream of, learning not only to read and write, but also to dance, sing, and appreciate the subtlety of wit, skills that would later prove invaluable. Her mother cherished a prophecy from a fortune-teller who claimed Jeanne would someday rule the heart of a king. This prophecy, half in jest, guided her mother's ambitions. She introduced Jeanne to private tutors who immersed the girl in the nuances of theatre, music, and the refined manners of Parisian salons. The child became adept at reciting verses by Racine or playing harpsichord preludes. People teased that she might become a minor actress in the city's comedic troupes. Instead, fate had something grander in store. At age 9, Jeanne was placed briefly in the Ursuline convent to polish her moral upbringing, though the real impetus behind this stay was to shield her from a smallpox outbreak. There, in a stark room with stone floors, she first confronted the gulf between the cheer of drawing-room society and the bleak realities of illness and mortality. She survived with her health intact, returning to secular hostel life with a renewed sense of carpe diem. Her mother's circle had not diminished. On the contrary, they believed Jeanne's brush with potential tragedy demanded that she enjoy the world's pleasures with heightened urgency. By adolescence, she graced the occasional soiree. Her presence glowed, large, expressive eyes, a lively intelligence, and a measured confidence that belied her youth. One had to be careful, though ambition in a woman could be ridiculed or scorned. So Jeanne cultivated an outward modesty, letting her talents speak softly. Through the dynamic swirl of Paris's haute bourgeois gatherings, she eventually met Charles Guillaume Lenormand d'Etiolles, a relative of her rumoured patron father. This connection sparked talk of a suitable marriage. The match appealed to her mother, who hoped it would secure Jeanne's future. For her part, Jeanne saw in Charles a kind soul, if not a blazing passion. The union in 1741 launched her into a comfortable life of receptions and mild amusements on their estate near Paris. Yet the city's gravitational pull was strong. Jeanne received numerous invitations to select aristocratic salons, as people quickly noticed her wit in conversation. She did not shy it from discussing art or drama, nor from gently critiquing certain aspects of courtly extravagance. That slight dash of candour, balanced by charm, distinguished her from the endless parade of stiff, self-conscious ladies. Within months, word spread, there is a Madame d'Etiolles whose presence lights up any gathering. The Comtesse de Fouquier introduced her to more exclusive circles, culminating in an opportunity to attend a masked ball at Versailles in 1745, celebrating the marriage of the Dauphin. There, among a crush of masked revellers, she caught the eye of King Louis XV. The king, reticent by nature, found in her a refreshing mixture of grace and candour. While elaborate intrigues swirled around him, this newcomer radiated sincerity. Their brief conversation that evening was filled with an electricity that neither of them could forget. Court watchers speculated, but none predicted how swift the next moves would be. Madame d'Etiolles was no naive maiden. She recognised the risk of courting royal attention. The previous royal favourite, the Duchesse de Châteauroux, had recently died, leaving an emotional gap in the king's life. Yet stepping into that void threatened scandal, especially for a woman not of noble birth. Still, from behind her modulated smiles, Jeanne sensed destiny aligning. The prophecy her mother once whispered returned to mind. She would rule the heart of a king. She recognised that in a rigidly stratified society, becoming the king's confidant might be her only path to real influence. By the year's end, a plan was set in motion. The king's valet discreetly arranged a meeting. Under the veil of secrecy, they exchanged letters. Her husband, outraged, found himself powerless. The monarchy overshadowed personal protest. In March 1745, Louis XV arranged for her to be presented at court formally. The once lower bourgeois Jeanne Antoinette was granted a title, Marquise de Pompadour. It was a moment of metamorphosis. The fatherless child, the teased girl who studied the great playwrights, now stepped onto the grand stage of Versailles. The next decade would see her orchestrate art patronage, political alliances, and shape the monarchy's image. Yet behind the gilded exteriors, a swirl of jealousy, rumour, and heartbreak would dog her steps. For now, though, she embraced her new name, Madame de Pompadour, and prepared to navigate the labyrinth of royal favour. In 1745, when Jeanne Antoinette Poisson made her debut as the newly minted Marquise de Pompadour at Versailles, the gilded corridors were filled with admiration. She became the first bourgeois mistress to receive open recognition from a French king. Elegant but not aristocratic, her every move drew scrutiny. Enemies whispered that she had bewitched Louis XV. Others admired her graceful bearing, praising her flawless manners and a cultivated charm that overshadowed even established duchesses. The king himself displayed uncharacteristic devotion, summoning her for private suppers, parading her at formal events, and awarding her lavish apartments in the palace. Versailles was a realm of illusions. Behind mirrored halls and polished marbles lay cutthroat rivalries. The courtiers, ephemeral in their silks and powdered wigs, circled Madame de Pompadour like vultures. Some attempted flattery, showering her with compliments in hopes of winning her into session with the king. Others plotted to dethrone her, fearing that her influence might reshape politics. Among these conspirators was the Dauphin's circle, along with older aristocratic families who scorned a mere commoner overshadowing them. Yet Madame de Pompadour remained unfazed. She had honed her social instincts in the bourgeois salons, and her intellect soared beyond mere coquetry. She recognised that the surest path to security was to make herself indispensable to Louis XV, not merely as a bedfellow but as a confidant, counsellor and orchestrator of cultural life. She set about renovating her living quarters, appointing them with sumptuous tapestries, elegant furniture, and curated artworks. The effort wasn't mere self-indulgence. It mirrored her ambition to make Versailles a beacon of refined taste, She championed the Rococo aesthetic, a style that favoured playful curves, pastel hues, and whimsical motifs. Under her patronage, artists like Boucher and Van Loo gained commissions for witty, light-hearted paintings. Porcelain from the Sèvres factory, which she helped develop, became a symbol of French craftsmanship, prized across Europe. The synergy of her aesthetic sense with the monarchy's resources birthed an era in which the French court style reigned supreme among Europe's elites. But Madame de Pompadour did not confine herself to the arts. She also recognised the intricacies of diplomacy. France teetered between alliances with Spain, Austria, and other powers. Meanwhile, rival Britain loomed across the Channel, its navy menacing French colonial interests. Louis XV, though well-intentioned, often avoided direct policy-making, retreating to hunting or private amusements. Pompadour stepped into that vacuum, forging ties with ministers and ambassadors. She guided the choice of the foreign minister, favoured certain generals, and mediated tensions at home. Critics scorned the idea of a woman controlling foreign policy. She brushed aside their derision, focusing on forging alliances that might bring stability. The 1756 diplomatic revolution, aligning France with Austria, bore her fingerprints. Although the subsequent 7 Years' War turned disastrous for France, one cannot dismiss her attempt to recalibrate alliances in a fracturing Europe. As mistress, she also faced the vulnerability that her bedroom role might wane. Louis XV, known for a roving eye, could have set her aside once novelty faded. She addressed that possibility head-on by establishing a deeper emotional bond with him. She cultivated a warm companionship, shared intellectual pursuits, and even managed his anxiety or indecision in state matters. Aware that physical intimacy might recede, she pivoted to become his loyal friend, advising on matters ranging from building projects to royal ceremonies. Over time, though the romantic spark diminished, the emotional closeness lingered. If gossip circulated that her sexual influence had ended, she retained the king's trust, ensuring her place as a fixture at her court. Amid the court's swirling intrigues, Pompadour also championed philosophers and writers. Voltaire, previously scorned at Versailles, found in her a rare ally. She admired his wit, and though cautious about overtly challenging the church or censorship, she quietly facilitated his projects. Diderot's Encyclopédie, a compendium that threatened the old guard with new ideas, also benefited indirectly from her protective stance. She believed that the monarchy could remain stable while fostering progressive thought. An irony, perhaps, given that future revolutionaries drew on such Enlightenment works to question royal authority. For her part, Pompadour saw no contradiction. She wanted a monarchy polished by reason and aesthetic brilliance, not a stagnant relic. In the shadows, health concerns began plaguing her. She suffered from bouts of illness, likely exacerbated by stress. The palace doctors, incompetent by the modern standards, offered only bleedings or tonics. She pressed on, orchestrating plays, hosting literary salons, and continuing to counsel the king. The year 1757 brought a narrow brush with death for Louis XV, which consisted of an assassination attempt by Damiens, which rattled the monarchy. Pompadour's unwavering presence, urging calm and punishing conspirators, further solidified her position. She had become more than a mistress or a decorative figure. She was the monarchy's anchor of continuity, bridging personal comfort for the king and the broader cultural identity of the era. Despite swirling rumour and envy, she pressed on, aware that her star might dim at any moment, but determined to leave a luminous mark on France's cultural and political landscape. As the 1750s advanced, Madame de Pompadour's role in Versailles crystallised. She reigned as an unmatched patroness of the arts, ensuring that the palace no longer served solely as a symbol of absolute monarchy, but also as a stage for creative brilliance. She championed painters like François Boucher, whose pastoral scenes and playful mythologies perfectly suited the Rococo style Pompadour adored. Through her influence, tapestry workshops in Beauvais and Gobelins reached new heights, weaving dreamlike landscapes that graced royal salons. Yet her artistry extended beyond commissions. She personally oversaw colour schemes, interior decorations, and table settings for state banquets. In an age when women's influence was often restricted to the domestic sphere, Pompadour turned domestic aesthetics into a grand cultural statement. Simultaneously, she strengthened ties with intellectuals. Her secret exchanges of letters with Voltaire stand out, though she never fully endorsed his more radical critiques of religion or monarchy. She appreciated his wit and recognised the advantage of having a famous pen on her side. The philosopher envied her proximity to power, while she admired his intellectual boldness. Tales say she even facilitated Voltaire's appointment as historiographer to Louis XV, though discreetly to avoid conservatives accusing her of promoting subversive ideas. She tread more carefully when dealing with Diderot. The encyclopédie tested the monarchy's tolerance, so Pompadour approached its controversies with caution, ensuring that, while censors barked, they rarely bit too deep. She saw France's future in a delicate balance. Enlightened thinking might modernise the monarchy, but unbridled criticism could incite rebellion. Her relationship with the king evolved in tandem. The early romantic fervour had cooled, replaced by an affectionate friendship. Some courtiers quietly mocked that she no longer shared the royal bed, but had become headmistress of culture. Others believed she retained intangible intimacy, beyond the physical realm, that anchored the king's trust. She became the caretaker of his emotional well-being, scheduling amusements to lighten his melancholic moods. She also shielded him from certain noble factions who stoked conflict for personal gain. If the king found more fleeting conquests, Madame de Pompadour rarely intervened, focusing on preserving her unique bond. She possessed a surprising serenity, underpinned by the conviction that her mastery of conversation, taste, and sincerity kept her indispensable. However, the 7 Years' War, erupting in 1756, tested her position. The war pitted France against Britain, Prussia, and other shifting alliances. Many pointed at her for the diplomatic revolution, alliances that had France supporting Austria. The war's initial campaigns went poorly for France, especially overseas, where British fleets seized French colonies. At home, taxes soared to fund failing armies, and the populace grew restive. Rival courtiers pinned blame on Pompadour, accusing her of amateurish interference in grand strategy. Pamphleteers circulated nasty caricatures depicting her enthroned, pulling puppet strings while generals kowtowed. She responded calmly, urging the king to replace incompetent ministers and reorganize finances, but morale was low. The humiliations on the battlefield tarnished both the monarchy's image and her own. In this crisis, she allied with the Duc de Choiseul, a capable statesman who shared her vision of stabilizing foreign policy. Together, they reformed the navy, tried to unify command, and pursued new loans. Though results took time, these measures slowed the hemorrhage of French fortunes. Meanwhile, she commissioned elaborate stage entertainments within Versailles to maintain a veneer of opulence, hoping that even as the war raged, the court's sense of refinement might soothe the king's anxieties. Critics referred to her as frivolous, yet she steadfastly maintained that if the monarchy seemed to crumble from within, the entire nation could become disheartened. Rumours swirled that she occasionally wept in private at the war's mounting casualties, feeling guilt for the diplomatic shifts that had set off the conflict's chain of events. Others insisted her tears were for the loss of her own political clout. The truth likely combined these facets. As a woman possessing more influence than many statesmen, she carried a heavy burden of accountability. Nonetheless, she pressed on with unwavering composure, greeting ambassadors politely, offering them the best French wines, and deflecting barbs about lost battles with the impeccable politeness of a hostess who would not let gloom overshadow the monarchy's majesty. All the while, her health frayed. She suffered from frequent migraines, respiratory infections, and perhaps the early signs of tuberculosis. Versailles' damp corridors and unpredictable weather hardly helped. Yet to preserve her image, she rarely admitted weakness, continuing to preside over official gatherings in sumptuous gowns, a faint smile on her lips. She confided in a small circle, noting that though her body felt battered, her spirit remained fiery. She was no naive ingenue. She recognized that if her health collapsed, her enemies would swoop in, reconfiguring the monarchy's circle of favourites. She needed to maintain her integrity, at least in public, to prevent the flame of her ambitions from fading. As the war continued into the early 1760s, the reputation of Madame de Pompadour began to fade due to her numerous defeats. Many corners of Versailles whispered that the monarchy needed a scapegoat for the lost battles in distant lands, like the humiliations in India and Canada, and who better to blame than the bourgeois mistress turned stateswoman? Meanwhile, King Louis XV had grown more taciturn, burdened by gloom as reports from the front lines showcased fiasco after fiasco. Pompadour, though, refused to retreat into obscurity. She believed her cultural legacy, if not her foreign policies, might yet salvage her name in history. She threw herself into grand architectural projects. The Petit Trianon, for instance, took shape as a small chateau in the palace's grounds. Officially, it was an expression of refined tastes, an embodiment of the new neoclassical style that was edging out Rococo flamboyance. Pompadour championed this shift, instructing architects to favour clarity, proportion, and a gentle grandeur. She oversaw landscaping, ensuring the gardens offered a tranquil retreat from Versailles' stifling pomp. Though some courtiers mocked the expense amid a draining war, she defended it as fostering national artistry and craftsmanship. Indeed, her unwavering support for Sèvres porcelain, tapestry weavers, and furniture makers kept them afloat despite war-induced financial crises. These actions ironically preserved France's global reputation for luxury goods, even as military fortunes waned. A more private pastime was her encouragement of scientific curiosity. She facilitated gatherings where mathematicians and natural philosophers demonstrated the latest theories on electricity or the cosmos. On rare nights, the king himself might wander in, feigning mild interest, while she asked pointed questions about planetary orbits or experimental contraptions. If some at court found it absurd for a mistress to delve into science, she responded with an elegant shrug. Beauty, she believed, encompassed knowledge too. Though never an Enlightenment radical, she saw no harm in letting conversation roam beyond strict orthodoxy, provided it didn't undermine monarchy or faith. At her private dinners, one might overhear discussions of Newton, echoes of Voltaire's praise for Newtonian physics, and speculations about whether the cosmos reflected God's grandeur or reason's supremacy. Despite this glow of intellectual patronage, the war pounded on, culminating in the Treaty of Paris 1763, which sealed France's losses overseas. The king's morale sank further, as did public opinion of the monarchy. Exchequer coffers had been gutted, complicating the monarchy's ability to placate unrest at home. The marquise faced renewed calls from influential dukes and princes to step aside. But each time, Louis XV reaffirmed her presence, telling critics quietly that her loyalty and counsel were more precious than ephemeral scapegoats. Even so, her influence on foreign or economic policy receded somewhat, ceding space to ministers like the Duc de Choiseul. She recognised that sometimes stepping back could preserve her position in a monarchy grown suspicious of overreach. Her personal life took a bittersweet turn as well. While she and Louis XV parted physically, their emotional bond endured. She oversaw some discreet new favourites for the king, ensuring they remained overshadowed by her serial and emotional role. This arrangement caused outward scandal, like a mistress who arranged lesser mistresses for the king. To her, it was a strategy to maintain unity. She avoided illusions about romance. She valued the monarchy's stability, her safety, and the king's contentment. Courtiers who smelled hypocrisy could do little but whisper. Meanwhile, exhaustion gnawed at her. Her health demands soared. She sought cures in mineral baths, sojourns to fresh country air, or quackish potions. At times, she coughed blood, a dire sign. Doctors pleaded with her to relinquish intense court duties. She demurred, worried the vacuum might invite her enemies to corner the king. On good days, she could host a modest dinner, entertaining ambassadors with wry anecdotes about cultural trifles. On terrible days, she lay bedridden, instructing maids to deliver sorors, deliver urgent messages to or from the king's cabinet. Rumours circulated that she might not outlive the decade. Some courtiers rejoiced in that possibility. One morning in 1764, she travelled to Paris for a medical consultation. The city, abuzz with new philosophic clubs, briefly reminded her of simpler times, long before she was Madame de Pompadour, when she was just Jeanne d'Etiole, enthralled by the capital's vibrancy. Nostalgia mingled with anxiety about her fate. The doctor's diagnosis was grim: advanced pulmonary disease. She still resolved to return to Versailles, determined not to show mortal frailty in front of her detractors. The monarchy demanded the facade of unchanging grace. In April 1764, her condition deteriorated sharply. Her final days saw her writing letters to loyal friends, expressing regret not for her climb, but for the heartbreak inflicted, and the war's tragedies. The king, uncharacteristically emotional, visited her bedside offering comfort. On April 15th, 1764, Madame de Pompadour died at the age of 42. The court's immediate response was a wave of mixed sentiment. Some courtiers were relieved, others stunned at the end of an era. The king, famously stoic, watched her coffin leave Versailles in the rain, reportedly muttering, "Every day I lose a friend." The mistress who had soared from bourgeois birth to the apex of courtly power now belonged to history, leaving behind a legacy of cultural revival overshadowed by a disastrous war. Though ephemeral in mortal form, her imprint on France's art, diplomacy, and monarchical identity resonated long after her final breath. The news of the death of Madame de Pompadour swept through France's chattering classes. Her casket left Versailles quietly, without the state honours some believed she deserved, signifying the monarchy's official reluctance to over-celebrate a mistress. Yet beyond the palace gates, a more nuanced reaction emerged. The artisans of Sèvres porcelain laid wreaths in her memory, recalling that her patronage had elevated their craft to global renown. Playwrights in Paris's bustling theatres acknowledged her crucial role in supporting comedic and dramatic works, especially those by authors who previously found no foothold at court. The city's literati debated whether she'd been a subversive ally of Enlightenment or merely an opportunist who shielded radical writers from direct censorship. In the years following her passing, a swirl of memoirs and diaries from court insiders added complexities to her portrait. Some, like the Duchesse de Bragg, insisted Pompadour was cunning but never malicious, referencing times when she mediated petty feuds and sought to reduce court punishments. Others, such as the Comte d'Argenson, portrayed her as manipulative, citing how she influenced Louis XV to ostracize certain ministers. The truth likely encompassed both dimensions, a woman forging alliances to survive in a labyrinth of power, occasionally stooping to intrigue, but also championing genuine reforms. Posthumously, Voltaire penned a measured eulogy, calling her the luminary who strove to lighten the gloom of a fractious monarchy. He didn't shy from acknowledging her mistakes, particularly in foreign policy, yet lauded her role in fueling the arts. This balanced tribute resonated with a segment of the population that recognised how precarious her place at court had been, pinned between satisfying a king's ephemeral desires and wielding real influence in a male-dominated sphere. In an epoch dismissive of women's public roles, her achievements were singular. Over the subsequent decade, the monarchy advanced under new favourites and alliances. Louis XV, though he took other mistresses, never found the same confidant dynamic. Madame du Barry, for instance, faced more direct contempt from the old aristocracy, lacking Pompadour's cultivated veneer. Pompadour's circle of loyal ministers, like the Duc de Choiseul, tried to salvage what they could from the diplomatic fiascos of the 7 Years' War. A few smaller successes in overseas negotiations carried an echo of her strategic vision. Yet the monarchy's standing with the populace remained tarnished. The costly war had battered finances, sowing seeds for deeper unrest that would erupt decades later. As time wore on, Madame de Pompadour's memory became entangled with criticisms of the Ancien Régime. Revolutionary pamphlets in the late 1780s brandished her name as a symbol of courtly excess. They painted her as one who indulgently rearranged finances for personal luxuries. She symbolised to them the moral corruption that allowed a monarchy to lavish wealth on elaborate pleasures while peasants starved. The nuance that she was also a champion of arts, that she tried to moderate the monarchy's stumblings, often got lost in the fervour of revolution. By the 1790s, anything associated with the monarchy was suspect, and her carefully curated style, rococo extravagance, became an emblem of the out-of-touch aristocrat. Yet ironically, some revolutionaries who rummaged through confiscated palaces discovered references to her philanthropic gestures. She had quietly funded orphanages, assisted certain scholars, or patronised hospitals. These acts showcased were a good gesture, though overshadowed by the general wave of anti-royalist sentiment. By the 19th century, a wave of new historians revisited her story, portraying her less as a villain and more as a reflection of monarchy's last attempts to remain relevant. They cited her patronage as crucial in forging a golden age of decorative arts, recognised internationally. The Sèvres porcelain brand, by then globally cherished, was inextricably linked to her impetus. Cultural memory, thus seesawed. Biographers in the Victorian era, enthralled by the romance of royal courts, depicted her as a tragic figure, the beautiful mistress overshadowed by war and ill health, valiantly saving off the monarchy's decline. They relish dramatic details of her elaborate fashions, her signature pastel dresses, floral motifs, and the Pompadour hairstyle that ironically endured in hairdressing lore. Meanwhile, critics from more austere backgrounds indicted her for entangling France in alliances that backfired. 20th century scholarship, with its penchant for analysing female commie agency, has re-evaluated her as a political actor who leveraged the era's constraints to carve out real influence, albeit overshadowed by a system not designed to respect or credit her fully. In present day, travellers to Versailles often ask about Madame de Pompadour. Tour guides highlight the surviving decor she influenced, certain pastel-lacquered rooms or delicate Sèvres vases. They mention how she nurtured the Rococo style's final flourish, bridging the Baroque opulence of earlier years with subtle, playful elegance. Museums occasionally mount exhibits on her cultural patronage. Her face, captured in portraits by artists like Boucher, exudes a gentle confidence that transcends centuries. For admirers of 18th century history, she stands as a figure who, in the swirl of monarchy's extravagance and looming social tension, found a way to channel her intellect and artistry, imprinting a distinctive feminine mark on French heritage. As modern historians re-examine Madame de Pompadour's life, they continue to discover layers unmentioned in popular accounts. Her personal correspondence, scattered across archives in Paris and provincial chateaux, reveals a woman who wrestled with theological questions, contrary to the jaded depiction of her as purely secular. She wrote to a confidant about the tension between the pomp of Versailles and a spiritual yearning, confessing a sense of guilt at times, but also belief that God might call individuals to serve in worldly spheres. This spiritual dimension complicates stereotypes that she was solely driven by ambition or vanity. Moreover, diaries from palace servants shed light on her daily routines. She rose early to handle letters from provincial officials or meet with artisans about furniture designs. By mid-morning, she might be advising the king on which courtiers to promote. By afternoon, she oversaw rehearsals of comedic plays or small operas, a respite for the war-weary monarchy. In the evening, private dinners with the king, wreathed in the flicker of candle-lit chandeliers, allowed her to glean insights into his anxieties. She balanced each role with remarkable stamina, though migraines and palpitations often tormented her. A newly discovered note from her lady-in-waiting described how, after hosting a lavish ball, Pompadour would retire behind closed doors, pressing cold cloths to her forehead, tears of pain slipping quietly as she resolved not to betray weakness the following day. In addressing her romantic liaisons, it's easy to assume her life was consumed by the king's attentions. Yet subtle references suggest she once harboured affections for an unnamed court musician, exchanging whispered confidences in corridor alcoves. Realising the danger in such a dalliance, she ended it swiftly to avoid scandal, leaving behind a clue to her capacity for self-denial. Another rumoured flame was a philosopher she corresponded with under a pseudonym. Whether that was purely intellectual or tinged with romance remains debated. The overriding truth is that she recognised that enthralling the king required keeping secrets. She had to preserve the monarchy's illusions, even if that meant sacrificing personal longing. Her sense of strategy in coping with the backstabbing environment remained striking. She carefully placed allies in minor roles, a guard captain, a chamberlain, a bishop, so that vital threads of palace life led back to her. If a plot surfaced, she'd hear rumours early enough to steer the king away or quell conspirators. She likewise practised generosity to those in need, awarding small pensions to older courtiers or assisting impoverished aristocrats with dowries. This generosity wasn't purely altruistic, it fostered an environment where indebted souls recognised her as a pillar of stability. For many at court, she assumed the role of a quiet caretaker, serving as a bridge between a distant monarchy and everyday crises. In an era lacking official welfare, her patronage served as an informal safety net. The deeply personal dimension of her existence was her unwavering devotion to her daughter, Alexandrine. Born before her ascendancy at Versailles, the child's well-being weighed heavily on Pompadour's mind. Alexandrine was placed in a convent for education, occasionally visiting the palace. In 1754, Alexandrine died unexpectedly of peritonitis. The heartbreak shattered Pompadour, who wept inconsolably for days, nearly refusing to appear in public. The king, not known for empathy, attempted consolation, but her grief lingered. Some historians pinpoint this tragedy as a pivot in their relationship, transforming her from a radiant figure to one more introspective, channeling energy into cultural projects. She seldom spoke of Alexandrine publicly, but references to Mon Ange Perdu in her letters allude to that maternal sorrow beneath the gold-laced facade. As the monarchy stumbled from the war fiascos, Madame de Pompadour's composure ironically stabilised the king's morale. She orchestrated an unspoken serenity within the palace walls, ensuring that the presence of music, gentle laughter, and well-executed ceremonies shielded Louis XV from gloom. Although critics called her the Minister of Pleasures, a more profound look reveals her role as a caretaker for the monarchy's emotional climate. That intangible labour, often relegated to women, ensured that even in failing wars, the monarchy projected continuity. Without her, the king might have succumbed to paralysing despair or neglected governance entirely. She, in effect, became the monarchy's emotional pivot. When contemporary readers gauge her significance, they must weigh the paradoxes: a bourgeois woman who championed aristocratic extravagance, a mistress who reconfigured diplomatic ties, and an aesthete who contended with the brutality of war. She was not without faults. Certain decisions sparked conflict, and her loyalty to the monarchy overshadowed empathy for the broader populace. Yet one can see in her a formidable intelligence navigating male-dominated politics, championing creativity and forging a personal brand that outlived her mortal years. That blend of contradictory traits cements her as a figure too complex for simple judgments, a testament to the nuanced roles women could occupy in a kingdom perched precariously on the brink of historical transformation. Today, Madame de Pompadour endures as an emblem of 18th century elegance, overshadowed yet also illuminated by the monarchy's eventual collapse in 1789. She died decades before the French Revolution erupted, which is surprising to some, but her story offers a lens into the monarchy's illusions and the flickers of modern sensibility stirring beneath them. The Rococo style she popularised, with its playful curves and pastel palette, might seem superficial, but it signalled a shift away from the heavy formality of earlier Baroque. In championing intangible pursuits like music, painting, and philosophical discussion, she partially laid a cultural groundwork that, ironically, helped spread ideas that later questioned the monarchy's absolute basis. In the centuries after her demise, her name popped up in unexpected places. Industrial producers of porcelain invoked Pompadour pink or Pompadour blue for delicate tableware. Dressmakers resurrected the Pompadour hairstyle in various reinterpretations, some tall and powdered, others more subtle but referencing that flair she had for graceful display. Literary authors from Balzac to Nancy Mitford explored her biography, each spinning vantage points. Was she a cunning manipulator or a gentle caretaker for an indecisive king? Tourists wandering Versailles can still glimpse spaces she once inhabited, the private apartments facing the gardens, or the opera house she influenced. Guides recount how she once staged private theatricals there, starring as comedic heroines, coaxing the king from his stony reticence. The wallpapers and colour schemes, faintly preserved, reflect that pastel whimsy. Her official portrait by Boucher stands in the Wallace collection in London, capturing her with a book in hand, emphasising her intellectual bent. Observers note the calm in her eyes, a subtle pride that defies the ephemeral nature of her courtly status. Modern feminism appraises her differently. She was no activist for women's equality by present standards, yet she challenged conventional boundaries. She effectively shaped policies behind the scenes, overshadowing many male courtiers whose official titles dwarfed her own. She minted alliances with philosophers to protect free expression from draconian censors. She financed expansions in fine arts and manufacturing, forging a synergy between monarchy and commerce. While she did not upend the patriarchal structure, her survival hinged on appeasing it. Her example reveals how a determined, intelligent woman could carve a realm of influence. In that sense, she both reaffirmed and quietly subverted the patriarchal monarchy. Her ephemeral presence, overshadowed by new favourites after her death, underscores the monarchy's insatiable appetite for novelty. Yet none repeated the unique blend of artistry, diplomacy, and emotional guardianship she brought. For a fleeting period, she had a near ministerial role in shaping foreign alliances, a stance that no subsequent mistress or consort fully replicated under Louis XV. By the time of the revolutionary upsurge, that entire system, the monarchy, its fawning courtiers, its cycle of Mr. Ayres, faced condemnation. The memory of Madame de Pompadour, both revered and reviled, became part of the propaganda arsenal describing an outdated regime. Her radiant self-assurance in official portraits served as evidence of aristocratic decadence, ironically ignoring the fact that she hailed from the bourgeoisie. For the average person our age stumbling upon her story, the immediate reaction might revolve around the gossip, a mistress at Versailles, the icon of style. But deeper reflection uncovers a figure bridging bold intelligence, aesthetic brilliance, and pragmatic survival in a court bent on devouring the naive. She was that improbable cultural prime minister, as some labelled her, forging a space in a male-dominated environment. If at times she contributed to misguided policies or neglected the plight of the lower classes, such failings aligned with the monarchy's broader blind spots. In that sense, her story reflects systemic complexities rather than personal ones alone, but her narrative might evoke parallels with the art of balancing professional demands, personal identity, and the swirl of public scrutiny that go way deeper than we all might imagine. She found ways to harness her adversity, lack of birth rank, suspicion from aristocrats, to shape a remarkable trajectory. Whether we judge her kindly or harshly, she embodied the precarious dance of pleasing the powerful while forging something new, a synergy of intellectual tastes, refined pleasures, and aesthetic transformations that left France irrevocably changed. Her adversaries wrote pamphlets proclaiming her ephemeral, but ironically she remains a hallmark of that era, overshadowing some royals in cultural memory. Ultimately, Madame de Pompadour's life underscores a universal theme. In an environment where official power rests with men, an individual with vision, resilience, and strategic cunning can mould an age, albeit at a personal cost. She gave French culture a final Rococo bloom before the wave of neoclassicism and, eventually, revolution. Her touches on diplomacy and arts, overshadowed though they might have been by war and scandal, continue to invite re-examination, and so, for those who seek nuance in history, her story remains a captivating chronicle of ambition, grace, heartbreak, and a legacy that resonates long after her heart ceased to beat within Versailles' gilded labyrinth. In 1907, on a warm spring day, Janet Waterford entered a world that had yet to imagine her possibilities, while the Wright brothers were still perfecting their flying machines, and powered flight was a novelty for daredevils and dreamers. Born in Griffin, Georgia, to parents who had witnessed the tail end of Reconstruction, Janet arrived during an era when black Americans were fighting for basic respect and dignity, let alone the freedom to soar through the skies. The conventional narratives about Janet often begin with her nursing career, or jump straight to her aviation accomplishments. But what shaped the woman who would challenge both racial and gender boundaries in American aviation? The answer lies partly in the intellectual atmosphere of her childhood home, where her father, an architect and builder, instilled in her not just the confidence to pursue education, but a fundamental understanding of structural integrity, balance, and design, concepts that would later serve her well in aviation. Janet's mother, a seamstress whose deft fingers crafted garments that transformed their wearers, demonstrated daily how precision and attention to detail could elevate the mundane to the extraordinary. Between them, they created a household where Janet learned that buildings could rise and fabric could flow into new forms with the application of knowledge and skill. When the Waterford family relocated to Chicago during Janet's youth, they joined the wave of black Americans participating in the Great Migration. However, unlike many families who were forced north by economic desperation or violent persecution, the Waterfords moved with relative privilege and preparation. This distinction rarely appears in summaries of Janet's life, yet it provided her with a crucial foundation. She arrived in Chicago not as a refugee, but as a young woman with resources and family support, poised to take advantage of urban educational opportunities. At Wendell Phillips High School, Janet distinguished herself not through extraordinary academic performance, as many biographical sketches suggest, but through her unusual combination of interests. While her female classmates focused on domestic sciences or teaching, Janet gravitated toward the mechanical drawing classes dominated by boys. She didn't merely participate, she questioned the instructors about the mechanics of engines and structural stability, connecting these concepts to her father's work. After graduation, Janet made what appeared to be a conventional choice for a young black woman and of her era: nursing school. Yet her selection of this path reveals something more calculated than conformity. Nursing represented one of the few professional fields open to black women that offered both financial stability and social respect. The Provident Hospital School of Nursing, where Janet enrolled, had been founded by Dr. Daniel Hale Williams. A pioneering black surgeon who performed one of the first successful heart surgeries, the institution embodied possibility within constraint, a concept Janet would later apply to her aviation career. What's often overlooked about Janet's nursing career was her specialisation in public health rather than hospital nursing. This choice placed her at the intersection of science, education, and community advocacy, requiring her to develop skills in communicating complex information and navigating bureaucracies, abilities that would prove invaluable when she later confronted the aviation establishment. By 1929, when the stock market crashed and plunged America into the Great Depression, Janet had established herself as a successful public health nurse with financial security that few Americans of any background enjoyed during this period. This economic independence gave her the freedom to pursue aviation at a moment when most people were focused on basic survival. It was during a chance trolley ride through Chicago that Janet spotted a billboard advertising flying lessons. The conventional telling suggests the event was a whimsical moment of inspiration, but considering Janet's methodical character and long-standing interest in mechanics, it's more likely this advertisement crystallized an ambition she had been contemplating for some time. When she enrolled at the Aeronautical University, Janet wasn't just following a dream, she was making a calculated investment in her future. In 1929, aviation represented the forefront of technology and opportunity, just as computing or artificial intelligence would do decades later. Janet understood that mastering flight could provide opportunities beyond what black women in pre-war America typically had. The story of Janet Bragg is not just about breaking barriers, it's about strategic navigation of a system designed to exclude people like her before she ever touched an aircraft control. She had already developed the psychological architecture that would allow her to persist through rejections and setbacks. Her early life wasn't just a prelude, it was preparation. When Janet Waterford Bragg joined the Aeronautical University in Chicago, she entered a world constructed for white men. The aviation industry of the early 1930s wasn't merely segregated by custom, it was designed around the assumptions of male physicality and masculine social networks. Yet Janet's approach to this environment revealed a sophistication rarely highlighted in accounts of her life. Rather than confronting the system head-on, Janet adopted what might be called strategic assimilation. She dressed impeccably for every class, arriving in professional attire that commanded respect without drawing undue attention. Her notebooks, preserved in archives, show meticulous diagrams and calculations, evidence of her determination to master not just the minimum requirements, but also the underlying principles of aerodynamics and engine mechanics. The atmosphere at Aeronautical University was complex. While some instructors and students openly questioned her presence, others exhibited a sort of bemused tolerance, the kind reserved for novelties expected to eventually disappear. What none anticipated was Janet's quiet persistence. She absorbed technical information with remarkable efficiency, often spending evenings reviewing material multiple times to ensure mastery. What's seldom discussed in accounts of Janet's aviation journey is how she managed the emotional labour of being perpetually the only one in these spaces. Her journals suggest she developed a practice of deliberate detachment, treating subtle hostility as data rather than personal assault. This psychological strategy preserved her energy for the actual work of learning to fly. The formation of the Challenger Air Pilots Association in 1931 is often presented as a straightforward response to discrimination, but the organisation's structure reveals Janet's sophisticated understanding of collective action. When she and a small group of other black aviation students found themselves unable to secure adequate flight time at white-owned airfields, they didn't merely complain, they pooled their resources to purchase land in Robbins, Illinois, and build their own airfield. This airfield, eventually named Robbins Airport, represents a remarkable example of self-determination. The construction wasn't contracted out to professionals but undertaken by the club members themselves. Janet, drawing on knowledge gained from her father's building career, participated actively in the physical labour of clearing land and constructing basic facilities. She later remarked that this hands-on involvement gave her an intimate understanding of airfield operations that many pilots never acquired. The purchase of the club's first aircraft reveals Janet's fiscal pragmatism. Rather than selecting the newest or most impressive model, the group chose a used but reliable Taylor Cub. Janet personally contributed a significant portion of the purchase price, leveraging her nursing salary at a time when many Americans were struggling through the Depression. When this first plane proved insufficient for their growing membership, Janet again stepped forward financially, helping to secure additional aircraft. The social dynamics within the Challenger Club deserve closer examination than they typically receive. While united by racial identity and aviation interest, the members brought diverse backgrounds and motivations to the organisation. Some were primarily recreational pilots, while others, like Janet, harboured professional ambitions. As one of the few women in the group, Janet navigated gender dynamics even within this space of racial solidarity. Her approach to leadership within the club avoided dramatic pronouncements or power struggles. Instead, she established influence through consistent contribution and quiet competence. When mechanical problems arose with club aircraft, Janet often stayed after others had left, working alongside the mechanics to understand each repair. This knowledge translated into respect among her peers, who increasingly turned to her for technical advice despite gender conventions of the era. The Challenger Club became more than just an aviation organisation. It functioned as a hub for Chicago's black professional class. Doctors, lawyers, educators and entrepreneurs were drawn to the airfield to witness what their community had built. Janet understood the symbolic importance of these gatherings and helped organise regular events that showcased black achievement in advanced technology. These occasions served the dual purpose of normalising black participation in aviation and building networks of support across professional fields. What's particularly notable about Janet's involvement with the Challenger Club was her insistence on formal documentation and record keeping. She maintained detailed logs of flights, maintenance schedules, and financial transactions, creating an institutional memory that helped the organisation weather turnover in membership. This administrative diligence reflected her understanding that the club needed to operate with exceptional professionalism to withstand scrutiny from authorities constantly looking for reasons to challenge black-owned enterprises. The Challenger Air Pilots Association represented more than an opportunity for flight training. It was a laboratory for community organisation and self-reliance. Janet's contributions extended far beyond her financial investments or technical knowledge. She helped establish a model for how excluded groups could create their own infrastructure rather than waiting for integration into existing systems. When Janet took her first solo flight from the Robbins Airfield in 1934, the achievement represented not just her personal milestone, but the success of a collective strategy. The small airstrip, carved from unforgiving Illinois prairie, stood as testimony to what determination and solidarity could accomplish in the face of systemic barriers. The lessons learned at Robbins would serve Janet well as she prepared to confront even more formidable obstacles on her path to commercial certification. By 1937, Janet Bragg had accumulated hundreds of flight hours and mastered the technical aspects of aviation to a degree that exceeded the requirements for commercial pilot certification. Yet when she appeared at the examination office in Chicago, the atmosphere shifted perceptibly. The testing officer, a man who had routinely processed applications from white men with similar or lesser qualifications, suddenly became a guardian of impossibly high standards. What transpired that day has been summarised in many accounts as simple discrimination, but the mechanics of the rejection reveal something more insidious. The examiner refrained from explicitly citing her race or gender as disqualifications, as such blatant bias would have been too vulnerable to challenge. Instead, he subjected Janet to a series of increasingly technical questions about the engine components, and emergency procedures exceeded the standard examination protocol. Janet recognised the strategy. Her nursing career had taught her how systems maintain exclusion through selective application of rules rather than explicit prohibition. She answered each question with precision, drawing on the extensive technical knowledge she had accumulated not just through formal training, but through her hands-on experience maintaining aircraft at Robbins. When the oral examination failed to find her lacking, the examiner pivoted to scrutinising her paperwork, questioning the legitimacy of her flight hours because they had been accumulated at a black-owned airfield. What followed was a masterclass in measured resistance. Rather than displaying anger that would have played into stereotypes about black women, Janet calmly requested written documentation of the specific deficiencies in her application. This simple administrative request flummoxed the examiner, who had expected either acquiescence or emotional reaction. When he reluctantly provided a vague written statement citing insufficient preparation, Janet secured the documentary evidence of discriminatory treatment that would later prove valuable. The rejection in Chicago pushed Janet to develop an innovative approach to certification. Through her network of aviation contacts, she learned that examiners in different regions sometimes applied standards differently. This geographical variation in discrimination, tighter in some regions, more permeable in others, is rarely discussed in accounts of segregation. Yet understanding these patterns was crucial for those attempting to navigate the system. Janet identified Tuskegee, Alabama, as a potential alternative testing location. The presence of the Tuskegee Institute and its emerging aviation program suggested the possibility of examiners more accustomed to evaluating black applicants. This strategic forum shopping required Janet to temporarily relocate, a significant investment of time and resources that demonstrated her commitment to certification. Upon arriving in Tuskegee in 1939, Janet discovered a community engaged in its own complex negotiations around race and aviation. The civilian pilot training program, recently established by the federal government, had reluctantly included a few black institutions among its approved training centres. Tuskegee's program was developing what would later become the foundation for the famed Tuskegee Airmen of World War II. Janet's reception at Tuskegee reveals the gender dynamics that complicated her journey. The male instructors and administrators, while supportive of black advancement in aviation, carried assumptions about women's capabilities that created a different kind of barrier. When she requested access to the program's more advanced aircraft for practice before her examination, she encountered resistance based not on her race, but on her gender. With characteristic adaptability, Janet shifted her approach. Rather than directly challenging gender preconceptions, she leveraged her medical background to position herself as uniquely qualified to understand the physiological aspects of flight. She offered to conduct informal information sessions on aviation medicine for the student pilots, creating value that earned her access to aircraft and instruction time. When the day of her Tuskegee examination arrived, Janet faced an unexpected challenge. The examiner, a white man from the Civil Aeronautics Authority, required her to perform her check ride in an unfamiliar aircraft with different handling characteristics than those she had trained on. This last-minute change, not applied to male applicants tested the same day, was clearly designed to disadvantage her. The flight test turned into an exercise in precision under pressure. As Janet executed each required maneuver, she maintained not just technical accuracy, but a demeanour of unflappable professionalism. The examiner, visibly searching for flaws, directed her through increasingly complex maneuvers, deviating from the standard examination protocol. When Janet successfully completed a particularly challenging landing, the frustration on the examiner's face betrayed his bias. The rejection that followed cited a single imperfect landing as justification, despite the fact that male pilots were routinely certified with similar or worse performance. What's remarkable about Janet's response was its strategic restraint. Rather than immediately protesting, she requested specific feedback on how to improve, positioning herself as a dedicated student rather than an aggrieved victim. This approach denied the examiner the satisfaction of seeing her discouraged and preserved her professional reputation within the Tuskegee aviation community. Janet's examination trials reveal something profound about how progress occurs. The conventional narrative of civil rights often focuses on dramatic confrontations and legal victories, but Janet's experience demonstrates the importance of persistent, strategic pressure at institutional boundaries. Each application, each examination, each professional interaction incrementally shifted expectations and established precedents that made the path slightly more navigable for those who would follow. Moreover, her willingness to repeatedly subject herself to evaluation, knowing the likelihood of biased rejection, required a particular kind of courage rarely acknowledged in historical accounts. This wasn't the adrenaline-fueled bravery of a single moment of protest, but the sustained emotional labour of maintaining dignity and determination in the face of systematic devaluation. The attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 transformed American society, creating opportunities for marginalised groups even as it imposed new constraints. For Janet Bragg, the war years represented not just a national crisis, but a complex reconfiguration of possibilities within aviation. as male pilots were rapidly absorbed into military service. The civilian aviation sector faced critical personnel shortages. This created opportunities previously inaccessible to women and people of colour. The Women's Air Force Service Pilots WASP program began recruiting female pilots to handle non-combat flying duties, from ferrying aircraft to training operations. Janet, with her extensive flight experience and technical knowledge, should have been an ideal candidate for the WASP program. Yet when she submitted her application in early 1942, she encountered a familiar barrier. The program, while willing to challenge gender conventions, maintained rigid racial exclusion. Throughout the program's existence, not a single black woman received acceptance. This rejection represents one of the most telling contradictions of wartime America. The nation mobilized around rhetoric of democracy and freedom while maintaining systems of segregation that undermined these very principles. For Janet, it crystallized the understanding that progress would never be granted through benevolence. It would need to be claimed through strategic persistence. Rather than allowing this setback to derail her aviation ambitions, Janet pivoted toward an area where her combined medical and aeronautical knowledge created unique value. The emerging field of aviation medicine was gaining importance as military pilots encountered physiological challenges at high altitudes and under combat stress. Janet developed a specialized knowledge base that bridged her two professional identities. She secured a position at the Howard University Medical School, where researchers were studying the physiological impacts of high-altitude flying on pilot performance. This work placed Janet at the intersection of two fields, aviation and medicine, where she could contribute meaningfully without requiring immediate acceptance as a pilot. The research had particular relevance for black pilots training at Tuskegee, who were subject to additional scrutiny regarding their physical fitness for combat flying. Accounts that solely focus on Janet's piloting achievements often overlook her work during this period, yet her contributions to aviation medicine helped establish protocols for oxygen use, recognition of hypoxia symptoms, and strategies for managing G-force effects, knowledge that benefited all pilots, regardless of race or gender. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Chicago aviation community, returning regularly to fly at Robins Airfield and mentor newer pilots in the Challenger Air Pilots Association. The wartime gasoline rationing created significant challenges for civilian recreational flying, but Janet leveraged her medical credentials to secure fuel allocations by framing her flights as essential professional development related to her aviation medicine work. This period also saw Janet develop sophisticated strategies for navigating segregated aviation facilities when travelling. She compiled what amounted to a personal green book for black pilots, a network of airfields, mechanics, and lodgings that would accommodate African American aviators. This knowledge became a valuable resource shared among the small community of black pilots who continued civilian flying during the war years. Perhaps the most significant wartime development for Janet was her persistent pursuit of commercial certification, culminating in her successful examination in 1943. The details of this achievement deserve closer examination than they typically receive. The certification occurred not because discrimination had suddenly disappeared, but because pilot shortages had become so acute that the Civil Aeronautics Authority faced pressure to utilise all qualified personnel. The examiner who finally signed off on Janet's commercial licence, a man named Harold Wallum, later acknowledged that he had approached her test with heightened scrutiny, but found her performance impossible to fault. This backhanded compliment reveals much about the nature of progress. Janet didn't succeed because the system had become fair, but because she had prepared so thoroughly that even an unfair system couldn't reasonably reject her. With commercial certification secured, Janet began seeking commercial flying opportunities, only to discover that the same wartime conditions that had made certification possible also limited civilian commercial operations. Airlines were primarily engaged in military transport contracts, and their hiring remained restricted by both racial and gender barriers. Rather than waiting for these barriers to fall, Janet created her own opportunity by establishing a small aerial photography business. Using her own aircraft, she secured contracts to photograph real estate developments and construction projects from the air, providing valuable documentation for investors and insurance companies. This entrepreneurial venture allowed her to log commercial flight hours and generate income from aviation without requiring institutional acceptance from established carriers. The war years also deepened Janet's involvement with the Tuskegee Aviation Program, where she served as an informal advisor on both medical and operational matters. Her presence as a commercially certified black female pilot provided a powerful counterpoint to those who questioned black pilots' capabilities. When Tuskegee Airmen returned from combat missions in Europe with distinguished records, Janet helped document and publicise their achievements, understanding the importance of making black excellence in aviation visible to both African American communities and the broader public. As the war drew to a close in 1945, Janet found herself in a transformed aviation landscape, one with new possibilities but also revived restrictions as returning white male veterans reclaimed positions throughout the industry. The strategies she had developed during the war years would prove essential as she navigated the complex terrain of post-war aviation. The immediate post-war period presented a paradoxical landscape for Janet Bragg. The same GI Bill that created unprecedented educational and economic opportunities for millions of white veterans systematically excluded many black service members, particularly in the South. The aviation industry, which had reluctantly opened some doors during wartime necessity, began reinstating exclusionary practices as white men returned to civilian life. Rather than focusing solely on her individual advancement, Janet recognised the opportunity to build institutional capacity for black participation in aviation. This period marked a shift in her approach, from proving her capabilities to creating systems that would nurture the next generation of black aviators. In 1946, Janet and several Challenger Club members established Bragg Air Service, a fixed-base operation providing aircraft maintenance, flight instruction and charter services. Located at Robbins Airfield, the business represented more than a commercial venture. It was an institution designed to normalise black presence in aviation commerce. The structure of Bragg Air Service reveals Janet's business acumen. Rather than competing directly with larger operations serving white clientele, she positioned her company to meet specialised needs within Chicago's growing black middle class. As property ownership increased among African Americans, aerial photography for insurance and development purposes created a market niche that white-owned aviation businesses rarely served effectively. Additionally, Bragg Air Service specialised in maintenance for smaller aircraft owners who often found themselves overlooked by larger service operations. Janet recruited and trained black mechanics, creating employment opportunities while building essential technical capacity within the community. Her insistence on meticulous record-keeping and certification documentation protected the business from the excessive regulatory scrutiny often applied to black-owned enterprises. What's particularly noteworthy about this period in Janet's life was her development of an informal apprenticeship system. Recognising that formal aviation training remained largely inaccessible to young black aspirants, she created structured opportunities for them to gain experience at Robbins Airfield. Young people began in ground operations, fueling aircraft, cleaning hangars, managing paperwork, while receiving incremental exposure to flight operations and maintenance procedures. Several teenagers who started sweeping the Bragg Air Service hangar eventually became licensed pilots and aviation professionals, their paths facilitated by Janet's deliberate mentorship. She understood that representation alone was insufficient. The pipeline required active development and protection. During this same period, Janet expanded her property investments, purchasing several apartment buildings in Chicago's South Side. This diversification provided financial stability that supported her aviation activities during periods when the business faced challenges. It also gave her leverage within Chicago's business community, where property ownership translated into political influence. Janet utilised this influence strategically, advocating for infrastructure improvements at Robbins Airfield, and fighting against zoning changes that threatened its operation. When developers began eyeing the airfield land for residential construction in the late 1940s, Janet organised a coalition of business owners and aviation enthusiasts to protect this crucial community asset. The preservation of Robbins Airfield became a case study in community resistance to development pressures that frequently targeted black-owned spaces. Janet framed the airfield not merely as a business location, but as an educational institution and point of pride for Chicago's African American community. This reframing helped secure political support that other black businesses often lacked. Janet's activism extended beyond local aviation concerns to national policy discussions. She became involved with the National Airmen's Association of America, an organisation advocating for integration of commercial airlines and expanded opportunities for black pilots. Her approach to advocacy reflected her nursing background, methodically documenting disparities, presenting evidence rather than accusations, and proposing specific remedies rather than general grievances. When major airlines began considering token integration in the late 1940s, Janet positioned herself as a resource for companies navigating unfamiliar territory. Rather than adopting an adversarial stance, she offered her expertise in managing the complexities of integration, drawing parallels to processes she had observed in healthcare settings. This strategic positioning allowed her to influence hiring discussions without being dismissed as merely self-interested. Simultaneously, Janet continued her own professional development, securing additional ratings and certifications that enhanced her credibility within aviation circles. She obtained instrument and multi-engine ratings, completing training at facilities that had previously excluded black pilots. Each credential she added signified not only her personal accomplishments, but also another breach in the system of segregation. By 1950, Janet had built a multifaceted career that spanned aviation, healthcare, and real estate, an unusual portfolio that provided both financial security and multiple platforms for advancing equity. What makes her approach during this period particularly instructive was her recognition that progress required both persistent individual excellence and institutional development. She understood that proving black capability was necessary but insufficient. The creation of sustaining structures was equally essential. The aviation community Janet helped build at Robbins became more than a collection of pilots and mechanics. It functioned as an educational ecosystem where knowledge circulated freely across generational and experiential boundaries. Veteran pilots mentored newcomers, mechanics shared specialized knowledge, and Janet ensured that business skills, bookkeeping, customer service, regulatory compliance were transmitted alongside technical aviation skills. This holistic approach to community capacity building represented a sophisticated response to systemic exclusion. Rather than focusing exclusively on individual achievements or symbolic firsts, Janet invested in creating an environment where black excellence in aviation could become self-sustaining and continuously regenerating. The dawn of the organised civil rights movement in the 1950s presented Janet Bragg with both new opportunities and complex choices, as public attention increasingly focused on racial discrimination. Janet found herself navigating the delicate balance between her established strategies of incremental progress and this movement's growing emphasis on direct action and visible protest. Janet's approach to civil rights advocacy was shaped by her experiences in both aviation and healthcare, fields where precision, careful preparation, and attention to detail were matters of life and death. Rather than participating in marches or demonstrations, she leveraged her professional standing to challenge discrimination through institutional channels that were often invisible to the public, but nonetheless effective in creating concrete change. In 1954, when the landmark Brown v. Board of Education decision theoretically ended segregation in the public education, Janet recognized implications for aviation training that few others identified. She immediately began compiling evidence of continuing discrimination in federally funded flight training programs, documenting instances where qualified black applicants were rejected from programs that received government support. Working through professional networks rather than public campaigns, Janet arranged meetings with Federal Aviation Administration officials to present her findings. Her presentation style was characteristically strategic, framing the issue not as moral outrage, but as regulatory non-compliance that exposed the agency to legal liability and negative publicity. This behind-the-scenes advocacy contributed to policy revisions requiring aviation training programs receiving federal funds to document their admissions decisions and demonstrate non-discrimination. While less dramatic than televised protests, these administrative changes created accountability mechanisms that gradually increased black access to professional flight training. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Tuskegee aviation community, which was undergoing its own transition as military service opportunities expanded for black pilots following President Truman's 1948 executive order desegregating the armed forces. She developed a remarkable pattern of support for young black men entering Air Force training, creating an informal network that connected Tuskegee veterans with new recruits. This mentorship took practical forms. Janet regularly hosted gatherings where experienced pilots shared strategies for navigating military aviation culture with newcomers. These sessions addressed not just technical flying skills, but the psychological aspects of performing under the heightened scrutiny that black military aviators still faced despite formal desegregation. Janet's Chicago apartment became a way station for black pilots travelling between assignments, providing not just lodging, but a crucial sense of community and continuity in a field where isolation often compounded other challenges. This role as community anchor rarely appears in official histories, but emerges consistently in the personal reminiscences of black aviators from this period. By the late 1950s, Janet had developed a sophisticated understanding of how integration functioned in practice rather than theory. She observed that mere removal of explicit exclusionary policies rarely translated into meaningful inclusion without additional structural changes. Drawing on this insight, she began advocating for specific reforms in commercial aviation hiring, including blind initial application reviews and standardized technical assessment procedures. Janet approached United Airlines in 1958 with a proposal for revising their pilot hiring process, positioning her suggestions as improvements in merit-based selection rather than diversity initiatives. This framing, which emphasized operational excellence rather than social justice, proved effective in an industry where safety concerns could override even entrenched prejudice. While United didn't immediately implement her recommendations, the dialogue she initiated contributed to gradual reforms over subsequent years. Throughout this period, Janet maintained her multifaceted professional identity, continuing her nursing career while operating Bragg Air Service and managing her real estate investments. This diversification provided not just financial stability but multiple platforms from which to advance equity goals. When direct progress in aviation stalled, she could shift focus to healthcare integration or community development through her property holdings. As the civil rights movement gained momentum in the early 1960s, Janet faced questions about her relatively low profile in public activism. Some younger advocates criticised her incremental approach as insufficiently bold, suggesting her professional success had distanced her from the urgency of racial justice. Janet's response to such criticism revealed her strategic thinking about social change. In a 1960 speech to the Negro Airmen International Convention, she articulated what might be called a theory of specialized contribution. Not everyone can or should be on the front lines of protest. Some of us must work within systems to bring about changes from the inside. Some must build alternative structures that demonstrate what is possible. Some must document and preserve our achievements so they cannot be erased. This perspective reflected her understanding that movements require diverse tactics and multiple points of pressure to succeed. Janet wasn't opposed to direct action. She provided financial support to several civil rights organizations and opened her properties to activists needing safe accommodation during Chicago campaigns. But she recognized that her most effective contribution came through different channels. The 1963 March on Washington represented a pivotal moment in Janet's relationship with the broader civil rights movement. Though she attended the march, she participated not as an individual, but as a representative of black aviation professionals, carrying documentation of the field's racial disparities to distribute to congressional offices, while others gathered at the Lincoln Memorial. This characteristic approach, leveraging moments of high visibility to advance specific policy objectives, typified Janet's pragmatic activism. While others created essential public pressure through mass mobilization, she worked to translate that pressure into concrete regulatory and institutional changes that would outlast any single demonstration. By the mid-1960s, as the civil rights movement achieved legislative victories with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Janet turned her attention to ensuring effective implementation in aviation contexts. She developed monitoring systems to track hiring patterns at airlines and training institutions, creating accountability through data rather than relying solely on legal mandates. This period also saw Janet increase her focus on gender equity within aviation, recognizing that racial barriers were often compounded by gender discrimination. She began formally mentoring young black women interested in aviation careers, helping them navigate the distinct challenges created by the intersection of race and gender bias. Janet's navigation of the civil rights era demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of how social change occurs, not just through visible moments of confrontation and legislative victories, but through persistent pressure on multiple fronts, including the unglamorous work of policy implementation and institutional reform. As Janet Bragg entered her later years, she confronted a challenge familiar to many pioneers, the risk of having her contributions minimized or forgotten, as the very barriers she helped dismantle became less visible to subsequent generations. Her response to this challenge reveals as much about her character as her earlier achievements. Rather than focusing on securing personal recognition, Janet dedicated herself to documenting the broader history of black aviation. Throughout the 1970s, she systematically collected photographs, logbooks, correspondence, and oral histories from aging members of the Challenger Air Pilots Association and other early black aviators. She conducted this archival work with the same methodical attention she had given to her nursing and flying careers. Janet understood that preservation of this history served multiple purposes. It provided validation for those who had struggled against overwhelming odds, created educational resources for young people who might otherwise assume aviation had always been accessible, and established an evidentiary record that prevented historical revisionism about when and how integration had occurred. In 1976, as the nation celebrated its bicentennial with numerous historical exhibitions and publications, Janet noticed the near-total absence of black aviators from these commemorations. Rather than merely protesting this omission, she developed a travelling exhibition titled Black Wings, featuring photographs and artefacts from her growing collection. What made this exhibition remarkable was Janet's insistence that it appear not just in traditionally black institutions, but in mainstream aviation museums and events. When the Experimental Aircraft Association initially declined to host the exhibition at its annual Air Venture gathering in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Janet didn't accept the rejection. Instead, she enlisted support from several prominent white pilots she had befriended over decades in aviation, creating the external pressure needed to reverse the decision. The exhibition's appearance at Air Venture in 1977 marked a turning point in public recognition of black contributions to aviation history. Thousands of aviation enthusiasts encountered this history for the first time, many expressing surprise at its depth and significance. Janet personally guided special tours for aviation journalists, ensuring the exhibition received coverage in the industry publications that reached audiences beyond those physically attending the event. This period also saw Janet emerge as a sought-after speaker, particularly as women's increasing entry into aviation created interest in female pioneers. Her presentations were notable not for dramatic oratory, but for their precision and evidentiary approach. Rather than telling her personal story in isolation, she consistently placed her experiences within broader historical contexts, connecting individual achievements to collective struggles for equality. In academic settings, Janet became an important primary source for researchers studying aviation history, women's history, and African American history. Her meticulous record-keeping proved invaluable to scholars who had previously struggled to document aspects of black aviation history obscured by institutional neglect and deliberate erasure. Janet's relationship with younger black aviators during this period deserves particular attention. As commercial airlines finally began hiring black pilots in meaningful numbers during the 1970s and 1980s, many sought out Janet for guidance on navigating predominantly white institutions. Her advice reflected decades of accumulated wisdom about when to challenge discrimination directly and when to focus on excellence as its form of resistance. Several pilots who would later reach senior positions at major carriers cited Janet's mentorship as crucial to their ability to persist through difficult early experiences. Her apartment in Chicago. It remained a gathering place where multiple generations of black aviation professionals could share strategies and support across experiential divides. In 1986, Janet received belated recognition from the Federal Aviation Administration with their Pioneer Award, acknowledging her contributions to American aviation. The ceremony brought together aviation officials who had once denied her opportunities with younger administrators who had benefited from the changes she helped create. This juxtaposition might have invited bitterness, but Janet approached the occasion with characteristic grace and strategic focus. She used her acceptance speech not for personal vindication, but to highlight continuing disparities in aviation access and employment. By presenting current statistics alongside historical context, she made clear that while progress had occurred, the work remained unfinished. This approach transformed what might have been merely commemorative into a call for ongoing commitment to equity. As Janet entered her 90s, she began the process of ensuring her collection would remain accessible after her lifetime. Rather than waiting for institutions to approach her, she actively researched for potential repositories, evaluating their commitment to making materials available to both scholars and community members. She ultimately divided her papers between the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum and the Atlanta University Center archives, creating multiple access points to this crucial history. Janet Bragg passed away in 1993 at the age of 86. having witnessed transformations in American aviation that would have seemed impossible when she took her first flight lessons in 1933. At the time of her death, black pilots commanded jumbo jets for major carriers, served as astronauts in the space program, and held leadership positions in aviation organizations that had once excluded them entirely. Yet Janet's most profound legacy may lie not in these visible markers of progress, but in the approach to change she embodied throughout her life. She demonstrated that effective advocacy requires not just courage and persistence, but strategic thinking about where and how to apply pressure. She understood that systems change through multiple mechanisms: legal challenges, policy reforms, economic leverage, cultural shifts, and individual excellence all playing necessary roles. Perhaps most importantly, Janet Bragg's life illustrates that history is not merely something that happens to people, but something they actively shape through deliberate choices and sustained commitment. She didn't simply participate in the evolution of American aviation. She helped direct its course through strategic action at key moments. Now, if you will, imagine yourself settling into the most comfortable chair you've ever owned, wrapped in your favourite blanket, with a warm cup of tea steaming gently beside you. That's exactly how the passengers aboard the Titanic felt on that crisp April night in 1912. The ship was like a floating mansion where someone had forgotten to mention the mortgage payments. Everything was paid for, everything was perfect, and everything was about to change in the most dramatic way possible. You're standing on the deck of what people called the unsinkable ship, though that nickname would prove about as accurate as calling a chocolate teapot practical. The Titanic was massive. Imagine 3 football fields lined up end to end, then add a department store on top. She was so big that when you looked from one end to the other, the opposite end seemed to disappear into the evening mist like a mirage. The night air carried a unique chill that comes with being far from land, causing you to tighten your coat and appreciate the warmth of the ship's interior. Inside, the grand staircase, adorned with polished oak and gleaming brass, spiralled upwards like a scene from a fairy tale. The first-class dining room could seat 700 people, which was more than most small towns could manage for Sunday church. But here's where the story gets interesting, and where you might want to adjust your pillow, because this is where everything starts to unravel, like a favourite sweater with a loose thread. Frederick Fleet was up in the crow's nest, which sounds much more adventurous than it actually was. Think of it as the world's coldest, windiest office job, except instead of watching spreadsheets, you're watching for icebergs. Fleet had spent hours squinting into the darkness, and the cold was beginning to cause his eyes to water. The binoculars that were meant to assist him in seeing better were locked away in a cabinet. Someone had locked them away in a cabinet, and no one could locate the key. It was like trying to thread a needle while wearing oven mitts. At 11:40 p.m, Fleet saw something that made his blood run colder than the April air. A dark shape loomed ahead, growing larger by the second. It wasn't the gentle picture postcard iceberg you might imagine. This was a mountain of ice that had been wandering the North Atlantic like a lost tourist, except this tourist weighed about 400,000 tons and had absolutely no interest in getting out of anyone's way. "Iceberg, right ahead," Fleet shouted, ringing the warning bell 3 times. The sound cut through the night like a dinner bell at a monastery, urgent, clear, and absolutely impossible to ignore. Down in the bridge, First Officer Murdoch received the warning and immediately ordered, "Hard a starboard." Now here's where maritime tradition gets confusing. Hard a starboard actually meant turn the wheel to the left. It's like ordering a pizza with everything on it and getting a salad. The ship began to turn, slowly, majestically, like a dowager duchess attempting to change direction at a tea party. For a moment it looked like the Titanic might slip past the iceberg, like a person squeezing through a crowded elevator. The massive ship was turning, the iceberg was passing by, and you could almost hear the collective sigh of relief from the universe itself. But the ocean, as you'll discover, has a sense of humour about as dark as a moonless night. The iceberg scraped along the ship's starboard side with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard, except the chalkboard was made of steel, and the fingernails were made of ice that had been hardening for thousands of years. It wasn't a dramatic crash, it was more like the world's most expensive can opener, working its way along the hull. Most passengers didn't even feel it. Many were already asleep, dreaming of their destinations, their loved ones, or perhaps just dreaming the kind of dreams you have when you're safe and warm and completely unaware that your life is about to become very, very interesting. The slow realization, 12:40 a.m. to 1:40 a.m. You know that feeling when you're lying in bed, half asleep, and you hear a sound that doesn't quite belong. Maybe it's the cat knocking something over, or perhaps the dishwasher making that weird noise again. That's exactly what was happening aboard the Titanic in the first hour after the collision. Most passengers experienced what you might call the gentle awakening of concern, not panic, just a slowly growing awareness that something wasn't quite right in their floating paradise. Captain Edward Smith, who looked exactly like you'd expect a sea captain to look, white beard, serious expression, and the kind of weathered face that suggested he'd seen more than his share of surprises, was awakened by the impact. At 62, he was planning to retire after this voyage, which gives you an idea of just how spectacularly his retirement plans were about to change. The damage assessment began immediately, and it was like watching a doctor examine a patient who insists they feel fine while slowly bleeding to death. They called Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer, to survey the damage. Andrews knew the Titanic better than anyone. He designed her compartments, her systems, her every rivet and beam. Watching him examine his wounded creation was like watching a parent tend to an injured child. A mathematician would have wept at what Andrews discovered. The iceberg had opened the ship's first 5 compartments to the sea. Now the Titanic was designed to survive flooding in up to 4 compartments. She was like a building designed to withstand a 4-alarm fire, but the reality was a 5-alarm situation. The ship could float with 4 compartments flooded, but 5? That was like trying to carry water in a bucket with 5 holes in the bottom. Andrews did some quick calculations, the kind of math that no one wants to do, and everyone hopes they'll never need to know. He concluded that the ship would sink in about 90 minutes. The ship could sink in as little as 2 hours, if they were extremely fortunate. Meanwhile, passengers were starting to notice that their floating hotel was developing a slight list to starboard. Not enough to spill your tea, but enough to make you wonder if you'd had one too many glasses of wine with dinner. The ship was slowly beginning to tip forward, like a seesaw with an elephant getting on one end. The crew began what might be the most polite emergency response in maritime history. Instead of shouting, "Abandon ship," and causing mass panic, they decided to proceed with what you might call aggressive courtesy. Stewards began knocking on doors, informing passengers that they might want to put on their life jackets and come up to the deck as a precaution. It was like being invited to a surprise party where the surprise was that the party was actually a matter of life and death. Getting passengers to take the situation seriously was like trying to convince someone to leave a warm house, because the weather forecast mentioned possible rain. The ship was still brightly lit, the orchestra was still playing, and the dining rooms were still warm and inviting. Why would anyone want to leave this comfortable floating palace for a cold, dark lifeboat? The wireless operators, meanwhile, were frantically tapping out distress signals. While many operators still preferred the traditional CQD, which stood for Come Quick Distress, many were using the new international distress signal SOS. It was like trying to decide whether to text or call for help while your house is on fire. Ships in the area began receiving these signals with varying degrees of urgency. The Carpathia, about 58 miles away, immediately changed course and began racing toward the Titanic's position. Arthur Ostrom, her captain, was a man who understood trouble without asking twice. He was like a neighbour who brings a ladder before you know you're locked out. But the closest ship, the Californian, sat motionless just a few miles away. The radio operator on the Californian had gone to sleep, and although her crew could see the Titanic's distress rockets, they assumed those were just celebratory fireworks. It was like watching someone wave for help and assuming they're just being friendly. As the first hour passed, the Titanic's situation transformed from minor inconvenience to serious problem to we need to start thinking about those lifeboats. The ship was settling deeper into the water, and even the most optimistic passenger was beginning to realise that their midnight cruise was about to become significantly more eventful than advertised. The lifeboat dilemma. 1:40 a.m. to 2:40 a.m. Imagine trying to convince a theatre full of people to leave in the middle of their favourite show because you've heard rumours that it might rain later. That's essentially what the crew of the Titanic faced as they began the lifeboat loading process. The ship still felt safe, warm, and stable. Well, mostly stable, and the lifeboats looked about as inviting as a park bench in a snowstorm. The mathematics of survival were becoming increasingly grim, though most passengers didn't realise it yet. The Titanic carried lifeboats for 1,178 people, but there were over 2,200 souls aboard. It was like having a dinner party for 20 people with only 10 chairs. Someone was going to be left standing, and in this case, standing meant something far more permanent than social awkwardness. The Women and Children First protocol began, though it was implemented with the kind of British politeness that makes you wonder if they were organising a queue for tea rather than a desperate evacuation. Officers helped ladies in the boats as if they were assisting them in carriages for an afternoon drive. The whole scene had an air of surreal courtesy, like a disaster movie directed by someone who'd studied etiquette manuals. You have to understand that these lifeboats were not the enclosed modern safety vessels you might imagine. They were open wooden boats hanging 70 feet above the dark Atlantic, which looked about as welcoming as a basement full of spiders. The calmness of the ocean, almost eerie, contrasted with its near-freezing temperature. Getting into one of these boats meant trading the warm, familiar safety of the ship for a cold, uncertain future bobbing around in the darkness. Many of the lifeboats were launched only half full, which sounds like poor planning, but was actually human nature in action. The crew wasn't entirely sure the boats could hold their full capacity of 65 people, and passengers were understandably reluctant to leave what still felt like safety. It was like choosing between staying in a house that might have a small fire somewhere versus jumping into a swimming pool that might be full of piranhas. The ship's orchestra, led by Wallace Hartley, continued playing throughout the evacuation. They'd moved from the first-class lounge to the boat deck, providing what might be history's most poignant soundtrack to disaster. Picture your favourite band playing a concert while the venue slowly sinks into the ground. That's essentially what was happening, except with more violins and considerably higher stakes. Stories from this period read like a collection of small miracles and heartbreaking decisions. The lifeboat offered Ida Strauss, the wife of Macy's department store owner Isidore Strauss, a seat, but she refused to leave her husband. "We have lived together for 40 years, she said, "and where you go, I go." It was the kind of love story that would make Hollywood screenwriters weep with envy, except the story wasn't fiction. Captain Smith moved through the ship like a ghost, checking compartments, ensuring protocol was followed, and slowly coming to terms with the fact that his final voyage was going to be exactly that, final. He'd spent his entire career avoiding this exact scenario, and now he was living through every sea captain's worst nightmare with the dignity of someone who'd spent decades preparing for a moment he hoped would never come. The ship's tilt was becoming more pronounced now, though it was still subtle enough that you might mistake it for the effects of a huge wave. Water was beginning to reach the ship's name on the bow, which was a bit like watching your bathtub slowly overflow while you're still sitting in it. The Titanic was settling by the head, maritime terminology for "the front is going down first," which sounds much more civilized than "we're sinking nose first." As the second hour of the crisis passed, the situation shifted from organised evacuation to increasingly urgent departure. The lifeboats were being loaded and lowered with growing efficiency, though efficiency is a relative term when you're trying to save over 2,000 people, with equipment designed for about half that number. It was like trying to evacuate a small city using only golf carts, possible in theory, but requiring a level of patience that the Atlantic Ocean wasn't particularly inclined to provide. The passengers still aboard were beginning to realise that their floating palace was becoming something more like a floating deadline, and the deadline was approaching faster than anyone wanted to admit. The orchestra plays on, 2:40 a.m. to 3:40 a.m. There's something profoundly human about the way people respond to crisis. Some panic, some freeze, some become incredibly practical, and some, like the Titanic's orchestra, decide that if the world is ending, it might as well end with wonderful music. Wallace Hartley and his 7 bandmates could either try to get into the lifeboats or comfort the hundreds of people who were starting to realise their night was not going as planned. They chose music, which tells you everything you need to know about the kind of people they were. The ship was now noticeably listing, and the deck was beginning to feel like a gently sloping hillside rather than the flat, stable surface it had been just hours earlier. You could still walk normally, but there was a subtle sense that gravity was developing opinions about which direction was truly down. The Titanic was settling deeper into the water, and the ocean was beginning to creep up the ship's sides like a very patient, chilly visitor who had no intention of leaving. By this point, the lifeboat loading had taken on a more urgent character. The crew was no longer merely suggesting that passengers consider getting into the boats. Instead, they were strongly encouraging immediate departure. It was like the difference between a gentle reminder that dinner is ready and someone yelling, "The kitchen is on fire!" The remaining passengers were beginning to display the full range of human behaviour under extreme stress. Some maintained an almost supernatural calm, helping others and making jokes to ease the tension. Others became increasingly agitated, though the British tendency toward politeness meant that even panic was expressed with a certain decorum. It was like watching a very well-mannered apocalypse. Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer, was seen throughout this period with a life jacket under his arm, not wearing it, just carrying it, as if he couldn't quite decide whether the situation warranted putting it on. He was like someone holding an umbrella while insisting it's not really raining yet. Andrews knew better than anyone that the ship was doomed, but he seemed caught between his professional knowledge and his emotional inability to accept that his unsinkable creation was doing exactly what he'd designed it not to do. The wireless operators were still frantically sending distress signals, though by now they were becoming increasingly specific about their situation. The messages went from "we have struck an iceberg" to "we are sinking fast" to "come as quickly as possible." It was like watching someone's text messages become increasingly urgent, running a bit late to "stuck in traffic" to "please send help immediately." The Carpathia was still racing toward them, but she was at least 2 hours away, which in rescue terms might as well have been 2 days. Captain Rostron was pushing his ship beyond her normal limits, but even mechanical sympathy couldn't make the laws of physics bend to accommodate human desperation. Inside the ship, the reality of the situation was becoming impossible to ignore. The forward compartments were flooding, and the water was beginning to reach areas where passengers could see it. It was no longer a theoretical problem happening somewhere else in the ship. It was becoming a very visible, very wet reminder that the Atlantic Ocean was slowly but inexorably claiming its newest real estate. The remaining passengers were facing a choice that no one should have to make: stay with the warm, familiar, slowly sinking ship, or trust their lives to small wooden boats floating in the middle of the ocean on a night so cold that your breath formed clouds in the air. It was like choosing between a comfortable bed that's slowly sliding toward a cliff and a tent that might protect you from the fall. Some families were being separated as women, and children were helped into the boats while men were asked to wait. These weren't dramatic Hollywood partings. They were quiet, desperate moments between people who loved each other and who were beginning to realise that their goodbyes might be more final than anyone wanted to admit. The ship's lights were still blazing, which created an almost surreal atmosphere. Here was this massive, brilliantly lit palace slowly sinking into the dark ocean, like a chandelier slowly disappearing into black water. The contrast between the ship's artificial brightness and the surrounding darkness was becoming more pronounced as the Titanic settled deeper, as if the ocean was slowly swallowing a piece of the modern world. As the third hour of the crisis passed, the situation aboard the Titanic had transformed from emergency to catastrophe, and everyone aboard was beginning to understand that they were no longer passengers on a luxury liner. They were survivors of a disaster that was still unfolding. The final preparations, 3:40 a.m. to 4:40 a.m. Have you ever experienced the moment when you attempt to fix something that is clearly beyond repair, yet you persist in your efforts, because stopping would mean acknowledging that the situation is truly hopeless? That's where the Titanic found herself in the early morning hours of April 15th. The ship was now clearly sinking, but the crew continued their duties with the kind of professional dedication that would make you proud to be human if the circumstances weren't so heartbreaking. The ship's list was becoming more pronounced, though it was still gradual enough that you might mistake it for the effects of a huge swell. The forward decks were awash now, which meant that the ocean was no longer content to stay outside the ship where it belonged. Water was beginning to slosh around areas where passengers had been walking just hours earlier, turning familiar corridors into something that resembled a very expensive frigid swimming pool. The last of the lifeboats were being loaded and lowered, though loaded is perhaps too generous a term for what was becoming an increasingly desperate process. The remaining passengers were beginning to understand that the supply of lifeboats was not going to meet the demand for survival, which is the kind of mathematics that makes everyone suddenly very interested in alternative solutions. Some passengers were constructing makeshift flotation devices from deck chairs and life jackets, which sounds resourceful until you realise they were essentially building furniture boats to float in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It was like trying to cross a river using a coffee table as a raft. Theoretically possible, but requiring a level of optimism that bordered on the supernatural. The ship's crew was displaying the kind of professional competence that makes you understand why going down with the ship became such a respected tradition. They weren't heroes in the dramatic sense. They were just people doing their jobs under circumstances that had moved far beyond anyone's job description. It was like watching teachers continue to teach during a fire drill, except the fire drill was real, and the fire was made of ice-cold ocean water. Captain Smith was seen throughout this period ensuring that protocol was followed, that passengers were helped, and that the ship's final moments maintained some semblance of dignity. He was like a host at a dinner party that had gone spectacularly wrong, still trying to ensure that his guests were comfortable even as the dining room slowly filled with water. The ship's power was still functioning, which meant that the lights remained on and the wireless continued to work. The operators were still sending distress signals, though by now they were essentially providing a running commentary on the disaster. Engine room flooded, ship sinking by the head, women and children in boats. It was like live tweeting the apocalypse, except with Morse code and considerably higher stakes. The Carpathia was still racing toward them, but distance and time were proving to be enemies that couldn't be overcome by good intentions or skilled seamanship. Captain Rostron was pushing his ship to its limits, but even the fastest ship in the world couldn't outrun the clock that was counting down the Titanic's remaining time. The band was still playing, though they'd moved to the boat deck to be closer to the remaining passengers. Their music had evolved from dinner entertainment to something more profound, a soundtrack for people facing the unthinkable. They were providing comfort in the way that only music can, creating a small island of familiar sound in an ocean of uncertainty. The remaining passengers were beginning to face the reality that their time aboard the Titanic was measured in minutes rather than hours. Some were writing letters, as if they could somehow send final messages to loved ones through sheer determination. Others were praying, which seemed entirely appropriate given that they were in a situation where only divine intervention could provide a happy ending. The ship's structure was beginning to show signs of strain. The Titanic was never designed to be a submarine, and the ocean was beginning to exert pressures on the hull that exceeded the original engineering specifications. It was like watching a building slowly collapse, except it was floating and there was nowhere else to go. As the 4th hour of the crisis passed, everyone aboard the Titanic understood that they were no longer dealing with a sinking ship. They were dealing with a ship that was going to sink, and the only remaining question was whether they would be on it or off it when that moment arrived. The final hour, 4:40 a.m. to 5:40 a.m. There are moments in life when time seems to slow down, when every second stretches like taffy, and when you become acutely aware of every sound, every sensation, and every breath. The final hour aboard the Titanic was exactly such a moment, except multiplied by over 1,000 people who were all experiencing the same impossible situation simultaneously. The ship was now listing severely enough that walking required conscious effort, like trying to navigate a house where all the floors had been tilted at increasingly creative angles. The forward part of the ship was completely submerged, and the ocean was steadily encroaching on the bridge, devouring the vessel with an unwavering patience. They had lowered the last lifeboat, but several collapsible boats remained, a situation that seemed more hopeful than it actually was. These collapsible boats were like emergency parachutes, theoretically helpful but requiring a level of expertise and luck that most people didn't possess. Getting them launched and functional was like trying to assemble furniture during an earthquake while wearing mittens. The ship's lights were still blazing, creating an increasingly surreal scene. Here was this massive ocean liner, tilted at an impossible angle, slowly disappearing into the dark water while still lit up like a Christmas tree. It was like watching a skyscraper slowly sink into the ground while all the office lights remained on. Beautiful, terrible, and completely unforgettable. The remaining passengers were clustered on the stern, which was now the highest point of the ship. They were like people crowding onto the roof of a flooding building, except the roof was slowly tilting toward the flood. Some were still remarkably calm, others were praying, and a few were making peace with their situation in the quiet, dignified way that people do when they realise that certain outcomes are inevitable. The ship's band played until the very end, though what they played in those final moments has been debated by historians for over a century. Some say it was "Nearer My God to Thee," others claim it was "Autumn," and still others insist it was "Song of Autumn." What they played is irrelevant. What matters is that they played at all, giving comfort and dignity to those who needed it. At approximately 2:05 a.m. ship's time, the Titanic's lights flickered and went out, plunging the scene into darkness, broken only by the stars above and the lights from the distant lifeboats. It was like someone had suddenly turned off all the lights in a theatre, except the theatre was sinking, and the audience was still inside. The ship's structure was now under stresses that no engineer had ever calculated. The Titanic was designed to float, not to act as a massive lever with the ocean as its fulcrum. The sounds coming from deep within the ship were unlike anything anyone had ever heard. Groaning, creaking and snapping noises that suggested the very bones of the vessel were breaking. At 2:17 a.m. the ship's stern rose high into the air, creating a scene that defied both physics and imagination. The massive propellers designed to push the ship through water were now spinning uselessly in the cold night air. It was like watching a giant metal whale performing its final impossible dance with the ocean. Then, at 2:20 a.m, the Titanic broke apart. The ship that had been called unsinkable split in two, the forward section disappearing immediately while the stern section lingered for a moment, as if reluctant to follow. It was like watching a massive cathedral collapse in slow motion, except the cathedral was floating and taking people with it. The stern section sank quickly, disappearing into the dark water with a sound that survivors would remember for the rest of their lives. In less than 3 minutes, the largest moving object ever created by humans had vanished completely, leaving only debris, lifeboats, and the kinds of memories that change people forever. The ocean closed over the Titanic as if the ship had never existed, returning to the same deadly calm that had characterized the entire night. The water was like black glass, reflecting the stars and giving no indication that it had just claimed one of humanity's greatest achievements and over 1,500 lives. Silence has a weight to it, and the silence that followed the Titanic's sinking was heavier than anything those survivors would ever experience again. Think of the quietest moment you've ever had, then multiply it by the absence of something huge that should be there. The ocean stretched endlessly in all directions, as calm and indifferent as it had been all night, offering no evidence of the tragedy that had just occurred. The lifeboats were scattered across several miles of ocean, like leaves blown by a wind that had suddenly stopped. In these small wooden vessels, about 700 people huddled together, sharing body heat and wondering if they would live to see another sunset. The boats were designed for short-term use, not for spending hours in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean on a night when the air temperature was below freezing and the water temperature was even colder. Some boats were organised and well supplied, with competent crew members who knew how to row and navigate. Others were essentially floating accidentally, filled with people who had never been in a rowboat before and were now responsible for their survival, in conditions that would challenge experienced sailors. It was like being asked to perform surgery after reading a first aid manual, possible in theory, but requiring a level of skill that most people simply didn't possess. The survivors in the water faced an entirely different kind of challenge. The ocean temperature was about 28 degrees Fahrenheit, which means it was cold enough to kill in minutes rather than hours. Most people who ended up in the water had perhaps 10 to 15 minutes before hypothermia would make survival impossible. It was like being thrown into a freezer that was also trying to drown you. The sounds from the water were perhaps the most haunting part of the entire experience. Hundreds of people were calling for help, crying out for lifeboats to return, pleading for rescue that most of them knew wasn't coming. The survivors in the boats faced an impossible choice: return to help people in the water and risk swamping their boats, or stay safe and listen to the cries gradually fade into silence. Most boats chose safety, which sounds heartless, but was actually the mathematics of survival. The lifeboats were already crowded, sitting low in the water, and attempting to pull people from the ocean would likely have resulted in even more deaths. It was like being asked to save someone from drowning when you're barely keeping your head above water. The cries from the water lasted for about an hour before gradually fading to silence. Such noise wasn't because people were being rescued. It was because the ocean was claiming the last of those who hadn't made it to the boats. The silence that followed was more profound than any sound, a quiet that seemed to spread across the water like a blanket made of stars and sorrow. As dawn approached, the survivors began to see each other more clearly. They were no longer anonymous passengers on a luxury liner. They were individuals who had shared an experience that would define the rest of their lives. Some were still in evening dress, Others were in nightclothes, and a few were wearing the kind of mismatched clothing that suggested they dressed quickly in the dark while their world was ending. At about 4 a.m, the survivors spotted lights on the horizon. The Carpathia had arrived, appearing like a small miracle on the vast ocean. Captain Rostron had pushed his ship beyond her limits, arriving just as the survivors were beginning to wonder if rescue would come at all. Seeing the Carpathia was akin to spotting a lighthouse while lost at sea, with the difference being that it was actively moving towards you. The rescue operation took hours, as each lifeboat had to be located, approached and unloaded. The survivors were brought aboard the Carpathia to begin the long journey back to New York, though they were returning as fundamentally different people than they had been when they left. They were no longer passengers. They were survivors, carrying memories and stories that would stay with them forever. The Titanic disaster changed everything about ocean travel, maritime safety, and humanity's relationship with technology. New regulations were established, more lifeboats were required, and the idea that any ship could be unsinkable was abandoned forever. It was like learning that your house isn't actually fireproof by watching it burn down, a lesson that was both devastating and necessary. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Titanic isn't the technical improvements or the safety regulations. It's the stories of ordinary people who faced extraordinary circumstances and chose to act with courage, dignity, and grace. The memories that matter include the band that played until the end, the passengers who helped others before themselves, and the crew who maintained protocol even as their world was literally sinking. The sun rose on April 15th, 1912, over an ocean that looked exactly as it had the day before, giving no indication that it had just witnessed one of the most significant maritime disasters in history. The Titanic was gone, but the stories of that night would continue forever, reminding us that even in our darkest moments, we have the capacity to choose how we face the impossible, and that, perhaps, is the most human story of all. You know that feeling when you find something in your attic that makes you forget about the cobwebs in your hair? That's exactly what happened to Dr. Sarah Chen on a particularly muggy Tuesday afternoon in Athens. She'd been rummaging through the basement archives of the National Library, hunting for anything related to her research on ancient Greek philosophy, when her fingers brushed against something that definitely didn't belong with the other manuscripts. The leather binding felt different, older, somehow more secretive. It appeared as though it had been concealed for centuries, awaiting discovery by the appropriate individual. The cover bore no title, just a small symbol that looked suspiciously like Aristotle's signature, if philosophers had signatures back then. Although philosophers probably didn't have signatures back then, you get the idea. Sarah pulled the manuscript closer to the single, flickering fluorescent light that made everything in the basement look like a horror movie set. The first page made her eyebrows shoot up so high they nearly disappeared into her hairline. Written in faded Greek letters were the words, "The teachings they didn't want you to know," though in much fancier ancient Greek, of course. Now, Sarah had been studying Aristotle for the better part of 15 years. She knew his work, just like some people know their morning coffee routine. She could recite passages from the Nicomachean Ethics while brushing her teeth, and had actually done so on more than one occasion, much to her roommate's bewilderment. But this was entirely new territory. Aristotle's hand appeared to write the manuscript, or at least it was a convincing forgery. But forgers usually didn't hide their work in dusty basement archives, where nobody would find them for centuries. Typically, they desired for their creations to be discovered, especially by individuals with substantial financial resources and dubious moral standards. As Sarah carefully turned the brittle pages, she realized she was looking at what appeared to be Aristotle's personal journal. His thoughts were raw and unfiltered, unlike the polished treatises that had endured through history. You might jot down notes in the margins of your own books, yet these margins held concepts that could transform our understanding of one of history's most influential intellectuals. The first entry was dated to what would have been 335 BCE, right around the time Aristotle returned to Athens to establish his school, the Lyceum. But instead of the formal, measured tone of his public works, the passage read more like someone venting to their diary after a particularly frustrating day at the office. Alexander keeps sending me letters asking for advice on conquering the world, the entry began, as if I have a manual for that sort of thing lying around. I keep telling him that wisdom comes from understanding yourself first, but apparently that's not nearly as exciting as charging across continents with an army. Sarah found herself smiling despite the gravity of her discovery. Here was Aristotle, the great philosopher, sounding remarkably like any modern mentor dealing with an overachieving student who'd rather skip the hard work of self-reflection and jump straight to the glamorous stuff. But as she continued reading, the entries became more intriguing. Aristotle wrote about ideas that seemed to contradict his published works, theories that felt centuries ahead of their time, and observations about human nature that were so brutally honest they would have probably gotten him exiled from Athens faster than you could say, corrupting the youth. The basement suddenly felt smaller, stuffier. Sarah became aware that she'd been suppressing her emotions unknowingly. This wasn't just any old manuscript, this was potentially the philosophical discovery of the century. The kind of find that would make her colleagues turn green with envy, and probably result in at least 3 documentary crews camping outside her apartment. She carefully closed the manuscript and looked around the empty basement, half expecting to see some shadowy figure lurking behind the filing cabinets, ready to snatch away her discovery. But there was only the gentle hum of the ancient air conditioning system and the faint smell of old paper and forgotten stories. You'd think that finding a potentially world-changing manuscript would keep someone awake all night, pacing around their apartment like a caffeinated philosopher. But Sarah had always been the type to process big discoveries slowly, like a fine wine or a particularly complex piece of music. So instead of rushing into anything dramatic, she made herself a cup of chamomile tea, settled into her favourite reading chair, the one with the questionable upholstery that somehow made everything more comfortable, and began to read more carefully. The second section of Aristotle's hidden journal dealt with what he called the art of comfortable rebellion. This chapter was fascinating because the Aristotle everyone knew was hardly a rebel. He was more like the philosophical equivalent of a competent insurance agent, reliable, thorough, and not particularly interested in rocking boats. However, his private thoughts revealed a distinct perspective. The greatest wisdom, he had written, often comes from quietly questioning everything, even the things you've spent your whole life teaching others to accept. Sarah had to pause at that line. She'd spent her career studying Aristotle's public teachings about logic, ethics, and the natural world. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe, just maybe, some of those carefully constructed arguments were more like starting points than final destinations. The philosopher went on to describe what he called gentle heresy, the practice of challenging established ideas not through dramatic confrontation, but through persistent, quiet questioning. Like water slowly wearing away stone, you were instead eroding the assumptions that everyone took for granted. I've noticed, Aristotle continued, that the most dangerous ideas are often the most comfortable ones. The thoughts that feel so natural are often ones we never think to examine, like assuming that wisdom always comes from age, or that happiness means the same thing to everyone, or that the best way to live is the way our parents lived. Sarah found herself nodding along as she read. This was the kind of philosophy that felt less like an academic exercise, and more like practical life advice. You could converse about it with a knowledgeable companion over an extended meal, as opposed to engaging in a formal discussion with accurate citations and footnotes. What struck her most was how modern these ideas sounded. Aristotle was essentially describing what we might now call mindfulness, or critical thinking, but he was doing it in a way that felt gentle rather than aggressive. He wasn't suggesting that people should go around tearing down every belief system they encountered. Instead, he was advocating for a kind of philosophical curiosity that could coexist peacefully with daily life. The comfortable rebel, he wrote, is someone who can hold their beliefs lightly enough to examine them, but firmly enough to live by them when examination is complete. There was something deeply appealing about this approach. Sarah had always found traditional academic philosophy a bit exhausting. All that arguing and counter-arguing, all those elaborate systems designed to prove other people wrong. But this felt different. This approach to philosophy felt more like a way of living than merely a means to win arguments. The journal entries from this section were peppered with small observations about daily life in ancient Athens. Aristotle wrote about conversations with his students that went in unexpected directions, about moments when he realised he'd been wrong about something he'd taught for years, and about the strange comfort of admitting ignorance in areas where he was supposed to be an expert. Today, a student asked me why we call certain emotions good and others bad, one entry read. I gave him the standard answer about virtue and vice, but afterward I realised I wasn't entirely sure I believed what I'd said. Perhaps emotions are more like weather, natural phenomena that simply are rather than moral categories that should be judged. Sarah could almost imagine the scene, the great philosopher standing in his school surrounded by eager students, suddenly confronted with the possibility that one of his fundamental assumptions might be shaky. Instead of doubling down on his position, he seemed genuinely curious about this moment of uncertainty. As she continued reading, Sarah realised that the topic wasn't just a historical curiosity. These ideas felt remarkably relevant to her life. How many of her beliefs had she simply inherited rather than examined? How many assumptions was she carrying around without even realising it? The chamomile tea had gone cold in her mug, but she barely noticed. Outside her window, Athens was settling into its evening rhythm, but inside her apartment, she was having a conversation across centuries with one of history's most influential thinkers. Except this version of him felt less like a distant authority figure and more like someone she might actually want to have coffee with. The third section of Aristotle's journal had a title that made Sarah nearly snort tea through her nose. On the noble art of making it up as you go along. This was definitely not the Aristotle she remembered from graduate school. I have a confession, the entry began, which I suspect would horrify my students if they knew. Most of the time I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. Sarah had to read that sentence 3 times before it sank in. Here was one of history's most confident-sounding philosophers admitting to what basically amounted to imposter syndrome. It was like discovering that your high school principal had been just as confused about how to run a school as everyone else. But instead of being disappointing, this revelation was oddly comforting. Aristotle went on to explain that he'd gradually realised that the appearance of certainty was often just that, an appearance. The really interesting stuff happened when you admitted you were figuring things out as you went along. I've noticed that my best insights come not when I'm trying to prove a point, he continued, but when I'm genuinely puzzled by something and willing to sit with that puzzlement for a while. It's akin to the distinction between forcing a key into a lock and patiently waiting for the right key to emerge. This was revolutionary stuff, philosophically speaking. The Aristotle that history remembered had built elaborate logical systems and created comprehensive categories for understanding everything from ethics to biology. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe the best wisdom came from embracing uncertainty rather than trying to eliminate it. Sarah reflected on her own academic career. How much energy had she spent trying to sound like she knew what she was talking about? How many potentially interesting ideas had she set aside because they didn't align neatly with existing frameworks? The academic world practically demanded certainty, or at least the convincing performance of certainty. But Aristotle's journal suggested a different approach entirely. The wisest people I know, he wrote, are the ones who can say, I don't know, without shame, and I might be wrong without fear. They're also, coincidentally, the most interesting people to talk with. The entries in this section were full of examples from Aristotle's daily life, where admitting ignorance had led to unexpected discoveries. He wrote about a conversation with a pottery maker who had casually mentioned something about clay that completely changed Aristotle's understanding of how materials behave. He described a discussion with a child who had asked such a simple question about justice that it had forced him to reconsider an entire chapter of his ethics. Children, he noted, are natural philosophers because they haven't yet learned to be embarrassed by not knowing things. They ask, why? With the same enthusiasm, whether they're talking about the colour of the sky or the nature of friendship. Adults, unfortunately, often lose this beautiful shamelessness about their ignorance. Sarah found herself thinking about her relationship with uncertainty. People expected her to be an expert on ancient philosophy in her professional life. Students came to her classes expecting answers. Colleagues expected her to have informed opinions, and academic conferences expected her to present research as if she had definitively solved whatever puzzle she was working on. But sitting in her comfortable chair with Aristotle's secret journal, she realised how much more captivating her work might become if she approached it with the same kind of curious uncertainty that he was describing. What if not knowing something wasn't a professional weakness, but a starting point for genuine inquiry? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle experimenting with what he called productive confusion. Instead of rushing to resolve every intellectual puzzle, he would sometimes deliberately sit with questions that didn't have clear answers. He would collect observations without immediately trying to fit them into theories. He would have conversations without trying to win them. "I've started telling my students when I don't know something," one entry read, "and the strangest thing has happened. Instead of losing respect for me, they seem more engaged. It's as if admitting my ignorance gives them permission to explore their own." This was exactly the kind of teaching approach that Sarah had always wanted to try, but had never quite had the courage to implement. The academic world could be brutally competitive, and showing vulnerability felt risky. But here was Aristotle, the renowned philosopher, suggesting that being intellectually honest might actually be more effective than pretending to be knowledgeable. As she read on, Sarah began to see how this embrace of uncertainty connected to the earlier themes in the journal. The comfortable rebellion that Aristotle had written about wasn't just about questioning established ideas. It was about being comfortable with the fact that questioning might not lead to neat final answers. The evening was growing darker outside, and Sarah realised she'd been reading for hours without noticing the time pass. But instead of feeling worn out, she felt energised by these ideas. It was like discovering that someone she'd admired from a distance was actually much more interesting and human than she'd imagined. The fourth section of Aristotle's journal opened with what might have been the most subversive statement yet. "I have come to believe that the most revolutionary thing a person can do is to live an ordinary life with extraordinary attention." Sarah had to smile at this. The idea that ordinariness might be a form of wisdom was not in the standard philosophical curriculum. Philosophy was supposed to be about big ideas, universal truths, and profound insights that elevated human thinking above mundane concerns. However, Aristotle's personal reflections appeared to be moving in a completely different direction. He was becoming fascinated with what he called the philosophy of Tuesday afternoons, the idea that wisdom might be found not in dramatic moments of revelation, but in the simple practice of paying attention to ordinary experience. "I spent this morning watching my neighbour hang laundry," one entry began, "and realised I was witnessing a perfect demonstration of practical wisdom. She knew exactly how much space each garment needed, how to arrange them so they would dry efficiently, and how to secure them against the wind without damage. This knowledge came not from books or lectures, but from years of patient attention to a simple task." This writing was vintage Aristotle in some ways. He had always been interested in practical wisdom, alongside theoretical knowledge. But there was something different about the tone here. Instead of analysing practical wisdom as a philosophical concept, he seemed to be celebrating it as a way of life. The entries in this section were full of similar observations. Aristotle wrote about the baker who could tell by smell exactly when bread was ready, the teacher who knew instinctively when a student was struggling with something beyond the current lesson, and the gardener who understood the subtle rhythms of plant growth better than any botanical treatise could explain. "These people," he wrote, "are practicing a form of philosophy that doesn't announce itself. They're conducting ongoing experiments in how to live well, but they don't call it research. They're developing sophisticated theories about human nature and the physical world, but they don't write papers about it. They're just living with intelligence." Sarah found this perspective both refreshing and slightly unsettling. She'd spent her career in an environment where the value of knowledge was largely determined by how complex and abstract it could become. The idea that the person who knew the most about living well might be someone who had never read a philosophy book was both liberating and threatening to everything she'd built her professional identity around. But as she continued reading, she realised that Aristotle wasn't dismissing formal philosophy so much as expanding its boundaries. He seemed to be suggesting that the kind of wisdom you might develop through decades of mindful attention to daily life was just as valuable as the kind you might develop through years of academic study, maybe more so. "I have students who can argue brilliantly about the nature of virtue," he wrote, "but who have never learned to listen carefully to another person. I know scholars who can analyse the structure of a perfect argument, but who cannot comfort a friend in distress. Knowledge without practical application is like a beautiful song that no one ever sings." Sarah found this observation particularly poignant. How many academic discussions had she participated in that felt completely disconnected from actual human experience? How many brilliant theoretical insights had she encountered that seemed to have no practical relevance to the business of living a good life? But Aristotle's journal was suggesting a different approach entirely. What if the goal wasn't to transcend ordinary experience, but to inhabit it more fully? What if wisdom wasn't about rising above the mundane, but about finding depth within it? The entries from this period showed Aristotle conducting what he called experiments in ordinary attention. He would spend entire days trying to notice things he usually took for granted: the way light changed throughout the day, the subtle variations in people's voices when they were tired or excited, and the small rituals that made daily life feel stable and meaningful. "I am trying to learn to see my life as if I were an anthropologist studying a foreign culture," he wrote. "What are the customs and assumptions I follow without thinking? What would a visitor from another world find most puzzling about the way I organise my days?" This practice seemed to be yielding unexpected insights. Aristotle began to notice patterns in his behaviour that he'd never seen before, connections between his emotional states and his physical environment, and small habits that were either supporting or undermining his well-being. "Today I realise that I think more clearly when I'm walking than when I'm sitting still," one entry read. "But I've been conducting most of my important conversations while seated. This seems like the kind of practical wisdom that's too obvious to notice until you notice it." As the evening deepened around her, Sarah found herself wondering what she might discover if she applied this kind of attention to her own ordinary days. What patterns might emerge if she paid closer attention to the rhythms of her life? Could she uncover hidden wisdom in her daily routines? The idea was both simple and profound, that the most important insights might not come from reading more books or attending more conferences, but from learning to inhabit her experience with greater awareness and appreciation. The 5th section of Aristotle's journal began with a warning that would have made his PR team very nervous. "I must write carefully about what I'm going to discuss next, because it touches on the most dangerous idea I've encountered, the possibility that the best life might be the one where you stop trying to become someone else." Sarah raised an eyebrow at this. In her experience, ancient philosophy was usually all about self-improvement and moral development. The whole point was supposed to be becoming a better version of yourself. But Aristotle seemed to be heading towards something that sounded suspiciously like acceptance, which wasn't typically considered a philosophical virtue. "I have spent most of my life," the next entry continued, "trying to become the person I thought I should be. I have strived to become the wise teacher, the respected scholar, and the moral exemplar. But lately I've been wondering, what if the person I already am is actually quite adequate?" Such an attitude was definitely not the kind of thing that would have appeared in the Nicomachean ethics. Ancient Greek culture was built around ideals of excellence and self-improvement. The whole concept of virtue was about actualizing your potential and becoming the best possible version of yourself. But here was Aristotle suggesting that maybe all that striving was missing something important. The entries in this section were more personal than anything Sarah had read so far. Aristotle wrote about the exhaustion of constantly trying to live up to his reputation, the way he'd begun to feel like a character in a play rather than a person living his life. He described the strange relief he'd felt when he first allowed himself to admit that he didn't always enjoy teaching, that he sometimes found his students tedious, and that he had days when he'd rather be gardening than philosophizing. "The most radical thing I can imagine," he wrote, "is simply being honest about who I actually am rather than who I think I should be." He meant not being honest in a confessional, dramatic way, but rather being honest in the quiet manner of someone who has stopped performing for an invisible audience. Sarah found his words surprisingly moving. She reflected on her relationship with professional expectations and how she sometimes felt as if she were playing the role of Professor Sarah instead of simply being herself. The academic world seemed to reward a particular kind of personality, articulate, confident, intellectually aggressive, and she'd spent years trying to fit herself into that mould. But what would it be like to bring more of her actual self to her work? The parts of her that were uncertain, curious, and sometimes confused? Could she embrace the aspects of herself that prioritized comprehension over accuracy? Aristotle's journal entries from this period showed him experimenting with what he called authentic presence, the practice of showing up to conversations and interactions as himself, rather than as the version of himself he thought other people wanted to see. "I tried an experiment today," one entry read. "When a student asked me a question I didn't know how to answer, instead of deflecting or giving a partial response that made me sound knowledgeable, I simply said, 'That's a wonderful question, and I genuinely don't know the answer. What do you think?' The conversation that followed was more fascinating than any lecture I've given this year. This kind of authenticity seemed to be having unexpected effects. Aristotle wrote about students who began sharing more personal questions about how to apply philosophical ideas to their actual lives. He described colleagues who started admitting their uncertainties and doubts. It was as if his willingness to be himself was giving other people permission to be themselves as well. "I'm beginning to suspect," he wrote, "that what people really want from a teacher is not someone who has all the answers, but someone who demonstrates that it's possible to live thoughtfully with questions." Sarah thought about her teaching. How much more engaging might her classes be if she approached them with this kind of authenticity? Instead of trying to be the expert who knew everything about ancient philosophy, what if she positioned herself as someone who was genuinely curious about these ideas and wanted to explore them together with her students? The journal entries also revealed Aristotle grappling with the social risks of authenticity. Ancient Athens was not necessarily a place where being different was celebrated, and philosophers were already viewed with some suspicion. Being genuinely himself meant risking the disapproval of people whose opinions he cared about. "There is a particular kind of loneliness," he wrote, "that comes from being surrounded by people who know your reputation but not your actual thoughts. It's the loneliness of being admired for qualities you're not sure you possess and respected, for achievements that feel less important to you than they do to others." But he also wrote about the relief of gradually letting go of the need to maintain that reputation. "I'm discovering that the energy I've been spending on trying to be impressive could be much better used for actually paying attention to what's happening around me." As Sarah read these entries, she realised that Aristotle was describing something that felt very familiar. The tension between who you are and who you think you're supposed to be, the exhaustion of maintaining a professional persona, and the yearning for conversations that felt real rather than performative. The section ended with an entry that felt like a small revolution. "Today I told someone that I don't actually enjoy wine very much, even though I've been pretending to appreciate it for years, because that seemed like the sophisticated thing to do. It was such a small admission, but it felt like opening a window in a stuffy room." The sixth section of Aristotle's journal opened with what sounded like a contradiction. "I have been working on becoming better at being confused, and I think I'm finally getting good at it." Sarah had to pause at this sentence. In her world, solving confusion quickly was the norm. Students were confused until they understood the material. Researchers were confused until they found answers to their questions. Confusion was a temporary state that you passed through on your way to clarity. But Aristotle seemed to be suggesting something entirely different. He was treating confusion not as a problem, but as a skill that could be developed and refined. "I used to think the goal of thinking was to eliminate confusion," the first entry in this section continued, "but now I suspect that the goal might be to become confused about more interesting things." This was a fascinating distinction. Aristotle went on to describe what he called productive confusion, the kind of mental state where you're not sure what you think about something, but you're engaged with that uncertainty in a way that feels alive and generative. He contrasted this with what he called dead-end confusion, the kind where you're stuck and frustrated and just want someone to give you the right answer so you can move on. The difference, he suggested, wasn't in the confusion itself, but in how you related to it. "When I'm productively confused," he wrote, "I feel like I'm at the edge of understanding something important. I don't know what it is yet, but I can sense its presence. When I find myself in a state of dead-end confusion, it feels like I'm struggling against a barrier that someone else has constructed." Sarah found this distinction immediately useful. She reflected on her own research, considering the moments when she felt genuinely puzzled by something compared to those when she felt frustrated by her inability to make progress. The quality of the confusion really was different in each case. Aristotle's journal entries from this period were full of examples of productive confusion in action. He wrote about spending an entire afternoon thinking about a single question a student had asked, not because he was trying to find the answer, but because he wanted to understand why the question was so intriguing. "A young woman asked me yesterday whether it's possible to be brave about small things," one entry read. "I gave her a standard answer about the nature of courage, but the question has been haunting me. There's something about it that suggests my usual way of thinking about bravery might be incomplete. Instead of rushing to resolve this confusion, Aristotle seemed to be cultivating it. He wrote about carrying the question with him for days, noticing how it changed his perception of ordinary interactions. He observed people making small acts of courage that he'd never recognized as such, speaking up in conversations where they disagreed with the majority, admitting when they didn't understand something, and choosing to be kind when it would have been easier to be indifferent. "I'm beginning to think," he wrote, "that there might be an entire category of virtues that I've been overlooking because they're too quiet and everyday to notice." This was exactly the kind of insight that seemed to emerge from what Aristotle was calling productive confusion. By staying with the question instead of immediately trying to answer it, he'd opened up a whole new way of seeing familiar territory. Sarah realised that she'd been having a similar experience with this journal itself. Instead of rushing to analyse it or fit it into existing categories of philosophical thought, she'd been allowing herself to be puzzled by it, and that puzzlement was leading her to see connections and possibilities that she never would have noticed if she'd approached it with a predetermined agenda. The entries in this section also revealed Aristotle developing what he called confusion practices, deliberate exercises designed to cultivate productive uncertainty. He would spend time each day thinking about something he thought he understood well, trying to find aspects of it that were actually mysterious. "Today I tried to really think about what happens when I recognise a friend's face," one entry read. "I know this person, but I have no idea how that knowing works. What is the mechanism by which patterns of light entering my eyes become the experience of recognition? The more I think about it, the more miraculous it seems." This kind of practice seemed to be having a profound effect on how Aristotle experienced daily life. Instead of taking familiar experiences for granted, he was learning to see them as full of mystery and complexity. The world was becoming more interesting rather than more predictable. "I'm discovering that confusion is a form of attention," he wrote. "When I'm genuinely puzzled by something, I pay attention to it in a way that I don't when I think I already understand it." As Sarah read these entries, she found herself wanting to try some of these confusion practices herself. What would it be like to approach familiar aspects of her life with genuine curiosity rather than automatic understanding? What might she notice if she allowed herself to be puzzled by things she usually took for granted? The section ended with an observation that felt like a summary of everything Aristotle had been learning. "The wisest people I know are not the ones who have the most answers, but the ones who have the most interesting questions. And the most interesting questions are usually the ones that make you realise how little you actually know about things you thought you understood perfectly." The final section of Aristotle's journal felt different from the rest. Aristotle's handwriting appeared slightly shakier, suggesting that he had written it later in his life, and his tone was more reflective and settled. The opening entry was dated several years after the others, and it began simply, "I have been thinking about what it means to live a quietly revolutionary life." Sarah sensed she was approaching something important. This passage felt like Aristotle's attempt to synthesize everything he'd been exploring in his private writings, to see what it all added up to. "I realise now that I have been describing a particular way of being in the world," he wrote, "though I didn't set out to do so. It's a way of living that doesn't announce itself dramatically, but that changes everything nonetheless." The entries in this final section wove together all the themes that had appeared earlier: the comfortable rebellion, the wisdom of uncertainty, the revolutionary ordinariness, the dangerous authenticity, and the art of productive confusion. But instead of treating them as separate ideas, Aristotle was showing how they formed a coherent approach to life. "The gentle revolution," he wrote, "is not about overthrowing external systems, but about changing your relationship to your experience. It's about choosing curiosity over certainty, authenticity over performance, attention over distraction, and questions over answers." Sarah could see how these concepts tied together everything she'd been reading. Each of the practices Aristotle had been exploring was really a way of stepping outside conventional approaches to living and thinking. But instead of doing so through dramatic gestures or confrontational behaviour, he was advocating for a kind of quiet subversion. "The most radical thing you can do," one entry read, "is to pay attention to your actual experience, rather than to your ideas about what your experience should be." This approach sounds simple, but it undermines almost everything that society tells us is important. Aristotle went on to explain what he meant by this. So much of human suffering, he suggested, came from the gap between how we think our lives should be and how they actually are. We exhaust ourselves trying to feel the emotions we think we should feel, to want the things we think we should want, and to be the people we think we should be. "But what if," he wrote, "the person you already are is actually quite interesting? What if the life you're currently leading holds more wisdom and beauty than your training has taught you to perceive? What if the gentle revolution is simply learning to see what's already there? This approach wasn't about settling for mediocrity or giving up on growth and change. Instead, it was about starting from a place of basic acceptance rather than fundamental dissatisfaction. It was about approaching self-improvement from a foundation of self-appreciation rather than self-criticism. Sarah contemplated how different her life might feel if she approached it with this kind of gentle attention. Instead of constantly measuring herself against external standards or future possibilities, what would it be like to genuinely appreciate the person she was right now, the work she was already doing, and the relationships she already had? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle living this philosophy rather than just theorizing about it. He wrote about small moments of contentment that he might have previously overlooked. The satisfaction of a good conversation with a student, the pleasure of a perfectly ripe piece of fruit, and the comfort of a familiar walk through the city. I am learning to treat my life as if it were a work of art that I'm both creating and appreciating, he wrote. Not in a self-conscious way, but in the way that an artist might step back from a painting occasionally to really see what they've been working on. This metaphor struck Sarah as particularly beautiful. Instead of treating life as a problem to be solved or a test to be passed, what would it be like to approach it as a creative work in progress? Something that was already valuable, but that could always be developed further? The final entries in the journal were surprisingly practical. Aristotle offered specific suggestions for anyone who wanted to experiment with these ideas. Keep a daily record of moments when you notice something you'd usually overlooked. Practice saying, "I don't know," without embarrassment. Spend time each day doing something ordinary with extraordinary attention. Allow yourself to be confused by things you think you understand. These are not dramatic practices, he wrote, but they are surprisingly powerful. They work by gradually shifting your attention from what you think should be happening to what is actually happening. But what's really going on is often more interesting than what you think is going on. The journal ended with an entry that felt like both a conclusion and a beginning. I have spent my public career trying to understand the nature of the good life, but I think the good life might be simpler than I imagined. It might be nothing more than learning to live your actual life with genuine attention and appreciation. Everything else, the wisdom, the peace, the joy, might simply be what emerges when you stop trying so hard to be somewhere else. As Sarah closed the manuscript, she realized that the fluorescent light in the basement had been replaced by the warm glow of early morning. She'd been reading all night, but instead of feeling tired, she felt energized by a quiet excitement. The find wasn't just a historical discovery, it was a practical invitation to experiment with a different way of being in the world. She carefully placed the journal back in its protective case, but she knew she'd be returning to these ideas again and again. Aristotle's forbidden teachings weren't forbidden because they were dangerous to society. They were forbidden because they were dangerous to the part of each person that preferred the familiar discomfort of striving to the unfamiliar comfort of acceptance. Outside, Athens was waking up to another ordinary day. But Sarah suspected that her own ordinary days might never feel quite the same again. William Shakespeare was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford-upon-Avon, England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet, lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the River Avon had meandered through the town, reflecting the sky in its soft, rippling waters. William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glove maker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest, but comfortable, filled with the sense of leather and parchment from his father's work. In those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among townsfolk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Ovid and playwrights like Plautus and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. The days at school were long, filled with the scratch of quills on parchment, the low hum of Latin recitations, and the occasional creak of wooden benches. William learned not only the rules of language, but also the power of storytelling, the ability to capture the human experience in words. When William was 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a small cottage outside of Stratford. Their marriage was a quiet affair, held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins, Hamnet and Judith. The small house they shared was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet, even as a young man with a family, William's mind seemed to yearn for something more. Somewhere within him, the seeds of creativity were beginning to sprout. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford and made his way to London, a city alive with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London in the 1590s was a place of contrasts, cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the hustle and bustle of a growing metropolis. It was a city where theatres were becoming centres of cultural life, drawing people from all walks of society. Amidst this vibrant chaos, William Shakespeare found his place in the world of theatre. He began his career as an actor and playwright, with a company called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. His early plays were performed in small theatres, where audiences gathered in the dim light, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of the crowd. Shakespeare's talent quickly became evident, and his works began to captivate London's theatre-goers. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line he wrote seemed to pulse with life, filled with the richness of human emotion and the beauty of language. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavours. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the River Thames, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life: Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of a young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences, who laughed, wept, and marvelled at the tales unfolding before them. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown, where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theatre. As he entered the later years of his life, his writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow, and who sought peace and understanding. On April 23, 1616, at the age of 52, William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. His life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and where his gravestone still rests today. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. his legacy lives on in every play, every sonnet, and every line that continues to inspire generations. His words remind us of the beauty of language, the complexity of the human experience, and the power of storytelling. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration. Even though he left the world far too early at the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time. They transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theatre, and language in ways no one could have predicted. In the years following his passing, Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Hemingway and Henry Condell, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the first folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays, including comedies, histories, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost. Without the dedication of these friends, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, such as Macbeth and The Tempest, might never have reached us. Thanks to this labour of love, his stories endured, spreading far beyond the theatres of London to inspire future generations of readers, actors, and writers. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularised thousands of words and phrases, many of which are still in use today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold can all be traced back to his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience in words gave the language a richness and expressiveness that endures. His works reflected the human condition in all its complexity, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the tragedies. Shakespeare's characters were not just figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonated across time. Imagine Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by the feud of their families, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince, grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of his pride and folly, or Macbeth, driven to ruin by ambition and fate. These stories were not just meant to entertain. They were designed to make audiences think, feel, and understand themselves and the world around them. In Shakespeare's time, the theatre was a place where the barriers of class and status melted away, where the common folk and the nobility could come together to share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theatre, with its thatched roof and wooden beams, echoed with the laughter, tears, and applause of audiences who saw their lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, to reveal truths, and to inspire change. In his quieter moments, Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here, he could escape the noise of the city and the demands of the theatre. He tended to his affairs and spent time with his family and walked the familiar streets of his hometown. But even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him. Later years, he collaborated with younger playwrights and continued to refine his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, to find peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended on April 23, 1616, his impact was only just beginning. Over the centuries, Shakespeare's works were performed in countless theatres, translated into every major language, and adapted into countless forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors reimagined his plays in endless ways, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation shed new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continue to explore his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into the nature of love and time, continue to touch the hearts of readers across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in the pages of books or on the stages of theatres. It lives in the way we use language, the way we tell stories, and the way we understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience, from the lightest moments of comedy to the darkest depths of tragedy. As you lie here, feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into a restful slumber, where dreams unfold like the scenes of a play, filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless. As we continue to reflect on the life and legacy of William Shakespeare, his story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The years following his death saw a gradual rise in recognition, as scholars, actors, and audiences began to understand the profound impact of his words. In the decades after his passing, you have the first folio published in 763, 1623 by his friends and fellow actors, secured his place in history. This collection ensured that plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. Each of these works held a mirror to society, reflecting the complexities of human nature, politics, and morality. As time went on, Shakespeare's works spread beyond the shores of England. Travelling troupes of actors performed his plays across Europe, carrying his stories to new audiences. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the far corners of the world, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. His birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a place of pilgrimage for lovers of literature and theatre. Visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same riverbanks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to the legacy of its most famous son. As the centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theatres, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters, from the tragic figures of Hamlet and King Lear to the comedic brilliance of Much Ado About Nothing and A Midsummer Night's Dream. Directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and in far-off galaxies, proving that his themes remained ever relevant. His influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mendelssohn and Giuseppe Verdi turned his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore the human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began to emerge, celebrating his works with performances, lectures, and readings. The Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for the continued performance and exploration of his plays. The dedication to his work ensured that his stories remained alive, evolving with each new interpretation and performance. Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema, with directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann bringing his plays to the silver screen. Films adapted from his plays reached audiences around the world, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. The power of cinema allowed his words to take on new dimensions, with stunning visuals and powerful performances amplifying their emotional depth. Even in the modern world, his influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago are part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve, or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they are echoing Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured that his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Picture the river Avon flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the last rays of the setting sun. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquil hush. Let the image of a young William with eyes full of wonder and curiosity fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of the stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you, like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence that whispers of endless possibilities. As sleep draws you deeper, know that you are connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue to resonate today, bridging the gap between past and present.